in many respects.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it is.
Well, what's not similar to other
in
things?
fluid dynamics, there's characteristics of fluids that are identical to that of plasma.
Well,
Well,
this
yeah.
kind of shows me the disconnect here, because you're associating gases with fluid dynamics, which has been superseded by pneumatic dynamics, so, or pneumatic principles.
That's not true.
Cymatic dynamics.
Pneumatic principles is far more accurate to explain gases than fluid
Correct.
dynamics.
It's a subset of fluid dynamics.
So I don't understand why you guys always like to
Fluid
point to
dynamics
fluid
incorporates
dynamics
pneumatics.
as to support your narrative, but let's stick with plasmatic mediums, Zanik, because what I told you is essentially what I was alluding to, and you want to obfuscate away from it. Why is it that plasmatic charged mediums and fields seem to essentially defy gravity and your mass attracting mass?
Because there's other forces acting on them.
Such as?
Electromagnetic?
I'm asking Zanik, but no.
Yeah, that was the answer. I mean, that's basically it.
Are you sure? Are you saying ionized fields are essentially electromagnetic fields? They're the same in one?
Ionized fields are not electromagnetic. They're ionized. They're atoms that have been.
So then why did you associate the two together?
Are the same as light waves?
Well, let's not let them dance away. Why did you associate those two things, Zanik, instead of pinpointing what would be most accurate?
An ionized gas, plasma, is basically atoms that have been stripped of an electron.
Yeah.
Okay.
By definition, it's charged.
Yeah, and can you have essentially a charged medium that's within itself, or is this not possible?
What do you mean within itself? What does that even mean?
Yeah, something self-contained, a charged medium that's self-contained, separate from.
We use ionized gases and we use magnets to basically move those gases to one side of a chamber. We can forcefully pressurize an area.
Correct. You said chamber, but I'm talking no chamber. I'm talking something outside of.
You're talking about capacitance.
No, we're not talking about capacitance.
No, not necessarily. I brought it up the other day, and science is still, perplexed upon its understanding, but it's been very well observed and noted by, all types of scientists.
Particle physicists have been, this is their livelihood and mission in life is based on understanding this, and it's not fully understood. I agree.
Well, it's never going to be understood with the way and means and methods by which they're going about it.
Plasma physicists aren't doing things the right way. You know more than they do for some reason?
Well, there's a reason why ether physicists seem to be more understood upon these topics.
That's your opinion, and none others.
Well, my question for you, Dyslow, is when could we expect to see some utility to these things that you're talking about, some demonstrations, or how would we be able to implement these ideas into our daily lives?
Yeah, so that's a good question. Part of it is you're using it right now, right? This entire electrical system we have today is premised off of their understanding. When I say they, I mean the ether field theorists. And we wouldn't have it if it wasn't for these guys. Second of all, they are working on this stuff. Tesla had some very good shit going before he died. Unfortunately, people have been trying to scramble to understand what he was referring to, but it has been figured out, and it's called scalar tech. When you look at what that is, you'll start seeing Tesla's death ray was real, and it's not necessarily a weapon more than it is a way to power a system wirelessly over long distance, instantaneous, without any loss. Doesn't have any what Tesla called lossy. But yeah, man, there are stuff, right? And the problem is there's a lot of monopolization and corruption that's taken place, stopping a lot of this stuff from coming into fruition and being used, because it would essentially limit their hold, their power hold they have. So, I mean, you could probably understand the possibility of why that would even be true. But yeah, man, it's there. It's there.
We're seeing it come out more left lane now, that it's becoming more popular, more accepted. the static stuff, the superfluid, studies that are technology is using, and also products are coming out that are using this to levitate things. And the static electricity has been around.
Yeah, just a pump that can create its own static too, like the human body.
Yeah, absolutely. Or a tree.
Yep.
I'll post a video here in the main chat. You could check out that explains a lot of what I just said, probably way better than I put it.
I'm not sure what you think your heart is running off of, but you might want to research that, how it actually starts, and then how it operates, how it actually pumps. So if you don't believe in some type of electrical field, then maybe study the human body a little bit more. Our nervous system, our heart, everything is based on some type of electrical force. You don't have to go too far is what I'm saying.
It didn't sound like we disagreed about the, or whoever was arguing with Dysel before disagreed with the electromagnetic force or electrical forces. I think they were just, because I agree that there's a lot about the electromagnetic force that, dictates all the things that we're, using today, and it's in and around everything, even the things that don't seem electronic. I mean, all atoms have electromagnetic.
Well, I agree with
drivers.
all that.
But yeah,
as far as
that's fine.
Sonic goes,
That's
I was taking
fantastic.
it past that.
I'm not there yet. But yeah, having said that, that's the electromagnetic force, which is understood in the physics that we know it. But that doesn't mean that the electromagnetic force is for some reason.
That's actually not true at all.
Yeah, that's fine. That doesn't mean that the electromagnetic force is for some reason under the umbrella of the ether. For any reason at all. It actually makes the ether redundant and unnecessary.
Well, it sure makes sense, right? In an electrical storm, my hair stands up, and when there's not a lot of huge amounts of electrical storm being created around me, it's just normal. Like my hair is in its equilibrium state, I would say. That's an easy way for me to think of it. So the static electricity can be easily generated and proven, and we also see it in nature, have effects on our human body and on other objects around us. Huge amounts of energy, right?
Well, that's what I was trying to take it to. Like once you get above all that, like into like ionized fields and stuff, like you start seeing things not acting as intuitive as you would imagine them to, such as that they literally define gravity and kind of act on their own. Like if you can go on YouTube and look up the phenomena of ball lightning, and it's pretty mystifying how this thing's like almost an entity of its own and essentially just travels about, discharges itself where it finds it necessary to do. But it's quite perplexing, and I think science really needs to start getting into the understanding of what's taking place here, rather than just making a lot of assumptions like you guys are doing with EM forces, because that's a huge misnomer that I stated the other day that you guys hand wave.
It just makes more logical sense because we can see, feel, and taste that static electricity and other types of electrical forces, some magnetism and things like that all around us.
Yeah, that is true.
So it's just something logically I can understand better.
Yeah, I've actually experienced that. That what you're saying was as far as the taste. I've tasted that. It's pretty interesting.
Your frequency, I don't know if it falls into the same realm, but I know frequency was also in my mind, like what makes sense to me. So you start adding these things together with pressure differences and temperature differences, controlling that, the way the sun and the moon circuit around us and create this pattern. And then with our weather systems being created by the same type of pressure differences and electrical charge. I mean, it just makes sense that it all comes together.
So if you look at it on like an extremely like minute scale, like volatile gases per se, and terpenes that are associated with volatile gases, which is what our whole sensory smell system operates off, it seems pretty alluring that they almost kind of find their own pathway. Like they don't expand as other gases would in equal vectors. That it's essentially like it's like old cartoons, right, where you would see somebody baking a pie and they set it in the windowsill, and that smell, like the cartoonist kind of draws the smell almost like smoke, where it's kind of seeking the pathway to someone, and they kind of find it and kind of hone in on it and find its pathway back to the source. It's like that, where it's like it's electrostatics involved in it, really is what it is. It's charge moving to discharge, but it's finding this pathway of least resistance. And I've never really heard anyone touch upon that yet. So I thought that might be interesting to bring.
Also thought about like the pressure underneath us. So if you have these temperature changes underneath, some huge sources of heat, whatever that might be, creating the gas, which is contained and creating pressure, and then all of a sudden you have the weakest point of this tube of pressure may come out of the top of a mountain or the side of a mountain or somewhere else, like in a geyser or whatever. That's just pressure release, right?
You're breaking up.
However the pressure is being generated.
He dropped out. I wanted to mention something else too that I thought of, Zanuck, when you were talking about that pyramid stuff. Are you there? Whatever.
I was chatting a lot with Gummy Bear. I think we reached a good summary, conclusion.
Yeah.
I had another thought. I don't know if anyone's interested in hearing it.
Tell us your take on it.
Well, this is something separate, but still similar, I guess, in the sense of like water and pressure. But I'm just wondering, like piezoelectricity, right?
Mhm.
If we could take something like a medium that's prevalent with that, and essentially like hollowed out a sphere, so we have like this, I don't know, salt crystal or whatever's like gives this effect the best, and had created like this sphere essentially. Like if we went low enough into the ocean with it, like if it would just start generating charge due to the pressures down there, and then it, like, maybe if we filled it somehow with like some kind of like a charge carrying medium, like on the inside, like some kind of a gas that would essentially just give it some kind of capacitance, if we could generate more from it than normal or consistent flow or something. Does that make sense?
It makes 70% sense to me.
I mean, you know that like what piezoelectricity is, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, what exactly was it you were proposing to do with it, but by moving it?
Just like using the natural pressure under the surface of water to
Yeah.
kind of generate a charge through that piezo effect and maybe have some kind of like a medium that could essentially like act as a capacitor on the inside, and I don't know, just kind of generate
what
some
you
kind
need
of a,
what you need to do is you need to be changing the pressure. So it needs to have more and then less and then more and then less if you want to continuously generate electricity. Because it's if you apply pressure to it, it'll get a voltage and then it'll discharge until that voltage drops to 0. And then if you apply either opposite pressure or more pressure, you'll again increase or even switch the voltage. So you need a continuously changing pressure to continuously generate electricity from such a material.
it is true that pyramid magnets, I don't know if you've ever seen one, generate a focal point of flux that's pretty intense at the tip versus anywhere else. Essentially kind of like a fireman's hose, right? Where it's just applying this large amount of pressure on one area. I'm wondering
You've cut off there. The last thing we heard you say was wondering if. Slow? Is it me or is it him? Hello?
It's Slow.
Okay.
sorry, I had a phone call. You there?
Yeah. So, well, we heard you describe, and then you said you wonder if.
Well, I was just saying, like, yeah. So essentially, I was just saying, like, if we could, like, just create a strong enough magnetic field upon this, acting upon this, like, maybe it was oscillating or something to kind of generate this, like, indifference you're saying is required to have this consistent flow of energy. Maybe we could, I don't know, do something like that, like somehow have this rotational magnetic field in conjunction with this self-producing capacitor, right? And using just harnessing, trying to harness nature's, what it already automatically provides for us, and just trying to think right outside the box a little.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you understood what I was saying at all, but.
Well, I get the gist of it, and I mean, my whole idea, and maybe I'm being pessimistic or anything here, is that even if we were to set up such a contraption, it just wouldn't be enough electricity to even be worthwhile considering, especially considering how much piezoelectric material you need to gather in a place. And
well, couldn't we put like something to amplify it or something?
Well, there would still be a limit to the depending on the material itself, whatever piezoelectric material we're using. I'm not sure about what its limitations are. I haven't looked into it enough that way, like if it's how exactly it'll be. But just my very pessimistic view, I guess, is that I don't see how this would ever account to enough electricity for anything useful. Because I'm more just I know the concept of piezoelectric materials, but I've never really like looked into it enough to know the limits of it and like how much electricity it can produce, and what the limits are with pressure and like deformation and like all of these things together. I really don't know.
I mean, there's already like this energy being emitted. Like anytime you have like large amounts of certain geological substance mounted upon each other, like I think there's some areas that have a lot of granite stacked on top of some of this like crystalline structures that essentially every now and then charge up enough charge to discharge itself somehow, and there's like some phenomena associated that I can't remember exactly. It's been a while since I saw that, but I don't know. What's like the biggest vertical copper ground rod we have going into the earth? That's, anybody know?
No idea.
Be kind of neat. Make like some kind of anode and cathode, like just naturally just into the ground and see what happens. But if you want, I guess we can go back to stuff weighing less in water and the mystery behind that. I don't know.
Well, so the only I don't really, I think we kind of settled that, or
I
mostly
think
at
that's
least.
been settled a long time ago.
Oh yeah, of course, but I think we settled our disagreement with that. I'm gonna hop into the other live stream one because it's got a lot of people to see what they're up to. See if they've got an interesting conversation going since Geo's live streaming it.
Hey, Bev.
Hey,
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I guess I missed the
Yep.
hours-long rendition of 2D and 3D.
Yeah, well, it was quite good. We got to do quite a fair bit of stuff, but obviously there are elements around here that just like to, I don't know, just do that. Like we go through the same thing, 2D, 3D with people, and we keep saying we're talking about reality. We're always talking about reality. They're talking about concepts. Then they change that concept to the earth. And then you say, now you're talking about reality. And then they turn it back to the concept of 2D. And they admit that 2D is only a concept and not in reality. But they want to conflate the two. And it's an endless thing. But the 2D, 3D argument is just a progression of a straight line and a circle within the level argument. It's the same thing.
Well, it's hilarious too that they say that the flat earthers are the ones who cannot 3D, or anybody who thinks outside of the globe are like, we can't think in 3D, when they're the ones having issues realizing what is 3D and what is 2D. It's quite fascinating.
Yeah. Deep down, when the end of that argument, everybody gets pissed about it because the flat earthers get really upset because they feel like you're attacking them, because the globers want to live on 2D. They want to live in 2D land, which is actually a plane length times breadth.
Yeah, that's what I don't get. That's what I was asking. Why do they fight for 2D so much of the surface of the Earth? Because, like, they're not just saying surfaces are 2D. They're saying the actual physical surface of the Earth is 2D.
Yeah, they don't get out of 2D geometry, right? When you get into Euclid, right, he defines everything what he needs to the bare minimum, and he doesn't change it if it doesn't need changing. Well, as soon as you hit solid geometry, he redefines a surface.
They have to have the surface be in 2D because spherical geometry only deals with the surface of a 2D sphere. That's it. So they have to. They have to.
Oh,
yeah.
Is that why? Was my question formed right? Like, that's how I feel. If they can bring me a piece of 2D surface of Earth, then I would believe in it more, right? But if you can't, then it's not in reality. It's only a concept.
Well, that's a good question, but I think the better one is why Ed Fries always said volume. He said it 100 times because volume implies 3D. But when he says surface, he never says surface area, because a surface area is just a 2D. If you figure square footage by surface area, but he never
surface area is a plane, though, right?
Right. But see, there's their geometry that they want to hold on to so dear is the surface of a 2D sphere. And it's just, that's hogwash.
Well, no. There is no definition of that, right? The only definitions he's talking about are the definitions within Euclidean geometry.
Well, that's true.
We know the switch is made just within an axiom, right? That's all they change. It's everything else is conceptual. So the definition is a surface is that which has length times breadth. Well, that's 2D, length times breadth. Now, give me the length and the breadth of a sphere.
That's what I know that spherical geometry is horseshit.
Yeah.
But they keep saying surface is 2D because of that, but they never
because it's length times breadth. Right? They're stuck
2D,
in it.
Yeah.
How can you possibly have length times breadth on a sphere?
You can't. Yeah, it's impossible.
Do you think it's because they're so used to like simulations on a computer, and like so they're somehow in their minds thinking that this image on a computer has the length times breadth of this 2D object, then they somehow comport it into reality? I just don't get how they can make that leap of logic.
But the simulations on computer render in 3D, right?
Yeah.
Totally.
In reality, all of the maps and everything are 2D, right? Everything you do, latitude, longitude, 2-dimensional coordinate system. So you've only got 2D. So it's a case of, is globe that must fit onto that, right? It has to be. There's no other way it can be. That has to be the surface of a sphere. Fact that it's mathematically impossible has to go by the wayside, right? It still has to be 2D. So the surface of a sphere has to be 2D.
But 2D is just a concept. Period. That's why Druss got locked up. I was like, it's a concept. Silence.
Yeah, for some reason, right then. No, he usually doesn't shy away from the fight, so I don't know. He might have had something going on.
It's too hard. I'm telling you. You have to say that it's 2D. Forced into it.
Kosho went from 0 to 1,000 on one question. It's definitely got them, like, you know, their minds going for some reason. I get the concept, right? I get why in an office drawing something on a piece of paper, you're just doing it in 2D. But in reality, when you go put that, you know, in a physical form, it's 3D, where you're standing, what you're building, everything physical.
That's why I asked Druss. I was like, when you go get the square footage of a room, it's a 2D concept. You measure that square footage to get a 2D measurement. But when you go to put it in, it's 3D. Everything is 3D outside of a figure calculation.
Well, that's why when Ed says volume, that invokes 3D, right?
Right, but he never says surface area. He would only say volume. If you go back and listen to it, he never said but neither one of them would say surface area. They just say surface. But then he would say volume. Yeah.
I've learned it's a bad idea because it's squared, and he talking about is square. And if you look into it, there's no squares on the surface of a sphere. You can't have a length times breadth of a square area on a sphere. It's impossible. Not allowed. But that's what you're forced into.
When you break things down to their simplest form, you can defeat any argument, right? But it's when it's all jumbled up together that it's hard for most. It was hard for me for a long time. You know, it finally clicked. But I can see where people get locked, right? They get confused, or, you know, we're talking about local this and short distances and long distance. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot to take.
Them. You're talking to the ballers will confuse the shit out of anyone. Because it's not that easy. This geometry is like reordering your brain. It does something. You need to spend time doing it. And if you've got somebody there at the side saying, no, not that, this, and do that, and really move over here, and you can't have that, and that doesn't work, where somebody's just trying to cut to the basic facts, then they'll never get through because it's just too confusing, or it sounds too confusing.
The subliminal too. Like, I got people the other night. I like doing this. That we had several TVs on different channels, and I was talking about how they they just do it in the background, and you just don't even realize it's there. Like, oh, they don't do. You know, I'm like, okay, watch this. Okay, see that spinning globe behind them? You know, they're interviewing someone for a game show, and there's a spinning globe behind them. Why would they have that, right? Look at Discovery Channel. Look at the bottom right corner of Discovery Channel. There's a spinning globe. You know, every channel had a spinning globe on it. You know, I said that this is just how it's done. If I was to want to train a populace and I controlled the media, this is how I would do it. Now, whether that's being done or not, you know, it's just, is it a coincidence or is it fact? You know, it's definitely being done. But it's a fun way to do it, you know, while you're hanging out, showing people. But the geometry is tough for a lot.
When you've got globers confusing the issue because of things that can't happen, like because at the end of the line, straight lines start curving because the model dictates that they have to. Well, when you've got to deal with that, you've got people that just tell you what has to happen on the model. And they'll blatantly tell you it has to happen on their model. Well, when that occurs, you're trying to talk to somebody and explain something, then you can't do it. Can't be done. And then you move away and you're moving into a different room, and then eventually somebody will start talking, and then you'll get into an argument again, and it'll just progress into exactly the same shit show. The same arguments. Well, I don't know whether you call them arguments or not. Everybody needs to cut the teeth and learn I guess you have to learn them. This is where you learn your arguments, right? If you don't learn them from talking to each other and actually going over things, you can only learn them from hearing them through arguments. Because nobody ever really has the time to look into anything. They just learn things through arguments. Everybody's been arguing the same thing for 5 or 6 years, then you might start arguing about the angular size of something. Or, you know, what would happen when you predict when you put a ruler on a picture, and what that you can imagine that does for the shape of the earth or whatever. That becomes the argument that everybody's arguing about. Then you might think that that's a good argument. You might
look how dumb those flat earthers are. They won't make a prediction about a drunk guy carrying an auto level up a mountain and what he's going to see. They're stupid, right? It's not that the drunk guy carrying an auto level up the mountain is stupid. It's the people that won't make a prediction about what he's going to see or not see. They're the dumb ones, right? That is so weird to me. How about let's talk about the guy who's going to take an auto level up a mountain and look out as far as he can see with it. Let's talk about that being dumb, for one. I hope he gets some pretty pictures.
I said to him, I'd love to be there and film it.
Does he still have a camera?
He'll be going and meeting cats. I think he's give it to cats for a bit. So if Cats is around, you can guarantee the P1000 will be taking some footage. He should know. Like Ranty, he's supposedly the king of optics. Flat Earth. He wrote the book, Flat Earth Optics, that nobody's ever seen yet, probably still at the publishers. But
things take a while.
Yeah. But I mean, it's almost as though he's not gone. Nah, that's stupid. I think he's gone. How much money? Oh yeah, I'll buy an auto level. Yeah. Cheers, Ruhif. Get a weekend away.
Well, I thought about too how many shows they're getting in and how much money they're bringing in just by talking about it, right? I think that's part of it too. You know, the more drama they can drum up about anyone making predictions or not making, you know, blah blah blah, then the more money they make, the more views they get, you know. But it's just part of the game, I guess.
I think it's a little side game just for us. Because you ask anyone, nobody knows. Like, nobody cares what Ranty's doing. You know, he was only good while he was attacking us. You know, when Ranty flipped, everyone was like, oh, yeah, we expected it from Ranty. And all of the ballers were like, oh, you're all attacking Ranty. No wonder he changed over. You're all vile, horrible. And we're going like, nobody really trusted Ranty. We thought it was a bit weird anyway. Oh, yeah, you're attacking him. That's what you do. It was worth it then. But like, I don't think anybody cares now. I mean, Can you imagine you being a baller and you've been around here for 5 or 6 years, and then all of a sudden ranty flat Earth turns to a glober, and now he's the guy that's going to go prove in the globe for them? Of course, they don't want that.
Like if you switched to the globe and then you brought your water level argument over there, they would just be jumping all over it, right? Like, let's use the water level. It's strange. Yeah, the whole ranty thing was kind of predicted, but when he asked me whatever that question was on Saturday night, he was asking and telling everyone he was a flat earther and lying. I knew what was going on. I knew he was switching, and then the very next morning he switches.
Yeah,
it's just a bold-faced lie.
I was looking for that video, you know, the one where Ali B did. It was like maybe his first chat afterwards. Ali B did an interview with him, and in that interview, he said, "Ranty, you're not going to make another channel, are you? And go after the flat earthers?" And Ranty went, "No." And he went, "You're not going to get another Discord channel, are you?" And he went, "No." Well, Ali B's deleted his thing and that one's gone, but that would be a great video to get back. Where Ranty said he wouldn't do that, and now look at him.
Ranty, you're not switching sides by dealing with cats and doing all this shows with. Oh no, I'm flat earther forever. Come on, it was just lie after lie after lie. He knew.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you lie like that, though? What was the purpose of keeping up that lie even Saturday night before he knew he was going to switch on Brandon's show?
He's a name on YouTube, character that he built up and generated, Ranty Flat Earth. He's still got it, right? That's the weird thing, because I think he's got this double persona now, whereas Ranty Flat Earth still exists. That's the one Flurf Spective takes the piss out of. The one that puts the tinfoil hat on. It's like there's two people there now, I think. I don't know which one of them is going to go up top of Winter Hill, though. He might send Ranty Flat Earth up there. Could probably live with it then.
Been listening to you guys on and off today. 2D, 3D. What a freaking joke, man. Ed Freeze. Wow.
Yeah, I wanted to have a go with him about that one because he really opened up a shitstorm over at Open Debates. Probably would have been cool, you know, just going into it, but he changed the whole tack of it, and I missed the beginning bit where I started talking about the unless I don't know, I might have to check that. Where I was talking about, oh, we've been chucked out of all of the other debate platforms. They all kick us out. Why? Oh, because we say levels a straight line and all that. They just go crazy, you know.
The double speaking that I heard today was phenomenal. The mental gymnastics of Kosho and Ed, my God, man. The whole world should see that.
And Foolish as well, like the tactics.
Yes.
That they have. Eggshells. They have no argument, yet they can still get you wrapped up in an argument of not having an argument. It's amazing. Yeah. It's no wonder that like people don't know what a debate is, because they will literally argue something that there is no point to argue, just to stop you from making your point that you were trying to make in the first place. It's I call it sophistry, but perhaps it's more, it's definitely a new art.
This is sophistry with sheer out lying, combined. Making shit up, even though you know that you're lying. Like, it's a lie. I mean, there's no way around that. There's no such thing as a 2D anything. It's a concept.
Yeah, it fully submitted it and then went straight back into the 2D argument as though he was right. That's just too much for me. I can't really be doing.
Yeah, these guys are, it's obvious that there's no way you're going to have a regular conversation. Like, there's no way they're going to give in or understand anything. Just no way with these guys.
Yeah, Ranty's he's turned into like a comedian for the, I call him like the jester, the court jester. I think that's what they're employing Ranty for. He's the flirt that dances for them.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. The flat earth jester.
He's still playing the part. Still dancing for him. Dancing for Ruhif. Sounds like he wants a debate as well.
Who, Ruhif?
No, Ranty.
That would be.
Last night he was saying that he would end Next Level server if me and him debated. Everyone would leave.
Yeah.
Like Gods was saying, I don't think Ranty really understands what Next Level is all about. Because it's not about an argument or anything. It's like you can't. But I mean, like, it sounds like he was telling everyone that he's the man with the response. Like he knows how to kill level is horizontal. He would end.
He doesn't know shit. You should have seen the conversation I had with him. Too bad it wasn't taped when he was telling me about the hump and the drop. Oh man, that would have made a comedy. You know that circle they draw where they put the boats on either side?
The ones with the horizontals rising upwards.
Yeah. That's what he was showing me. So I'm telling him, isn't that up? It's going to be no, that's down. I go, are you sure? Look at that orientation. Are you sure that's up? Are you sure that's down? Like, imagine pointing to up and saying it's down. That's ranty.
Yeah, well, remember, I always go back to, how all of these little pieces fit in. And my first experience into the logic, I wish I could find it, man. But, I mean, I'm guessing this is why I can still tell this story, right? Otherwise, I'd just be able to explain it to you and show it you. But before Euclid, there used to be a bit logic that laid out the reason Euclidean geometry was laid out in logic and gave you the basic foundations of it that came from sayings. It's the philosophers. They say things that got translated into geometry because they were sayings that made sense logically. And this one was are saying the road up is the road down.
Yeah, of course.
Stuck in my head, but it's more and more apparent that now with this, the rise and the drop, when you put those two boats, like you see it as a road going up, like they're pointing upwards because that's the way the boats are pointing. But they are going down in the opposite direction. It's the same thing, but they think the going up is down in a really twisted logic. It's crazy.
It blows my mind. It truly blows my mind. And I'm telling him, are you sure that those lines are going down? Yeah, look, drew me another picture. Yeah, look, they're going down. Clearly, they're going up. It's like I'm showing you an orange, telling you it's an apple.
That's the one with that ranty one, George. That's the one, that picture that George drew us straight afterwards. The one they always have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy because they're both dropping. It's the double drop hump, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's
they
like
don't
they are
realize what they're doing.
dropping, but it is a hump. They're both the same thing. It's like they're not the same. They can't be the same.
Law of non-contradiction.
Mhm. Yeah. Sorry, Globers, I can't accept a model that doesn't logically fit. It's no big deal.
So when's the debate, you and Ranty?
It'll take a bit of setting up because Ranty has to. He's fighting it, saying he's that big. You know, the bravado. That we have to do a little bit of work so everybody starts going. Well, go on then, Ranty. Go on then. You say it'd be easy. You've got all the answers. Just like do it.
So hold up now. He wanted a debate, but there's no debate yet. It's just talk.
No, he's saying that I'm running away from a debate with him.
What?
Yeah.
You've asked him how many times?
Well, yeah, we know that, right? That's what I'm saying. Ranty, he was putting it out last night. Was it last night? I don't know. He was putting it out whenever he was putting it out that he was like Billy Big Bollocks, proper, and that I'm not debating him. Probably because I've left his server because I got doxxed twice. So when you get doxxed by his mods, perhaps not a very good server to be on. So yeah, I left that server.
Perhaps.
But that's what he'll do. He will say he has to have it as our, on his channel, and then I'm running and scared if I don't.
And what's this about the prediction? Nobody wants to make a prediction, so he's using that as an excuse not to do the thing. You realize how stupid. So let's get this straight, Ranty. You're going to take an auto level up a mountain, which is not designed to do, and you want us to tell you what's going to happen? Did you fall off the roof or something?
Sorry. It's my lad. Is that Eggshells and Ranty a new one, or is that quite an old one? Does anyone know?
I just pulled it up. It's from the 19th.
Of this 11 days ago.
Yeah, it's new.
Yeah, I think Katz has cut him loose. Ranty's now solo, having to generate his own content, and he's only got his team of trolls, and that's all he can do. He was online. He plays and Speak Lies, so he's not exactly going up in the world of the Glober, because most people haven't even heard of Speak Lies and Limey Play. They're not the best. But I don't think there is any. There's only the only way you get good at the Globe is to read books, perhaps watch some space things, and just listen to what they tell you, regurgitate it. Anything to do with the Globe. Doesn't take much critical thinking or anything. In fact, it requires zero. It requires you have none. You just read, regurgitate. Completely forget about any of the contradictions. Cogdis. Who was that? We did have one guy that was proud of his Cogdis. His ability to be able to think two completely opposing thoughts at the same time. He was proud of it. He was a Glober, of course. It was a skill that they learn. Yeah. They learn, they have to. So they become proud of it.
Well, that's one of the musts, right? If you're a baller, you must be able to do mental gymnastics. There's no way around that.
Cogdis. It's like the other guys as well. They must study sophistry.
Well, I think that comes natural. Because all you got to do is just, the model dictates, follow the model and just say shit. Force, gravity.
Teamwork, though. It does. Like the sophistry does need teamwork. Because
yes,
one-on-one, they fall to pieces. But with a little bit of help and a little bit of distraction, the
like a tag team.
can work. Yeah. The sophistry
At freeze,
really
Kosho.
shines.
Yeah.
And the little bit in the chat at the side that that's just meant to take your eye off things, put you on tilt.
It's all about triggering. You see what Ed was saying? Oh, you're triggered. Hey, Bev, you're triggered. That's all it's about. Just go contrary. That's what they do. Go contrary to whatever we say, just to trigger us. We're on to your game.
That's why this should be the intro channel where anybody wants to come in and discuss the tactics that you're gonna find when you talk to people. I think that's a great idea.
The intro channel. Welcome to the chaos.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Get ready for it, because you're gonna find a different world where you can say things that really upset people.
Welcome to the jungle.
For real, it takes a while to navigate through all this and all the different channels and who the players are and who the real people are. And I have been researching this kind of stuff since 2012, and I've only been on Discord for I don't know, since I think it was April or May. And man, you learn a lot real quick. Like in these past couple of months, I've learned a lot, but still it's a hard road to traverse. So I think a intro would be great for people.
Good idea, yeah.
May I propose a good intro for Flat Earth?
Of course.
He that knows the least wins Flat Earth.
Good one.
It's talking more of an intro into just being able to talk to people, you know, within this arena. Because it's not really about sides, although a lot of people will make you choose a side. Right? There's a false dichotomy set up where you have to be on one side or the other, and you then make enemies. When it's not really like that, but that's the way it's set up, so the argument can go like that. Like you just then were saying, flat earthers know least. Well, some of the most intelligent people I know are flat earthers. Right?
I agree. There are some very intelligent Flat Earthers. I think the goal of Flat Earth is to know the least.
Or it's to know the actual truth and not make shit up.
Nope, because that's not. It's sort of because the more you learn and the more you listen to you guys, the more you can deny, and the more you can not know. So the
Denying your made
when
up.
you
We
say
deny your
you
made
guys,
up story.
what do you mean?
We deny your made up story, Kool-Aid.
Well, I deny us being a you guys, right?
Okay, fair.
We're all just individuals having a chat.
That
Which
wasn't
made up
unfair.
story, Kojo? Which made up story?
It's Jeremy.
Oh, no. Jeremy, shit, man. They sound alike, man.
Yeah, forgive
Sorry,
him,
bro.
Jeremy. He's been triggered by Kosho a little bit earlier. Kosho had a bit of a go.
Sorry, my sincerest apologies, Jeremy.
No, you're good. They want us to accept their made up story that they make up about how the reality works, and they think that just because we don't accept it, we're just denying everything.
Yep.
Hey, Bev,
go
can I
tell
ask
your
you-
story to somebody. Go tell your Dr. Seuss story to someone else. See if they buy it. You
Cool.
know, I want some proof personally.
I have a story that I think has lots of evidence behind it, and it's the only thing I talk about is the Venn globe. I would really be interested if you guys don't mind, if Bev could respond to it.
Sorry, I wasn't really listening.
No problem.
Did you say you've got a bendy globe?
The Venn globe race. The sailboat race.
Okay. Right, it's a story about a boat. Sextants. I can't talk about the lights in the sky without Sean Hawkins here. Sorry.
Yeah, I understand the argument about sextants, and I have a very definitive position on it, which is backed up by the sextant manufacturers and the almanac manufacturers. But I wasn't going to bring up the sextant. I was just going to bring up the race.
Okay, you want me to what? Go on. You want to tell me a story about a race?
Well, do you know about it, or do I need to tell you what it is?
No, go on.
Okay, so it's considered the most grueling solo sailboat race in the world. Starts in Vendée, France, goes south, turns east until it reaches the same place it went south again, where it turns back north and lands in Vendée, France.
Okay, south, east, like right angles. South,
No, they're not. They're not exactly right angles. Here, let me post a tracker where you can actually see the exact line they went on.
Cool.
Livestream 1. There we go. There you go. This is an open race that has multiple classes of boats in it. I will be frank with you, the ones I know the most about are the Amoka 60s, which are the fast boats in this race. They're going to be the first ones you see on the arrive.
When you say that, have you got experience on them? Are you a boatsman?
I don't have experience on an Amoka 60, no. I have done a lot of it. It's like my NASCAR, that I watch the races, I watch the boats being made. I did grow up on a sailboat and have been sailing my entire life, just not on this class.
Okay, okay. Sounds cool. Nice life. Where was it?
I circumnavigated the globe.
Wow, that's impressive.
Oh, you told us that yesterday when you were in high school. Was that you?
Yep, that was me.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so these Amoka 60s have a top recorded boat speed of 30 knots. 32 knots. They have a VMG speed, which is really the speed we care about. It's the velocity made good speed. It's the speed they would be going if they were on the best angle. They're never on the best angle, so that's why their VMG is lower than their boat speed. These boats went out. They went around the southern continent that we know is Antarctica, and came back up. We know the speeds these boats did. We know the distances they did. We know how far they went, or that's distance. But we know all of these things, and we know the boats got back to where they are. Can you think of a shape that's not a globe and doesn't require some kind of imaginary teleportation to that these boats could travel on?
Yeah, flat plane.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds feasible. If the water is,
we
when you're out on the boats and you look at the horizon, the true horizon over water, do you
Right.
agree that's horizontal?
Parts of it, yeah.
There you go then. Yeah, a plane sounds good to me also.
So if we looked at it and say we put it on the Gleason AE map that everybody, I assume, is pretty familiar with in here, there is 40,000 nautical. Yeah, there's 40,000 nautical miles that are transcribed on that map that were not covered in real life, and it could not possibly be covered with the known boat speed.
So not that map then.
Right.
Do you have a map that it does work on?
No.
Okay, so there is no map that it works on then.
The only map that I'm sorry, when I said no, I was incorrect. The only map that I can plot it on is a 3-dimensional oblate spheroid.
Not a 2-dimensional surface then.
Yes, the 2-dimensional surface of the 3-dimensional oblate spheroid.
So you plot it on a 2-dimensional surface.
Okay, we can get back into that conversation if you want.
Yeah, no, I'm just
or
saying.
we can move on and we can talk about my sailboats.
Okay, but I'm just saying that for the map, the actual map that you're plotting it on, is that a globe or is it a map? 2D map.
So the actual maps that you're charting on are projections of a globe. They are small aerial projections. If you wanted to plot this in one continuous map, you would need to use a 3-dimensional map, such as a oblate spheroid.
And that's 3D then.
The oblate spheroid is, yes. The surface is not.
So the surface is 2D then, right?
You guys have argued this for literally 6 hours. Can we?
Yeah, but
move
it
past
is
that?
quite important, right? This is very important, actually.
All right. So your answer to my boats is surfaces are 2D. Cool. Thanks, Beth. I appreciate it.
I don't think I've ever said that.
All the maps are flat.
Completely. But you
Each
said
individual
you
map
couldn't-
is flat, but not when you put them side by side.
You said you could map it or you couldn't map it. And then I asked you whether that map that you're using is 2D or 3D. They're not hard questions. Well, they
Yeah,
wouldn't be
and
for a normal person anyway.
I answered them very clearly, but you can try to really, really shoehorn this conversation back into that one. I was hoping we could move the hell on because I'm personally really tired of that single conversation.
So
Yeah,
you
but
want
you're
to...
the one that said that you answered the question, it's 3D, and then you're the one that threw in there, it's a 2D surface. So you are actually the one that is keeping it on that.
Okay, fair enough. I retract my point about it being a 2D surface. That part doesn't fucking matter.
So
Let's go on.
3D maps then.
Yes.
Okay. I've been asking people for curved maps. Can you
Um,
show us this curved map,
yeah.
please?
Sure. So you still on the Vendée Globe site that I sent you?
No.
Do you need it again, or can you scroll back up?
No, I want to know where your 3D map is that we can.
I'm about to. I'm literally going to show it to you. It's on that website.
On a globe.
Right. An oblate spheroid, specifically. If you click on that website,
Can you navigate with this map?
yes, these are. This is the
Really?
is the zoomed out representation of the map they use.
Cool. Do they actually have a 3D map?
Yes.
Like, do they have that to
Yeah.
navigate with on the boats? Can I see that 3D map, please?
Sure.
Can you
would you
buy
like-
one? Can
Yeah,
you
would
send
you
me
like-
a link to where I can go and buy one of these 3D maps? Please.
Sure. No problem. Give me just a second.
Nice. I
Um,
even see how many years I've been asking for a curved
Here
map.
is-
Just show me one curved map.
here is a website that will allow you to buy those maps, or you can do what most of the sailors I know do and subscribe to the subscription service that will keep you updated with the latest shoaling on a pretty regular
Shoaling?
basis.
Did you say shoaling?
Yes.
Like ranty?
That's what I
don't-
immediately thought of too. Yeah.
I don't know about
That makes 3 of us.
what did Ranty do with shoaling. I think we might be
He
using. a different-
discovered it. He's basically.
Ranty didn't discover shoaling.
Yeah, he did.
Yes, he did.
It's all in his book. You'll have to wait until it comes out. Till it
Wait,
gets published.
I think we might be using different definitions of the word. I'm
Where
talking.
have you heard it, Kool-Aid?
Yeah, so I'm talking about the sandbars and shoal.
Wearable maps. What? Have you seen this?
Okay, can I
Where's your
finish my
maps?
sentence, Bev?
Cycling maps.
Bev, can I finish my sentence?
I'm just looking for the maps. You just sent me a thing.
Yeah,
I'm
then-
really keen on looking for this map.
The marine cartography, brother. Check out the marine cartography maps. I'm a sailor. The only thing I talk about is boats.
But you said you haven't sailed for like 30 years, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, closer to 20, but yeah.
So you were a sailor. Currently, you're not sailing anymore.
Okay, if you want to get pedantic about it, yes.
No, I just want to clarify that because, we're talking about sailing stuff now. So it's
Right.
important. Yeah.
The last
I'm
boat I
not
was on.
knocking you in any way, mind you. Kudos. I can't sail, so you're one
Yeah.
up on me.
The last boat I was on a small reservoir lake, and it maybe took 20 minutes to sail across.
Yeah, but you're talking about charts, which means cards, which is a 2D map.
Looking at them now, yeah, these are 2D.
No, they're not.
Yeah,
not when you
charts,
not when
yeah,
you
of course
stitch them
they are.
together.
It's
No.
Cartesian coordinates. Yeah, it works with the grid system. It doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. They're definitely not a curved map, right? You might be able to imagine them being
Yeah, if you
curved, but
stitch
they're not.
them together, the surface that they create is not flat. Would not be able to tile the plane.
It's 2D. Each individual chart is a 2D.
And if you stitch them together,
representation, right?
so they are. If you stitch them together, the shape that they form is not flat.
Yeah, he's talking about Robert
They are
Stevens, the guy from
individually, they
NASA.
are flat, right? They're 2D.
Oh, I'm not
maps.
talking about Robert Stevens. I'm talking about the Google map that is on just about every cruising boat I've had the pleasure of sailing.
Is that what they call jet lag?
Say again, Mobius?
I said, is that what they call jet lag?
No.
Where it's like, oh, all of a sudden that time just kind of like vanished. The time to take from here to there on this map, if I stitch it together, that there's a gap
No,
that overlaps.
that's not jet lag at all. Jet lag is the phenomena when you fly
Being
between.
facetious, but
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Glassy McPatty face. The Google nautical charts are one of the most widespread and considered to be accurate.
Yeah, so they're good. They are accurate. These maps. At least the
I mean,
individual charts, right?
Within
That are 2D.
within a margin of error, the shoals and things that they're gonna see may not actually be exactly right there because tides and things happen. Oh, that's what you were asking me, Essie. When I was talking about shoaling, I was referring to literally the sand shoals moving around in the water based on tidal currents and
Yeah, that's what
ebb and
Ranty
flow.
did as well. They made
Yeah,
the
yeah.
water hump a shoaling.
What? That's interesting.
Yeah,
I don't know anything
you've
about
never
that.
heard of the Ranty shoaling?
No, I can't say I have.
He's famous for it in the flat earth. I'm surprised you've never heard that. He's brought it over. Surely he's never told you all of his secrets. You
Oh, that
guys
was big.
should have a
That was
word
big.
with Ranty. Yeah.
That's Ranty's baby, yeah.
Yeah, I'll speak with him about it sometime if I ever get the chance. But he's not in the room, so would you like to address these sailboats, or shall we continue to try to run from them?
The sailboats.
Running from perfectly normal. Most people run it from my Vendée Globe.
I think
It
SE does the boats, the twin boats. Do you want to? Is that what he's asking you about for SE?
no. I'm still talking about the Vendée Globe. The same thing I always talk about.
Sailboats.
The sailboats.
Yeah,
Yes.
you could have two of them, couldn't you? Two sailboats. SE, do you fancy modifying it? Two
Oh
sailboats.
yeah, we can do two
Oh my God.
sailboats. Yeah, yeah.
If you're gonna present me the Alice and Bob paradox, I'm just gonna laugh and walk away because
No, we don't do
stupidest
Alice
thing
and
ever.
Bob here.
This isn't
Here-
Alice
Okay.
and Bob.
No,
All right.
this
Definitely
is
not Alice and Bob.
Go
has
ahead,
nothing
Essie.
to do with Alice and Bob. Didn't we talk about this yesterday? The twin boat paradox. Were you not there when we did it, or am I mixing you up with somebody?
If we did, I don't remember it. Quite often I'll step away during these conversations. So
Cool,
I might
cool.
have missed
It'll
it.
be my pleasure to re-explain it. So you're a sailing man, right?
Yes.
Or at least were, yeah. But it never leaves you, I'm sure.
Right.
Okay, so now we have two sailboats, identical.
Okay.
They're low, nothing great, just regular sailboats.
Oh,
And
come on. If they're going to be imaginary sailboats, let's make them the one design boats from the America's Cup. Those are awesome boats.
How high would I be off the bow if I were standing in the front?
If they are at a plane, you are probably a meter and a half off the surface.
Yeah, let's
Beautiful.
go for the Ferraris, right? SE.
Yeah.
This is the updated, right? Top end.
Right.
Yeah. This is the twin sailboat Ferrari paradox.
All right. So we got American Magic and we got the Kiwi team. Go ahead.
Beautiful. So I'm on one, you're on the other, right?
Okay.
And we're 5 miles apart, give or take. It's a beautiful day, calm water. It's a bad day for sailing because there's no wind. So we got our winds down and we're like having a picnic or whatever. We're chilling. So I look at you. I'm in the front on the bow and I'm looking straight ahead. I'm looking at you and you're looking at me, right? We can see each other.
Okay. I'm not sure
Now,
we'd be
how
able
does
to 5 miles, but carry on.
Yeah, I've seen it with my own eyes, so I speak with experience. You can easily see a boat that distance away.
Yeah, at least somebody standing on the top of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So now it's a beautiful, clear day. We went through with all that. You have the scenario in your mind, right? I'm looking at you, you're looking at me. Of course, we don't see each other that clearly, but we can make each other out.
Right. I can definitely see your sail.
Right. Now, when we look at the water, how does that water appear to you?
That would depend. Assuming that we're talking perfect glass, no waves, no wind.
Nothing. The calmest day. It's the worst. You can't even sail. Your sails are down. You're fishing.
Yeah. It looks level.
The water between you looks level.
Yeah.
So when you look at the water to you, it looks level, and when I look at it from my side, it looks level as well.
Yep.
Beautiful, bro. Beautiful. Welcome to reality.
Yep.
You're the first guy that ever got this correct. I'm astonished. I tip my hat to you.
Yeah. Level is defined as an equal distance from the center of mass. It's level. It's all level.
Yeah.
I can't believe my ears. Nice. Okay. Wow.
He's backtracked though. See,
What-
you
what
didn't notice
center?
that.
What did I miss something? What did he say?
Yeah. It's not level anymore. Now it's equidistance from the center.
That's what level means.
Oh, I didn't catch that part. So you're going
That's
to
the definition
geoid
of the word
mode.
level.
Okay, then we have a problem, bro.
He said he could see the center from the boat deck.
No, I can't. That'd be silly.
Oh, yeah, it would be.
Yeah, so please don't
When you say
lie
that,
about
the definition of the word level, like you
Right.
said to the center.
equal distance from the center. Yeah.
Yeah, but where's that the definition of level?
Oxford English Dictionary.
Go on.
Oxford English.
Okay. Do I have this saved? Let's see.
That'd be good. That would be good if Oxford have managed to do that already. That would be quick and sharp order. Getting Oxford English Dictionary to change the definition of level.
Yeah, that would be something. And I have a follow-up question though after that, because then that changes the scenario.
Go ahead. What's up?
So are you saying the water is no longer level in between us? Have you changed your mind?
No, it's still level. Of course, unrestrained water will always find its level.
So there's no drop in between me and you, or there's no hump as well.
I don't think so.
It's level water
I
from
don't
one bow to the other.
I'm sorry. My girlfriend was talking to me. Say again, Nessie.
No worries. So are you saying that the water from bow to bow of both sailing ships is completely level?
Yes. If we're talking one design ships and they're both displacing, let's say, they would be level.
So there's no drop in between you or the other boat, or there's no hump between you and the other boat.
Yeah. You guys talk about these things, but I don't understand it because I use the definition of level I do.
Well, you're a baller, right?
It
You
doesn't.
believe in-
It doesn't lay on a geometric plane. No,
So there's a curve there.
it's not on the same gem. It
All right,
doesn't lay
Rob.
on a
I don't want to
geometric-
put words in your mouth, please. What you say your own thing. What is it?
It does not lay on a geometric plane. No.
It's RC Meisty. That was a quite nice little switch there. That was a well done, RC. Jump in whenever you feel ready.
Still kind of puzzling.
It's level. It's level, right?
RC, I do appreciate it. I have something come up in real life. I need to step away. I'm sorry.
See, there you go. Quick switch. Boom.
Tag team. I like
so
that.
Kool-Aid is 100% correct in that it's level, right? And the question
But
now
he was saying though it was defined in the English Oxford English Dictionary as to the center, equidistant from the center. Now, I can't find that, RC. Do you know where that would be, that definition? As defined, like he said, that started this conversation that we're doing right now?
I didn't bring that up. No, and
No, but you're just taking over for him. But that was the issue that we were just talking about, where he said it was defined
Okay.
as
I was
equidistant from the center.
Okay. I don't have.
Do you not want to bring that up?
I was responding to SE's question. Was is there a hump? Is there any drop? What is the what's the shape of the water
Of
between
level.
there? And I
Yeah.
said it doesn't lay on a geometric plane.
And what does that exactly mean?
Dimensional, right?
Well, a geometric
Would you
plane.
care?
What's that?
My apologies. I was going to say, would you care to elaborate?
Yeah, geometric plane is something that doesn't have a differentiating z-axis from the x and y.
So it's the level.
So no curve.
Straight.
I didn't. That's not what I said. I said a geometric plane. That's why I'm being hyper specific with what I'm saying, so that we don't try to like mix up words or definitions or things like that.
We know what a geometric plane is, two-dimensional. Yeah.
All right, good. Well, SE asked as if he didn't.
So you're going 2D on us. Okay, got it.
But that doesn't define level. That doesn't define level, does it? Level have a specific vector, horizontal.
Yeah, you're right. Level is based on vectors, which is based on forces. You're right.
Yeah, horizontal.
Yeah. Perpendicular to vertical, the plumb bob.
Good job. Based on, yes, those are vectors based on forces.
Yeah, which is horizontal.
So no
That's what
curve
we've been
then.
saying. Yeah, yeah. No curve.
No, those do not lay on geometric planes. No.
The horizontal definitely lies on a plane, right? The horizontal is a plane.
Not as defined by a plumb bob. No.
Perpendicular to the plumb bob. Yes.
No, because the plumb lines are parallel, and so therefore they don't lay on the same geometry.
Sorry, what did you say?
Plumb lines are not parallel, therefore they do not lay on the same geometric plane.
That's a nice claim.
No, shown. I mean, it's observation, not a
claim. Go on then, show us. It's a nice claim.
Yeah, I'll post main surveyors.
No, we would like you to do it.
Not the main surveyor.
I didn't want to say main surveyor. I figured that.
I mean,
your hang two plumb bobs and measure them.
Your laughs actually don't refute any real measurements that we see there.
RC Meisty, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay. So vertical is okay, let's start with horizontal. Would you say that horizontal is a straight line?
Horizontal is defined by 90 degrees to plumb. Plumb is defined by plumb bobs.
So 90 degrees. So two arms of a 90 degree.
Hey, can I finish? And plumb lines are not parallel.
Yeah. Okay. So
therefore, the Earth's surface and plumb
90
lines
degrees
and horizontal based on plumb lines do not lay on
down, RC.
Hey, I was answering the question. He asked a question. I'm answering it.
How many times are you going to answer it? And how many different ways before I can talk?
No, what I'm doing is I'm answering it thoroughly. It took me 30 seconds. You can chill the hell out.
Okay. So now that you said that it's perpendicular, it's a 90 degrees angle, right? To whatever, blah, 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 blah.
Yes.
30 seconds of talking. Okay, so each one of those arms of the 90-degree angle are what? Are they straight, bent, curved, circular? What are they?
They're not parallel.
No shit. I didn't ask if they were parallel. I asked if they were straight or not.
Which one? What are you talking about?
On a 90-degree angle, there are two arms on that 90-degree angle, right? There are two perpendicular vectors or whatever you want to call it, right?
Two lines? What are you talking about?
Right lines.
Right.
Okay.
Are you with me?
Yes.
All right. So a line is perpendicular to another line, or a plane is perpendicular to another plane,
okay,
would you agree that all perpendicular lines to the same plane are parallel?
all perpendicular lines to a geometric plane are parallel.
Okay. Would you say that horizontal is a line, plane, a point? How would you define horizontal?
How would I define horizontal? In terms of the earth and of level, it would be
No, I'm just
90
asking you horizontal. How would you define it? Would you define it as a plane, a line, a point?
How would
Not
I
even
define
talking about earth. I'm just just horizontal.
Typically, we talk about something that's horizontal in two senses in geometry. First, you can talk about it as a z-axis, right? If you're mentioning two dimensions, or you can talk about things that are parallel and perpendicular, and one is
If you need
designated horizontal, and the other is designated
if
as
you need some
vertical.
time to think about the answer, then go ahead and take some time.
Why
to think
don't
about
you
it. But
actually
don't sit
not
here
cut me off?
Well, don't sit here and talk about something that's not even answering the question.
I just answered the question. You cut me off before I was the end of it. Do you have a problem with it?
Oh, so because I started talking,
yes,
that's when you were going to answer the question.
No, I
Not
answered
the
the
30
question.
seconds
You just
previous
listened
when
to
you
the
were
whole
sitting there talking.
Hey, if you're just gonna freak out, you can just freak out by yourself. If you want to actually
Freaking out.
listen to
I'm
my
just
answer,
asking
you
you a
can do that.
question.
And I answered your question.
I think we
Okay,
skipped
so-
over something really important. What he said about the plumb bobs not being parallel. That's blowing my mind. Where's the evidence for this? Because I'm going to go back to believing it's a ball if that's the case.
Wait until you actually see the evidence that they have. There's only one guy that claims to be a surveyor. He's got in his YouTube name. But yeah.
If I can, I don't have a whole lot of time. I just wanted to clear it up with Darcy Micey because he said plumb bobs aren't parallel, or plumb lines aren't parallel. So
yeah, he's the one that stated it, claimed it.
He did say that.
Yeah, and I just posted the evidence.
Okay, go ahead and talk. Go ahead.
I said I just posted the measurements of that.
Awesome. So, you did say that plumb line is defined as perpendicular to horizontal.
No, I said
Or how did you?
plumb lines are defined as verticals, and horizontals are defined as 90 degrees to that plumb.
Okay, and this is where I asked you, how would you define horizontal? Is horizontal a line, a plane, a point, or whatever? And I also clarified. All right, I got to go like really slow and one thing at a time. Sorry.
And I answered
Go
you.
ahead.
Horizontal is defined either as an x-axis, if you're talking about two-dimensional geometry, or as parallel lines versus vertical lines, where one is designated as horizontal.
So horizontal is defined as being designated horizontal?
No, it's a set of parallel axes that are defined in relationship.
Parallel axes to what?
To whatever coordinate system that you're using.
Oh, because I mean, I could have two parallel verticals, yeah?
Yes, and that's why I differentiated them between 90 degrees to whatever you've designated as horizontal, which are a set of parallel axes that you have, and then vertical are those that are 90 degrees to it.
So an x-axis, would you say that is a plane? You said two-dimensional, so I imagine
a plane is a set of all points that are all sit on the same axis.
Okay.
Either an X or a Y, and do not deviate in a third dimension or a Z axis.
Awesome. So that would be horizontal, right? Like horizontal qualifies is that definition, is that description?
It depends on what you're talking about in relation to it. Horizontal is always in relation to something else. As
so this horizontal bend.
I described before.
Okay, so does horizontal bend or curve?
That's not what I said.
I'm
You must
asking.
not have been
I'm not
listening.
saying that that's what you said. I'm asking if that's the case. Does it bend or curve?
If it were to bend or curve, it would not be in a geometric plane. And if it's not in a geometric plane, if you try to then create another set of points on the same axis that is parallel to it, it would not all be parallel. So you could not have two parallel planes at that point. So by definition, you're not going to have a horizontal like that. That can be defined in the way that you're asking your question.
So I'm not going to have a horizontal that curves as an answer to the question, does horizontal curve?
In reference to what?
In reference to anything. It's a geometric plane, right? Defined as three coplanar points. Like there's 3 points in space, whatever. You connect those 3 points, you can only have a plane.
Yes,
right?
and that's
You
why
need a
that's
third.
what
You
you've
need a
gotten down
fourth.
to my original definition and my original statement, which is something if it is coplanar, it lays on the same geometric plane. And if it's on the same geometric plane and there's no z-axis deviation, then yes, it is coplanar. But if there is a z-axis deviation, then it cannot be described as coplanar. If you have a z-axis value that is different from another.
So when you say that vertical is defined as perpendicular to horizontal,
that's not what I said.
I'm sorry. Horizontal is defined as perpendicular to vertical because those are two totally different things, right?
Good job. And we have an instrument that we use to define that vertical, which is a plumb bob, right?
Right.
And those form a plumb line. Those plumb lines are not parallel, as I detailed in the data that I've provided.
So if you have an X and a Y axes that are at 90 degrees or at right angles to each other, that would be perpendicular relationship, right?
Say that again.
If you had an X and a Y axes that are at a right angle to each other, then that would be a perpendicular relationship.
Yes.
So if I say horizontal is defined as perpendicular to vertical, I can also say that vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, yeah?
That depends if the y-axis of vertical that you're talking about are parallel or not.
No, it's just at a right angle. It's perpendicular. If one is perpendicular to the other, then the opposite is also true. The inverse is also true.
Not as long as the 2 points that you are referencing, the one and the other, are coplanar. Sure, you can say that. But the thing that we're talking about and that I've refuted with the evidence is that these points are actually not coplanar, as the vertical that we're measuring are not parallel. Therefore, we know that perpendiculars to any of those 2 points are not going to be coplanar. So yeah, you're done.
I'd say I've been this argument for years and years, and I tell you, RCMIC is right. Horizontal is just the 90 degrees, approximate 90 degrees to the vertical, and that's why there's the old saying, horizontal and level. It doesn't mean it's level; it's just horizontal and level. So I think we have to sort of.
No, you're missing the whole thing, man.
You've been studying this for
as
years, did you say?
As the plumb bob
doesn't mean
is the line vertical. Yeah, the plumb bob is what gives us the physical line on the vertical. The level is what it's the tool that gives us the horizontal lines.
If I have a floor in my house, and
talking
it's
about
not level,
physical tools.
Two
I can
separate
still say
tools
that
at that.
Hang on. I can still say that the floor compared to my wall is horizontal. It may not be level, but it's still horizontal.
What?
If my floor is horizontal and it may not be level, but it's still horizontal.
Can't be. If it is horizontal, it's level.
No, you see, there's a twisting of words. There's a twisting of words here.
Let me ask
It's
a question
not a
then.
twisting of words.
If you're lying down, you could be lying
let me
down
ask
with
you
a
a
pillow
question.
under your head. You're horizontal, but you're not level.
Let me ask you this: if you have a level surface and you place a sphere on top of that level surface, what happens to the sphere?
Based on the forces acting on that sphere, it's going
It
to
wasn't for you, RC.
Oh well. Anyway, I just wanted to show you that, like, if you guys
Can I have an answer,
understand
please?
the idea of coplanar, this is the last thing I'm going to say.
Well, is this a save? I think
If
you
guys
were out of
understand,
it.
hey
You
Beth,
stepped out
shut
for
up.
a
I'm
minute,
just
RC.
finishing and then I'm done.
RC, you stepped out
Hey,
for
I'm
a
leaving.
minute.
I'm
and
leaving.
There
I'm
was a
leaving.
man who was talking. Well, see you later, because he was asking
Yeah.
a question to somebody else.
Well,
You
yeah. Here's
stepped out.
the point. Here's the point, guys. If you
The point-
understand the idea of coplanar points, then your
Yep.
entire idea around level and horizontal is completely destroyed. The Earth is a sphere.
It's not an idea.
No, coplanar points. So we know what coplanar points are. We know. What
Obviously, you don't, because you still think level and horizontal are the same thing, and you still think that plumb bobs are parallel.
do with coplanar points.
RC Mice, you put that together for us. Let's hear what you have to say there.
He's got to go.
Oh.
Don't keep him around here. He's got to go.
Sucks.
Yeah.
That sounded kind of.
Of course, Bev wants me to leave, which I am right now.
You said you were going out. You just interrupted him by saying that you had to say it quick because you were leaving. Are
So,
you
Carlos,
leaving?
can you answer that?
Right. Anyway, go on, dude. Back onto your question that you were asking before you were rudely interrupted by RC.
Well, I asked my question again. If you have a leveled surface, if you place a sphere on that surface, what happens to it?
It
I
doesn't
think
move.
he was asking you as the other guy
Oh,
goes.
my bad,
As
my bad.
RC left and that other guy.
Yeah, I don't know
oh,
what you
Carlos,
mean by
there
that.
you go.
You have a level surface and you put a sphere on it. How can you like elaborate a little bit more?
What happens to the sphere? It's pretty simple.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I had to actually think about. I thought it was a trick question or something.
Mm-hmm.
You put a sphere on a level surface. Well, there's only one point going to be touching.
Yeah. What happens to the sphere?
Don't get it, eh? I don't get what you're asking.
You don't know. Okay. I asked this question because you gave an analogy of your floor that is somehow horizontal and not level, or somewhere down those lines. So that's why I put the phrase like this: if you have a leveled surface and you place a sphere on that surface, what happens to the sphere? Does it move? Does it stay in the same place? What do you think would happen to a sphere?
It's just going to sit there.
So level is horizontal, meaning no parts higher than the other. That's why the sphere stays stationary, because there is no parts higher than the other on that surface, on the level plane, because it's leveled in every single direction. That's why the sphere doesn't move.
You said level, not horizontal, though.
But a level is horizontal. That's the point.
It depends what. Yeah, it depends
No, it
which
doesn't
tool.
depend on anything.
It depends which tool you're using. If your tool is
No.
defining level,
A
then you're correct.
level means no parts higher than the other.
That's right.
So there you go. It doesn't bend. Doesn't
But
curve.
horizontal mean one every point at the on the same altitude.
Horizontal.
You're so convoluted, man.
No, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just pointing out that from RC Micey's perspective, from his teachings, learnings, and from his scientific point of view or mathematical point of view, I'd say that he's correct. But if you're looking at it through the eyes of a surveyor, then horizontal is level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
It depends.
So, can I ask, you know, that example he just gave with the level surface and putting a sphere on it, can we put a horizontal surface and then put the sphere on that? What would happen? What would happen then?
again, if you're looking at it from a surveyor's point of view, then it's the same as level. But if you're
Yeah,
looking
we're
at
just looking
from
at it from reality, right? That's the
Yeah.
reality point of view where surveyors look at it from. I'm taking it, right? That's what you're talking. When you're talking about surveyors, you're talking about in reality. So the reality point of view is that level and horizontal are the same.
from
There
a
you go.
surveyor's point of view,
Simple.
that's right.
Yeah.
But they don't always look at it from that same point of view. That's the problem. They'll argue.
Well, I
day
do
and night.
because I've been trained in surveying. So yeah, that's the point where I'm coming from. So it's good to see that you've got that. Can you tell me the other point of view that other people have? Because that's the one I need to learn about, right?
Or when you're
Yes.
carrying a piece of furniture through your house and you've got one end each of a sofa and you're carrying it through your house and you say, put it vertical or put it horizontal. It doesn't mean put it level. It just means put it horizontal to get it
Yeah,
through the
push
door.
it in a particular vector, either left to right
Exactly.
or up and down.
A vector, yeah, it's a vector. So that's the difference between a surveyor and just general terms of horizontal, which RC
It's a
Micey is coming.
geometry, man. It's a geometry. If I ask you to draw a horizontal line, how would you draw it? Left to right or right to left in a specific vector.
Yeah,
It
and you
has a
try and get it.
specific vector.
You
If you're
try
going
and
to
get
draw
it
the
exactly
triangle, it's the
what-
same thing.
And also, if you draw a vertical line, you can draw a vertical line that's perpendicular anywhere along that horizontal line, and all those verticals would be parallel.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, you try your best to get it level and 90 degrees.
Well, you could use a square, you could use a circle, multiple
Have a
circles
level
and
and
points.
multiple plums.
Yeah, correct.
So, where is this non-parallel verticals coming from?
It's begging the question of a sphere with a center of mass, which is nonsense. Plumb bobs prove that.
Yeah, I'd like to see this plumb bob experiment. What's the distance that you'd have to go between two plumb bobs to see this difference?
Isn't that the one that you gave us, or was it RC Meisty that gave
Not-
us? It's
not
main
me,
surveyor.
RC Meisty.
Go and see it. It's the video. The only video you can watch is from a guy that calls himself the main surveyor. It's a bit dubious whether he actually is a surveyor or not. I tend to think not, because I've got his early videos of when he started his YouTube career. In fact, I've got Jesse Kozlowski talking about him as a friend he met on Facebook. Yeah, so, but he's made a video, and you guys use it for proof that something that's impossible that he's done, and you guys cite him as though that's your best proof. That's the only proof, actually.
I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
the
know how
question
you
is,
would.
how do they calibrate these instruments, though?
Well,
It's a
I don't know
joke
how.
if you look at it.
I don't know how elevation, which I believe surveyors measure elevation. I don't know how they would be able to do that if verticals diverge. Plus, I don't know. I mean, you wouldn't be able to get a straight line, right?
Got a probable in your stadiometric range finding requires similar triangles, and that doesn't work if they're not similar triangles.
Jeremy, I think Bev thinks that I'm a baller.
I just think you're arguing for that, or are you just playing?
No, I just want to get to the truth, and I'm just saying that from his perspective, horizontal is how he thinks it is, but in reality, horizontal is level. If you're looking at it from a surveyor's point of view,
So, like measuring.
Horizontal
Sorry.
can only be level because you have to go in measurements. You have to be precise.
So we're all agreed then. Like level is horizontal. I mean, it's obviously so. The plumb lines not being parallel. If you know anything about geometry and how it's meant to have been made, non-Euclidean geometry, then you'll realize that even the concepts behind what the main surveyor is doing is just wrong. It cannot
Pretty
possibly be
ridiculous.
true. Impossible. What that man is claiming to do. And a lot of people cite it without knowing the first thing about what it is that they're actually showing us.
That's why we have the word sea level. That's why we have the word sea level. That's why we are flat earthers.
That's why I wish they could zoom in on their magic telescope cameras from space and show us more than just land masses, clouds, and oceans. I want to see two buildings, which are supposed to be plumb in level. I want to see them deviating and bending away from each other.
It'll never happen.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Bro, how do you measure, like, the plumb is the measurement of down. So how are you going to use the measurement of down, which the plumb is, to determine the deviation from the measurement of down where the plumb is? That's insanity.
Dude, they say that horizontals intersect. How do you measure the angular deviance from a horizontal to a horizontal and expect to get not 180 degrees? I mean, it's ridiculous. But that's where they're forced into. Model dictates. They say some stupid shit.
It's like drawing a staircase, and every single step meets up some point. Every single horizontal line, every single level line of it, every step is a different level, either if you go up or down. And all of those lines, at some point, they'll emerge somehow. It's ridiculous.
And they never back their claims.
Yeah, that's for sure.
That's right.
Here, let me
got a
give you
genius.
a little piece of advice. Sorry, I see. Let me give you a little piece of advice.
And you never take advice from fools.
Yeah. We got a genius in chat. Howdy, y'all. A 3D world contains 2D, 1D, and 0D objects.
Wow.
You heard it here first, folks.
Oh,
Well,
mail me
I mean,
me one of the.
It
Go
is
ahead, Bill.
Billy. Sorry.
Objects.
Yeah, mail me one of the 2D or 1D or 0D ones.
Objects.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
That's why when I
If you had two mountains, right, a fair distance from each other, for example, in Auckland we have a hill here called One Tree Hill, and it's got like an obelisk on top of it. So if you had another one a fair distance away and you had a laser set on the top of that obelisk at level, facing towards and aiming towards the other one, and another laser facing the other way, they should meet. And
I
what
wouldn't
they're
do it
saying,
like that. I wouldn't do
because
like that, though.
parallel, he's saying that the lasers are going to basically shoot up above each obelisk from both directions, crossing over each other.
You know how I would do this measurement? I would dig a canal between these 2 points, fill it up with water, and use the water as a gauging tool for the measurement.
You'd have that would be a good experiment. 2 lasers facing each other and see if you can get them to meet at a level.
Does light refract?
Yeah, I wouldn't use lasers.
Or is there another form of laser? You'd need
Well,
something you can
say
see.
that there's a they say that there's a laser in a tube in a facility called LIGO that uses a laser in a vacuum at 4,000. Was it 4 kilometers? I'm sorry. In 2 directions.
There you
It's
go.
a laser that's split, and it hits mirrors that are perpendicular to it with a split laser at a right angle along the same plane. Kind of a neat device.
And LIGO has exactly that I described. On both vectors, they have like 2 ponds all along, which I'm sure it's what they used in order to do the building, which is what we normally use. We use water as a gauging tool for that purpose.
Their documents say that return, that bounce, is accurate to like 1/10,000th of the width of a proton. So I imagine that's pretty accurate.
Yeah, very straight, but is it level though?
I don't believe in
Yes.
protons.
Yes,
They say it's level.
Color me shocked.
I mean, the mirrors are hanging pendulums, which they're free swinging Michelson pendulums on a 4 pendulum system. I mean, it's worth looking into. It's pretty interesting. I mean, you'd have to hit that mirror like exactly perpendicular to that laser beam to return with that much accuracy.
Yeah, but I guess
over 4 kilometers.
I guess this is the same LIGO that Zanuck likes to bring it up with the longest object that is straight and it's not plumped on both of the ends.
Rolling balls.
Yeah, but he just takes a picture of the roof. That doesn't count anyhow.
Yeah, but on this context, but when he's explaining, he says straight object. It doesn't say leveled object. Because if the object is leveled and you put 2 plumb bobs on each end, if they are on a 90-degree angle, yeah, the plumb bobs will work in it. There will be no deviation.
He says they point towards the middle. When you do plumb bobs at each end of it, they point towards the middle.
Well, I already debunked you guys on the fact that those plumb lines aren't parallel, so you can't make a claim about the fact of the
Sorry,
surface.
wait,
Here.
sorry.
Yeah, of course they
You
are.
got back. Have you?
No, I already showed you
had
the
your time
measurements that
away.
they're not. Now, if you'd like to refute those,
Wait
provide
a
your
minute.
measurements.
Wait, whoa, RC, please. You say you showed us. You've put a video of the main surveyor. Is that what you mean by you've shown us?
Yes.
Right. You do realize he's a lying bag of shit, right?
Oh wow, your personal incredulity in not liking him doesn't mean anything.
It's not. It's not
Well,
personal
it's not.
incredulity
Then
at all.
give me your measurements that say they are.
I don't think you're using that term personal incredulity correctly there, dude.
Yeah. So show me your measurements that
So
they're
have
not.
you-
Otherwise, here
Have
they
you
are.
been over the methods he used?
Yep.
And the geometric principles and the procedures that he used?
Yep, all sound.
Okay, so you realize that he has diverging plumb lines, right?
Good job.
Right, now you realize if plumb lines are diverging like he says, then there would be zero need for them to have made non-Euclidean geometry, right?
You're wrong.
Sorry?
Wait a minute. The last time I talked to you, RC, you said you didn't know anything about the methods of doing surveying. Now you're a professional at it?
Whoa, did you hear me say I was a professional?
It's a professional
He
at
still doesn't.
geometry,
Well-
obviously. This doesn't require much surveying.
Yeah, but I'm just curious. I asked you about methods in the past, and it's one of the last conversations I've had with you. And now all of a sudden, you're confirming that someone else's methods are solid.
I said they're sound. Yeah.
Well, you couldn't say anything about methods I've asked you in the past. You said you didn't know enough.
I'm not an expert for sure.
Well, then how could you say that his methods are sound?
Well, two ways. First, I looked at to see if he was making any assumptions on anything, or if his measurements were actually accurate.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
RC, don't even bother. You're
First,
full of
yes.
crap. dude.
Second is I actually looked at the type of equipment and asked a couple of surveying friends of mine in southeastern Indiana, like, hey, is this the type of equipment you use? Is this the type of measurements you get? Answer is absolutely.
Why couldn't you do that when you were talking to me?
Well, probably because I wasn't in southeastern Indiana.
Oh, so that you don't have a phone or anything that works. I get it.
Do you expect me to like call them in the middle of our conversation?
No, and I'm assuming you didn't go see them in the middle of your conversation with
Okay, good
anybody
job.
else.
So here's the deal. The methods are sound. The measurements show that the plumb lines definitely aren't parallel. If you'd like to refute that, give me your data.
Go ahead.
Where did
Bev.
you see where he set up his equipment?
The vertical. Wait a minute. He wants data showing that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
No, I'll be real specific since apparently you're trying to obfuscate here. I want your data showing that plumb lines are parallel because I have data that shows plumb lines are not parallel.
Well, you realize the geometric principle of all perpendiculars to a plane.
No,
will
that's a
be
claim. We're not
out-
claiming.
No, that's not a claim. It's a proof within geometry.
Sorry, Bev. I'm looking for
It's
your
a
measurements.
fact,
I'm
right?
looking for your measurements, not your rhetoric. Provide.
Okay,
it.
well, it's not rhetoric.
No. You're just gonna provide me for the
RC,
measurements.
come on.
I'm gonna call you on your bullshit.
RC, well, these are the measurements would be 90 degrees, right?
Okay, so show me your measurements, or I'm gonna call you on your bullshit
For
right
90
now.
degrees. You want me to
calling
show
on
you a
it.
right angle?
And I'm just gonna keep calling you on it, Bev, until you show me your measurements.
You don't know what you're calling me on because you obviously out of your
I'm
depth.
calling you on the fact that
You've brought
plumb lines
a
aren't
guy
parallel.
from
You
Maine
have none.
as your main evidence. Now we had earlier Ed Freeze with a picture to show prove that the horizon wasn't horizontal. This is nearly as weak as that, except
Ed,
you obviously don't understand the geometry involved.
If you don't like it, it doesn't matter. Here is the evidence. Here's the data. You provide evidence or data. I'm going to keep calling you on your bullshit rhetoric here.
Where's your evidence and data again? Did you post it or something?
Yes, I posted.
He's posted a guy from Maine's video on YouTube. YouTube evidence is what he's got.
All right. So if you guys don't like the evidence and you're crying about it, that's your problem.
I'm not crying about it. We've just
You're
been
obviously
over
crying
it.
about it.
And
You won't
it's
provide your
a
own- you won't
load
provide
of
your own.
bullshit.
So provide your evidence, Bev. Go ahead.
It's
is
there.
it?
You've provided it for us.
Or
It's a load of bullshit. Your
All right, Bev.
evidence
Bev,
is
where's your
not
measurement of where's your measurement that they're parallel?
that all perpendiculars to a plane
No,
will
Bev,
be
where's your
parallel.
measurement that they're parallel?
That
He just
verticals are perpendicular to
All right,
horizontal.
Bev. So you don't have any that they're parallel because you just keep repeating yourself.
I'm just trying to work out what it is that you require.
Yeah.
You keep saying you require
Equidistance,
something,
hey,
right? I'm
equidi-
asking you.
Yeah, here it is. Yeah, here it is.
Asking you, RC. Wait a minute.
Equidistance-
Just keep
equidistance
talking.
between all points on two plumb lines. Equidistance between. Let's just make it easy for you. Give me 3 points on plumb lines that you can show me are equidistant. Go
3
ahead.
points on plumb lines.
That you can show me are equidistant. That would define parallel.
Like you don't even know what you're saying because that
Oh
sounds
yeah,
like a load
yeah, Bev.
of bullshit.
Yeah, Bev. I'm making literally the statement
3
that every
points
one of my
on plumb
seventh grade.
lines
Hey,
that
Bev,
are
Bev, stop.
equidistant.
I'm literally saying a statement that every one of my
Okay.
seventh grade math students can
Triggered.
understand.
Both of y'all
Triggered.
need to calm down. RC. I mean, both of y'all are clipping each other and talking over, but it's getting out of hand. Just control yourselves.
No problem. So, Bev, I'm asking you for something incredibly simple that every one of my seventh grade math students can understand. I'm asking for 2 plumb lines that you are shown to have plumb lines, and that 3 points on those plumb lines that are equidistant from the 2 plumb lines. So you can show point A on one, point A on the other, point B on one, point B on the other, and that those are equidistant.
Like a ladder, but with plumb lines and like horizontals connecting them.
There you go. Go ahead, Bev. You can show me that.
Geometrically.
You can show me
You want
that.
me to show you
have
that
proved that they are-
geometrically?
If you can show me that, Bev, you have proved that they're
Geometrically.
parallel.
You want me to show you it geometrically?
I want you to show me the measurements.
Show you the measurements.
How do you measure down? Plumb is measuring down. Do you understand that? Like once the plumb stops becoming the measurement of down, how are you measuring down?
So do you have what I'm asking for, Bev?
Oh my god.
RC, you don't even know what you're asking for.
Okay, Bev. Have fun with that then.
Yeah.
He's asking for a measurement of down.
You're done. See you later.
Yeah, Bev, like you providing nothing and saying you don't
RC,
even know what
please.
you're asking for.
Please don't come in here asking us.
RC, are you done?
Don't even know what you're talking about, please.
You've asked your question like 10 times.
And Bev just keeps saying, I
Okay.
don't have it. I want
So
something
that's-
else. So everybody should know here, Bev doesn't have what I'm asking for.
You don't
which
want
is
what
what
he's
I do
offering.
provide for main surveyor.
And
So,
now you're talking
done, Bev.
over me. So are you done? So the next time Bev starts talking, you're not going to talk, are you? Okay, let's move on.
I still think it's ridiculous to say that down, like, is not down somewhere else. Like, to me, that's just like, and then it brings up the question of how do you know, right? Down is down. When you hang the plumb, it's down. How do you measure down against down? It shouldn't even be a measurement. They should be the same.
Well, to me, we've been dealing with this for quite a while, right? You can't measure the vertical, obviously, but what you can say is that the consequence of unparalleled verticals sounds ridiculous. Means that the horizontals intersect. So you could just make sure that the horizontal level is horizontal level by showing a shared straight line segment. And then you could be guaranteed if that is a horizontal, then every plumb to it will be perpendicular.
And I'm glad you said that because you said if it's a horizontal. And
Yeah.
your point is that I can show you it's not a horizontal by given the fact that all the points 90 degrees to it, aka the plumb lines, they are not parallel. So I can show you that that's not horizontal. It's that
Well,
easy.
we did a test the other week to show that the water level is a tool for establishing horizontal, and you can have a shared straight line segment, meaning that it is horizontal.
Once you post that, Bev.
I was out there doing it, so unfortunately I didn't record the thing while we were on Discord. But I mean,
Did anybody record it?
I don't know.
Okay. So we'll take Bev's word for it. So I give you video evidence and measurements.
No, I
and
can
you
give
said,
you.
"Oh, I promise you, I did it."
I can give you the method for you to do it yourself.
Oh, cool. Did you show me what are the measurements? What happened?
The measurements, like, see, I don't know what you mean by the measurements. Where would the measurements be taken?
You tell me. You did it.
We're establishing a straight line, right? So where do you measure the straight line?
You tell me.
Well, you tell me. Where would you prefer?
You want me to tell
to
you about your
measure
experiment,
the
Bev?
straight line to prove that a straight line geometrically is a straight line. Where would you take your measurements?
Oh, Bev, you want me to tell you? I already told you my measurements. I showed you that plumb lines are parallel, and here are the
No,
measurements.
you
Now you tell me about
posted a
your experiment,
video
Bev.
from a guy from Maine.
No.
Yeah, you did.
That had
That's
the exact
you,
measurements about how plumb lines are parallel.
without understanding the geometric principles behind that, right? Now you're
I do.
going to say that you want
I do.
measurements for a straight line. The geometric principles.
Do you have them,
shared
Bev?
straight line segment.
Do you have them, Bev?
Have the measurements.
Yes.
What,
Bev,
what
just
do you
keep
want?
repeating yourself.
What,
Do you have
what
them? Yes
measurement?
or no?
Like again, because you don't know the principles of the shared straight line segment, you imagine there's measurement somewhere, but it's not. It's an observation of a shared straight line segment. It's very easy.
Let me try again. How
Very
do you know it's a straight line segment, Bev?
By showing that all points on the line in between two endpoints lie along that line with those two endpoints. Straight line.
How do you know it's a straight line?
Because you have to do geometric principles.
I have to do which geometric principles, Bev?
Euclidean.
Okay. How do I do that?
You
What
use
do
a
that
straight
stand?
line.
Yeah, you use a straight line.
You use a straight
How
line.
do you know the line is straight?
Because it is the shortest
Because it's a
distance
straight
between
line,
the
yeah.
two extreme points of a line. That's how you define a straight line.
Okay. And how did you know that that was the shortest distance?
Because first you leveled out, and then you have a physical line that goes from end to end, matching every single level demarcation on whatever you're marking your levels.
Okay.
Your ignorance.
Oh no! I'm good on that. I still don't see how you established that it was the shortest distance between the points. Sounds like you're just
It's a
claiming
straight
that.
line. You know what the straight line is?
I'm saying, how did you figure out it's straight? And he said, well, because it's straight. And I'm asking
What
him,
is
how
a
did you
straight
verify
line?
it was straight?
Wow.
What is a straight line?
So, Bev, you can't even tell me how you verified that it was straight?
Wow.
You're being asked the question, RC. Please answer.
It's not my experiment. I'm asking you, genius.
No, you're being asked a question.
Yes, about Bev's experiment.
What is a straight
Do
line?
you understand what a straight line is? Is the question.
Yes, Bev.
How do you define it?
Straight line is a set of infinite points along an axis that does not deviate in another axis.
So when you ask, how do you know it's a straight line? It's nonsensical, isn't it?
No. Because you can measure deviation in any of those other axes. And so I'm asking Bev, how did you verify?
That's why you have
Hey,
the
stop.
level.
I'm
How
You
asking
have the
far,
Bev.
how far
level
away
line,
are the points?
and you have a straight
So I'm
line.
asking Bev, how did
How
he
far-
verify that the points along that line did not deviate in any of the axes?
How far
So go
away
ahead,
are
Bev.
the points?
With the
Go ahead, Bev.
level.
Bev, how do you know that they didn't deviate in any other axis?
Any access?
How did you verify that the points along that line that you drew did not deviate in any other axis?
We looked at
A
them.
straight line, man.
Oh my gosh. Bev, here, I'll repeat what you said. You're being asked a question.
Mm-hmm. I said we looked at.
Oh, you looked at it. You eyeballed it.
Hello?
So you eyeballed it, Bev?
Yes, we looked at them.
All right, Bev, you have fun, man.
RC, you get to water level is off.
Yeah,
You
it's
get
because
to
he's do it. I'll
you
show
get
you
to
the
water
model.
level. You get to water level, yeah, and you mark your level marks throughout the object, the wall, whatever you are marking your levels on. Once you have your level marks, you put a physical straight line between the ends of it, the two extremes, That straight line needs to match all the level marks. That's how you know it's straight. It's leveled.
You just need to check the center. That's all.
Yeah, correct.
But there you go. 2 400-meter water levels with a shared 200-meter section in the middle. All of those lines match up just as they do in the model, but we do it for real, 400 meters. They all match up.
Yeah.
Therefore, shared
The
straight line
distance
segment.
between those the distance between those plumb lines, those plumb lines that you're marking your levels, it's all equidistant, every single one of them. They don't know what they're talking about.
Sorry, I don't want to bring it back, but did anyone ever answer the question about what happens when you put a sphere on a level surface?
Yeah, it just doesn't move.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah,
move. That's the
the same as if you put it on a horizontal surface. That's quite a good one. That whoever brought that up, I think I might use that next time.
Yeah, I would keep that. That's a good one.
Yeah. Because exactly the same thing happens if it's on a horizontal surface. But you'll find pretty soon that one of them will change. The ball will start rolling on a surface sooner or later.
The Globers say that if you put it on a horizontal surface, it doesn't stand still. It would roll.
In which direction though? That's the thing.
Towards the middle of where it is level. Like say you make a level line, a level spot, and then draw the line. Like a spirit level. Use a spirit level, and then if you were to put it on one of the ends, it should go towards the center, towards where the bubble is. That's what they say.
No, they're actually wrong, because the correct answer is there is no such thing as a horizontal line or plane in the globe model. The actual horizontal is the circumference of the circle or the circumference of the sphere.
Well, you could draw one on a line and hang a shelf or something. You know what I mean? And then you got your horizontal. You got a horizontal line right there. But they say if you were to put a sphere on it, it would, or water or something, that it would flow towards the center of where it was level at. Right above the bubble level.
I don't know. You've been talking to Zanuck, have you?
No. Well, that's what they say.
George?
Yeah. That's what they say. I've been talking to them. That's what they say, though. I mean, we don't see that.
They'll mess you up if you have to start trying to remember all of the stupid shit that the ballers say.
I mean, we don't even observe that. You ever make a horizontal shelf and put a ball on one end and see it roll to the other one, the other side or the middle or something? No.
Yeah, but that is a test that you can do to see if something is leveled or not.
Yeah.
If you put a can of soda, for example, on the floor, a finished floor, you can see if the floor is leveled or not.
That's the way
if it rolls, it's not level.
Yeah. Get the caravan, put it on the table, put a tin of beans on the table, and
there you
make
go.
sure it doesn't roll, and then boom, there you go, it's done. Sorted.
Or the marbles, the little marbles that the kids love to play with, put it on the surface, see if it rolls. How do you establish a level if you have the instrument itself with the sphere?
Or a liquid.
Yeah, that's another way, yeah.
Pretty sure if you see the straight level of something like tip, while the liquid inside of it tips away from that, I mean, you have a clear container, you can always use that. Or colored liquid.
Level is also equilibrium. So if you have, for example, a seesaw, and to keep them at the same level, you need to have pretty much the same density on each side. So it's that equilibrium on the spirit level is the bubble that it's trying to find a middle way, and it stays in the middle. but it's the surface of the water that makes that the liquid inside.
Oh, water is the key.
Yep.
Logic. We'll have to go over the principles of the straight line test, because obviously vertical, you don't have as much ability with the vertical. Although, I mean, I suppose you could do go to the tallest place and separate two plumb bobs by about a meter at the top and hang them down and see what the difference is. I mean,
Measure them at the top and at the bottom and see if they're
see if there's
divergent
any
or not.
difference. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
You could measure
yeah.
it exactly, right? You could get some
Would be-
precision plumb bobs, get them
It would be
calibrated.
it would be noticeable every time you look
Calibrated.
at the skyline of a city on the distance with tall buildings. You know, you would see the buildings diverging them on the tops. You don't observe that. It's silly to assert that.
You get some calibrated plumb bobs, right? You'd be all set.
Yeah. Calibrate your plumb bobs, get some special professional calibrated plumb bobs, and then you could
You get a water level over there with a dark shark on it.
get some precision plumb bobs.
Yeah, the problem is to calibrate them.
That's the tough part.
Wait a minute, it is with RC. Was it? It was RC Meisty that had water level
Yep.
calibration too,
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
it? Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Oh
no,
yeah.
come on.
No,
They
no, no.
said that.
It was his either his granddad's or his dad's. He was going to get it for us.
Yeah. How to calibrate the water level? Yeah, yeah.
How do you? What?
Yeah, you have to calibrate them, right? For the length of the pipe. You have to know how much drop there's going to be at each end.
Did they explain how like step one of calibrating it, or?
Well, no, that's what we were waiting for.
Yeah, I'd like to hear the steps in this, even if they don't have the thing. I'd just like to hear like what do you do?
Yeah.
You need to read the instructions, though, isn't it?
Can we get that bot to stop spamming the Flat Earth Awakening? Just because is that something we can?
I think it does it anyway. I think it's set to just keep doing it every 15 minutes. But I mean,
What's in the live
seems
stream
to be
text?
doing it a bit more often than every 15 minutes.
What text are you talking about? Oh, the Dino bot.
Yeah.
What's it in the live stream?
It's like every 2 minutes.
I think it's under a minute. I think, man.
Might be so many
I'll
posts.
text. No, I'll text Gio. Tell him to slow that shit down.
I'm already writing him.
Oh, are you all right? Everyone message Gio right now. No, I'm just kidding.
7:20. It's every 2 minutes. He's got.
Yeah, he's got to slow that shit down to like 10 or 20 minutes or something. Jesus.
Have a good night, guys.
I thought it was on like a.
See you later, dude.
Later, man. Sometimes you'd say
It's
like first, and it'll put the link up.
Put it on an auto response anytime
Takes it
anyone
2
types.
hours. It's 2 minutes. I think he got his 2 wrong. He put the decimal place in.
Bro, and this is we were talking about this before when I was at work, and it was a little. Do you measure down or do you establish down? Right, like I can almost say you can measure down, and it's a yes or a no. Right, that was one of my things, that yes or no can be a measure.
Nah, I don't think so. I don't know. That's a little wishy-washy right there.
So like the closest unit would be the O and the 1, and because like you don't measure down, right? In essence, like it's not like you're like, oh, down is from here to here. Down is down.
That's one of the things they've been asking me for. They want to know the measurements for horizontal. Well, the tool, the auto level, establishes the horizontal, and you make the measurements from that. That becomes your datum, right? So there is no measurement for it. That's why RC Meisty says, where's your measurements for a straight line? Where's your measurements for horizontal? Like, you can't give them to anyone. That's your reference point. The horizontal is the same with the vertical. They are the reference. So you can't measure a deviance from the reference. It's a trick. It's a wizard trick.
It stops becoming the reference.
Yeah.
Jeremy, I got some bad news, man.
The cup stayed down.
My apparatus wasn't good enough, man.
No shit, man. I've seen your apparatuses. The
look,
one was ridiculous.
All right, hold up. No, it's not my apparatus. I rushed it. I rushed it is what I did.
I did see the wooden thing. You've not updated it, have you? Is that?
That worked out fine. I'm talking about the apparatus for this test for today. I was rushing it right now, Jeremy, so I wasn't able to let the water settle. I think that was the issue. I hope Brennan will have better luck, but
so the cup went up. So the cup went up.
Yeah, prematurely though. I need a better I need a more controlled apparatus.
It probably went up. It probably went up exactly maturely. You just don't think it's gonna go up.
Not exactly maturely. I put a candle on top of it, which was also buoyant, and it pushed it out of the way. I need something heavier to hold it down while water
Have a
settles.
look. You can't leave us hanging like this, Kosho, man. Give us a quick peek of your apparatus.
Well, I did. There's pictures in the chat. But ultimately, it failed. So, well, we'll need to wait for Brendan.
Or it worked perfectly as I predicted, and you think, or it worked perfectly as I fucking predicted, and you're just wrong.
Yeah, it's possible, but actually, in this case, the failure is due to the lack of preparation.
Okay. I'm putting it in Livestream one.
Kosho thinks that if you have something buoyant on the bottom of like a fish tank, let's say, and if water can't get underneath it, like if you put some kind of like grease or Vaseline seal around the bottom of it where it's touching the floor, this buoyant object like a cone shape or something. See, the Globers think as long as water can't get underneath it, it won't go up. You know what I'm saying? It's a relative density gravity thing.
Wow.
Wait, what's the experiment again? With the cup?
You get a styrofoam cup, right? It's buoyant, it wants to float. So you put it at the bottom of a fish tank, put some grease or something around it so it's a nice tight gap so that water can't get in, because they only say that the cup goes up because the water gets underneath it. So if you don't let water underneath it and it still goes up, their whole fucking theory's blown out of the water on that.
Well, they say that it only goes up because water gets underneath it.
Yes, that's their
do
whole
they not
thing.
say it goes up because there's air in the styrofoam and that would
Well, no,
make
that's
it...
why I would say it goes up because the styrofoam's less dense than the medium that it's in. They say it goes up because water gets underneath it and pushes it up.
Gets underneath it.
Yep. I've got all the Globers admitting right now that this cup will stay down at the bottom of the fish tank and not go up as long as water can't get underneath it.
Well, you glue it to the bottom. It's not going to go up, right?
Yeah,
No, we're not gluing it.
I know, but he's putting a. You're using something to secure it to the bottom for when you pour it. And this is like, oh yeah, I used something to secure it, but it floated anyway, so I'm gonna have to use something stronger. So every time you're just gonna keep using something stronger.
He's like a nail.
But there is no
it's drilled into the floor.
There is no securing it to the bottom. It's not a thing.
Is it upside down? Is it like, has it got all the air inside it as well, or is it like?
Yeah.
Science is
Upside
gay.
down. Upside
Is
down
that
styrofoam cup.
the
Imagine
reason the
trying
ship floats as well?
not float. That's crazy, bro.
It's got loads of air in it. Like, would it not have
Gonna
something to
float
do with the
always.
air, Kosho?
It's
You
fucking
don't seriously
styrofoam,
think.
bro.
There's styrofoam's mostly air, yeah.
Yeah, let's have a word from Kosho here, right? Kosho, what do you expect?
Tell him.
Jeremy's already laid it out to you, man.
Kosho thinks the cup.
If you're still
Kosho thinks the
bewildered by
cup's
it.
gonna stay down at the bottom and not go up.
Even though it's full of air, it's a
Yeah.
styrofoam cup that's got all of the air in it upside down
Yep.
at the bottom of a fish tank. You fill it up with water, and
Yep.
you think as long as no water gets underneath it, the cup won't go upwards.
Yep, absolutely. That's what Kosho thinks.
And in y'all's idea, in y'all's idea,
But this was
in
Brandon's
y'all's
idea.
in y'all's idea of what's happening here, then you just think that just there's an intrinsic property of the air that compels it to go upward.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's that intrinsic property?
Sorry. Can we establish why a ship is floating in the water?
Yeah, we can.
The air's a gas, right? And it's in a medium of a liquid.
Yeah. So what's compelling? What's the mechanism that compels it upwards?
It's a gas.
It is.
Water can't compress air, right? So it's
No,
trying to squeeze this bubble, right? And they can't do it, so the bubble's gonna get just moved to the top. That's what's going on, man. The pressure of the water is gonna try and change the pressure of the bubble, but the bubble will not change its physical structure because it's round and it can't condense anymore, so it goes up.
Well, that's the contention here, isn't it? Because what we say is that the mechanism is the same mechanism that brings things down, and the water is being brought down and displacing what's being buoyant in the water. And so in this case, there's something that would be buoyant in the water, but water is not given the opportunity to displace it. And in that case, we say it will not go up.
You're saying that the mechanism, right? So we're talking about what makes the air bubble or the styrofoam cup. So the mechanism in your model is not the water, is not the styrofoam cup. It's something intangible because of the size of the earth.
No, I said it was the waters. Everything's being compelled downward, and as is the water. The water's being compelled downward and trying to displace whatever is more dense or less dense than it. Because it's a fluid. Whatever's compelling everything else down. The same exact force.
No, the clouds are up in the air, so not everything's being compelled down.
Yeah, they were being displaced. The water vapor was being displaced by the air. It's less dense.
You've created. This is where I was saying about the third thing. So we had the styrofoam, we had the water. Now you created a third thing, that thing that compels them both down, and that's what you're trying to establish, right? So what's the point of this experiment? Well, you've already established what Jeremy's trying to disprove. He's trying to say, no, it's just the styrofoam and the air in the styrofoam and the water. It's just the relationship between those. And you're going, no, it's.
I'm not sure that he is saying that, because I'm saying there's a downward force compelling things downward.
He's not saying there's a downward force. I can guarantee you, he's not saying there's some third.
Well, you'd be surprised.
Magical force.
You'd be surprised. It's not a magical force. There's something compelling everything down.
There's a relationship between the density of the cup and the density of the air in the cup and the medium that it's in, right? This is relative density.
Could we
That's
say,
all.
to not, so I'm not arguing with you here, Jeremy, because I don't want to right now. Could we say, when you say density, could we just say you're talking about a physical property of that object?
Yeah, how compact the substance is.
Yeah, so it's
more
the
compact
properties of these physical objects that determine where they go. But Kosho's adding other thing, this force that
space-time.
Where they go. Yeah, no,
Yes.
that's the determination of where these objects go are going to be the physical properties of themselves, not some outside force. That's ridiculous to me, anyway.
Well, you're saying that everything that's more dense than water is treated the same way? Because it's not.
It would be based on its unique physical, right? Like a rock has unique physical nature about it. That's how we know it's not plastic, right? So that rock behaves a certain way, just like plastic behaves a certain way. It's not because of forces or the size of the earth. It's that individual object.
So when a rock is, being held on top of a building or something, and someone pushes it to the side, what brings it downward? Just the fact that it's more dense in the air. It tells it to go down.
It would be the interaction between the physical nature of the rock and the physical nature of the air. Just like if you took a rock and pushed it into mercury, it's just going to sit there on the top because of the physical structure of mercury and the interaction with the physical structure of the rock. There's no magical forces that dictate all this.
Well, in your model, there is a magical force because there's things moving for whatever reason.
Force. I never
What's making these things fall or raise up? What is this? What is this thing that you're not calling a force?
You push the rock, so of course it's gonna, if you move it, right, it's gonna move.
What makes it fall 30 stories off the building now?
Because it's up in the air, and air, when you set the interaction air and a rock, that's how they interact. A rock will not stay suspended in air; it won't do it. So if you the fact that a rock won't stay suspended in air means rocks are never suspended in the air. So the only way for one to get there is for something else to put it there so that it can then return to where it was.
Well, this thing that you say just happens, we call a force, because a force is what causes things to accelerate.
No, and see, now you've now created a cause, you've created the mechanism, you've created a non-physical mechanism. You're saying something is non-physical, this force, which is not physical, it's a concept, and it's influencing this rock through some mechanism that nobody can understand because it's not a physical thing, right? You're not saying Earth has
I'm not
pull
saying
the rock
that.
down.
I'm saying the same thing you're saying. I'm saying we could agree with each other that it's whatever it is you say it is, whatever is causing it. But whatever you say is this phenomena that's happening, that's a force. So we don't have to call it a gravity or anything. We can call it what you said, like this relative density or whatever.
I'm not a subscriber of density or of force. I'm a subscriber of the physical nature of each object being different, right? If you want to call that, because when you say density, you're summoning like the empty space in between an object. And to me, you can't measure the amount of empty space. That's kind of ridiculous, right? So we don't know the mechanism. That's why we're asking, right? Like, that's why it's so questionable. Like, we see the rock fall through. We can't see, is it being pulled down? Is it being pushed down? Is it just, displacing? We can't see it. So to say the mechanism is dishonest.
Well, we don't have to give names to it or say where it came from, but we can observe it, right? And we can see what happens, and we can see that everything's being compelled downwards, and the things that are being compelled, the things that you say are not being compelled downwards are being compelled in the other direction. But it just happens to be that they're being compelled in that by the force that's equal to the medium of the same volume of whatever that thing is. So it's being displaced by the medium. It's clear.
Yeah, displaced by the medium, not moved by a force.
Gravity had the same.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's just being displaced by the medium, and it's the medium's displacing it.
So does gravity have the same rate? Does gravity have? Helium has the same rate of rise as gravity has fall. Does helium have the same rate of climb that gravity has of fall?
I don't know, but I told
the helium in a balloon. If you take that same, go ahead, sir.
No, I was just gonna say real quick. I told you to put a helium balloon as big as you could in a cup. That would have helped.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. But yeah, the helium balloon is being displaced by the atmosphere, so the force that's acting on the balloon upward is equal to the volume of that balloon, but just the mass of the air with the same volume.
I would say
minus the weight of the balloon.
I would say there's no force acting on the balloon. There's the air.
Sure. Well, it can be measured, though. The buoyancy and weight can be measured, and we see that it's equal to exactly the mass and the acceleration.
That's measuring an object, not a force.
Yeah, the mass times acceleration is what we call the force.
No, you can calculate a force, right? Now that you can if you want to calculate and try and quantify this conceptual force with a number, right? So you know that's something, so you can have an idea of like how hard to hit a nail, right? But that doesn't mean that this force is what's driving the nail in. No, it's a hammer. It's the hammer hitting it, right? It's not a force driving the nail. It's a hammer. It's not a force moving the balloon. It's the air. It has to be, because a force can't move stuff. It's not Star
Yeah, but
Wars.
what's the air? How's the air moving?
Because it's
What's
physically touching it. And
right? Because
displacing it.
the air is being compelled downwards. That's why it's displacing it.
But
It's
it's
not
not
just it's not doing it out of its own will. It's doing it because it's being compelled downwards and displacing the less dense, whatever balloon, whatever's less dense in the air.
I don't think it's being compelled down. I think the air is just sitting there, right? Like it's just sitting on top of the water. You can't say that the air is being compelled down.
Sure. I mean, that would explain the pressure as well. There's pressure because the air is being compelled down and giving weight to the air, causing pressure.
No, I'm not going to do the barometer is pressure because that takes too many. I don't subscribe. The barometer is not a measurement device. You can't put liquid in a tube and then just put randomly on the side a number and say, "Oh, this is how hard the air is pushing down." That's not.
All right, fair enough.
Just for me, if I see something sitting on a table, I don't consider it being compelled down. Right? That's not how I look at it. I see it as sitting right there.
Why is it easier to push it sideways than lift it up?
Because the table is helping to support some of the structure, so my muscles don't have to move 100% of the workload.
Well, because that's the direction that's being compelled.
No, because there's physical contact. It's resting.
Yeah, if you put that same block on a table with two walls on the side, it's still going to be easier to push it through the walls than it will be to lift it up those walls. There's a force compelling it downward.
See, this is where you're
swimming up's different than like trying to swim forward into the wall of water, though. Swimming up and out of it's going to be less resistance.
So it would be medium dependent.
For me, it would have to be, because the only way you can move a physical object is with the influence of another physical object, and the medium is a physical object, so it's the object and the influence between it and the medium.
I agree.
That's a nice hypothesis. Do you have any evidence to prove that?
Evidence to prove that you can't influence a physical object without another physical object?
Yes.
I mean, I would say that is. Hang on.
Well, yeah, from my basic recollection as to how I learned about Newtonian laws, that's what I understood the law to be. You need a physical object to influence the movement of another physical object.
So there's
hold on. I don't remember Newtonian laws being based on gravitational forces. My recollection was it had to do with putting a block on the surface of the table, and the force needed to move that block. Right? So I remember learning that in order to move this block, you need another physical object that's going to move the block.
You just said it yourself, though, Travis, that a force is going to move it.
No, you need another. You need another. Okay. You need another physical object.
Travis, hold on. You told NASA show. Hold on. Please hold on. You didn't say.
No, you interrupted me.
No. You told us to show that it was a physical object, and when you explain what you learned, is that a force is gonna influence this physical object.
Don't. Then let me read. Then let me specify. You need a physical object to move another physical object.
What if you got two magnets?
Right. I was about to ask that. What if you
Yeah,
had two magnets
magnetism
and
is
they
a great
never
example.
make
Okay.
physical contact?
You have one
They
object.
never make physical
Oh my
contact.
God. You have one object influencing another.
Without contact. It would be the same way that
Okay,
we would talk about gravity.
Okay, let me.
It would be that the mass of an object. Hold on, man. It would be the mass of an object is influencing and has a field that influences another physical object. It would be
Yeah,
the
I
same
don't.
description with magnetism. It would be
I
the
don't.
field affecting it without
Yeah.
having physical contact.
Okay. Again, I don't think that any of us on our side would have a problem with saying magnetism is a real reality. But you don't have magnetism.
But it breaks your particle thing.
No, it doesn't. So
Yes,
if you
it
had a
does.
boat, like hold on, let me finish. If you had a sailboat and it's moving across the water, right? Now you'd be like, oh my God, there's nothing moving that sailboat because it's air, you can't see it. And then you'd be like, once you kind of understand, oh, okay, I can't see the air, right? So it's just like a magnet. Just because you can't see the mechanism,
No.
hang on, whoa, I'm right there. Just because you can't see the mechanism or you personally, it doesn't influence your physical body, doesn't mean it's not a physical thing that's influencing the metal. Because if it's not, then we have to assume that there's nothing influencing the metal and it just moved on its own.
Yeah, but air is real, has mass.
But we don't.
Well, so is
Right.
the physical structure of a magnetic
We
field.
understand that.
You're just
No,
denying it.
magnetic fields have no mass and don't touch. The air touches the sails.
Okay, so now you have the
Right.
metal being moved towards the magnet with no
How?
mechanism whatsoever, like telekinesis. There's no mechanism, nothing physical.
There is a mechanism. Sure, not a physical mass mechanism. Sure.
Yeah,
But it would still be a mechanism in which it's influencing what a physical mass does. Yeah.
It has no communication vessel, right? There's nothing to transfer the information for movement, right? So
and yet it moves.
It does.
yeah, and so clearly then it's just like the sailboat, yet it moves. So it can't be nothing. There must be. So all you're doing, this is, and it comes
Okay,
down
that's a
to
great
this.
hypothesis. You got any proof
Hang
of
on,
that?
let me. Yeah, let me. This is not a hypothesis, okay? Now at the end of
It's a
because that's
hypothesis.
no, that's scientific crap bullshit. We're just talking. Let me finish. So we're working with one of two things. We can't see what's going on with the metal. So either something's going on and we just can't see it, or nothing's going on. Those are our options. And since something is moving, I'm going with something is there.
No. I'm not agree with two options. That's what you think there are all two, and those are your two. Then I would disagree with you from the start.
Okay, well, we live in a physical world, and this is one of the problems with this whole thing. Like, to say that Santa Claus exists, you can't, because he doesn't have a physical structure. You'll never see some guy coming down the chimney and they're getting on a sled, because he's not. Hang on, because he's not anywhere.
It's a dumb analogy.
So you're saying
it's a waste of time.
You're
for
saying that
everyone to-
magnets don't work now.
No, that's not what you're not listening, because you're just talking when I'm talking. So the reason something doesn't exist is because it's not here in our reality. Now, for something to not be here in our reality, it would not physically be here, right? Like that's why we can never get a picture of Bigfoot, because there is no physical Bigfoot that we can get a picture of.
Yet there are magnets.
Okay, hold on. So now when we're coming to something else, right? Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there doing something, right? Like you can't see air, but it can do something. And it's physical. So there's no way for this metal to move with nothing physical happening. That's just preposterous.
Yeah, that's
incorrect, but nice try. If you can prove these physical magnet. So you're roboting there.
Yeah.
If you can prove these physical, what do you want to call them, magno particles, please do so.
No, and this is another problem is before we've established what is the standard for something existing in this world, right? Like we never got to agree on what means to exist, because before we do that, you go, but what about magnets? And I'm like,
we'll get to the magnet, but first we have to agree if you don't exist in reality because you don't have physical structure, right? But that conversation is never going to happen because you'll always go, but I have this belief about magnets, and I
Not a
can't
belief.
believe. Yeah, it is. So
No,
so
no.
let's
Magnets
start.
operate on a principle that you say is impossible. There's no particle transferring this magnetic energy. There are no magnetrons or whatever you want to call them.
Yes, that's your belief, right? So
It's not a
now,
belief.
and hang on, that's why we disagree. So I'm saying
Well,
before we
you
hang
have to
on,
prove.
wait.
You have to
This is
prove
my.
this. This is
No,
against the scientific con. You have to
I don't
prove
care.
these.
I know. Okay, so we're getting to the point. So here's the point. So
The point is, you just don't get to make up shit.
Paid, would you like to be muted? Let him finish.
He's finished. I didn't hear he wasn't talking.
Let him finish.
He wasn't talking.
He said he was nearly there.
He wasn't talking.
Okay. Before we got to that point, you interrupted him with your
Was he talking?
Dribble.
Yeah, you interrupted him.
I did not. He wasn't talking.
Okay. Okay, dude.
That's fine. Let him finish.
I don't know if he's right the hand. You hear still?
Yeah, nah, sometimes it just I lose. So I'm trying to before we can agree on what the rules that the magnet's operating under, we have to agree on the rules. So we can't start discussing the rules of how this universe is here and what it does, and before we or go to magnets before we set up the rules, because then we're just having beliefs about stuff. Like we got to establish baselines.
Are you asserting that we know all the rules?
I'm asserting we're trying to use what I would consider a logical reality foundation. Because if I'm going to be like, I see a tree, and you're going to be like, no, that tree's not there. You're a brain in a vat. You didn't see it. You can't measure. But then the conversation is useless, right?
To a certain extent, I would assert that we don't know all the rules, but we have a number of rules.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to have what I would consider a logical conversation about the rules, right? So if somebody was like, I can move something with my mind, I'd be like, well, logically, when I try and move something, I have to touch it, right? So if you were going to just move something with your mind, probably, bullshit.
But I can move a magnet with another magnet without touching it.
See, but now we haven't established the rules yet. We're trying to.
But that influences what the rules are, though, because if we go into it incomplete, then it'll be easy to say you have to make physical contact with something to move something, but then magnetism breaks that rule. So you have to bring that up in order to fine tune what the rules are.
It only breaks the rules if you think that nothing can move something.
Put you can put one of the. Hold on, Bio. Because you guys aren't. Hold on, Bio. You guys suck at this. You could put one of the magnets in a box, right? And you could move it through the box.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to use. I don't want to use the magnet to prove the magnet. I want to agree that look, logically, if you want to say logically, there's no God because I can't see him, right? I would be like, that's a logical argument. You can make that argument. I'm trying to make a logical argument of in order to move something, right? There has to be a communication vessel of some kind to get that motion, to transfer that motion, to say how much it's going to move. There has to be, and to say there is none, whether it's just because of magnet or just because of a photon, I would, just don't agree.
But there can't be any physical contact. If you put one of the magnets in a box or something, you can make it a vacuum. You could do it in a vacuum. One magnet in a vacuum, and then another one's outside, and you could move the one inside. There can't be any physical thing going through the container, right?
But we don't know the nature of the magnetic of what surrounds a magnet. Like clearly something surrounds a magnet, and when I say something, I believe it's some kind of physical thing. Like it's so small, and whatever it is, it interacts with metal in some way, and it can do it through a table. You can put a piece of metal under the table. The magnetic field will pick it right up. Doesn't care if something's surrounding it.
So that's a nice hypothesis.
There's something there to investigate. Right. That's your opinion at the moment. and we just have differing opinions. That's where we stand.
Yeah,
That's it.
exactly. And that's where it all will always come down to. It'll come down to logically, because we'll get to a
No, it's
point where
not
we
logic.
can't see. It's my logic,
I
just
don't
like
know.
your
It's not.
logic is
Your
that it's a
logic
field.
doesn't fit because your logic doesn't fit experiment. I'm sorry.
Yes, it does.
No,
You
it does
just
not.
can't see that. You can't see it. That's the only difference.
Oh,
You
so
can't see it.
I can't see it, even though I can't see it, huh? Because of what?
They do
There's
Well, you
magic
can't
or-
see wind. You can't
Yeah,
see wind.
you had nowhere to go with that, did you, Paid?
No, because he's bullshit.
Because it's true.
Okay, try to have a. Okay, look, Paid. The one difference between you and a lot of other people is you don't know how to have a productive conversation.
Yes,
so,
I do. He's talking
Okay,
pure and
why
utter
don't?
tripe.
Okay, that's a claim, right? That's
No, it's not a claim.
That's a hand wave dismissal.
No, it's not a hand wave
Okay.
dismissal. We're talking magnetism here, something well understood by science. And he's saying that there are some sort of invisible particles that he's making up. Sort of like I know this is probably the Aether band, isn't it?
There you
No,
go
hold
again.
on. So it's possible that what you're saying is true, but we just don't have evidence for it. So there's no reason to subscribe to it.
You
can
do have
that
evidence.
hypothesis. You can have that hypothesis. That's fine. But even as Jeremy said, you could put physical material between two magnets, and you still have this attraction going on.
On the same- on
evidence
the
just shows that it's a field rather than some type of physical contact.
On the same hand, though, you guys do say light is physical, and you can make light move through solid objects. So take that.
Light's not physical.
Bro, unless you can see
Light's not physical.
No.
Whoa, Bio, he's not on the script. You're going off the script, bud. You're off the reservation on this one page.
They believe that light has no
Get it?
mass.
Yeah.
It's just energy.
Light has no mass.
Yeah, light has no mass. Yeah.
No, you got it wrong. You got it. It has no rest mass. Come on, people.
Lights.
Get
You
it
guys are
right.
saying light's not
No
physical.
rest
You guys-
mass.
Listen, you guys need to go check with the top globers over at Gems and figure out light. They think light is physical. You gotta get on the same game plan with them.
Light has no mass.
If every time I disagreed with someone at Gems, you'd bring that up, then I will tell you every time that you disagree with
You're
Nathan
roboting.
Oakley or QE that you should.
Or it's hard to sit here and have every.
Bio, you're roboting. Sorry. Kosho, say something, man. Save your guys here. They're drowning.
Chemo's on Gems all the time. I disagree with him.
What are they even talking about? What's everyone talking about?
They said light's not physical.
Oh well, I mean, I disagree. I disagree with that, but
It has no mass. How can it be physical?
Yeah, that's one side, right. Well,
Well,
it
I don't
could
think-
still be physical in the way that
energy
it
is
interacts.
physical.
Okay, you're gonna
Right.
say energy, but I mean physical requiring. I mean, when you say physical, you generally talk about stuff that has mass. You know?
I describe things strangely. I also say time is physical too. So just
okay.
because the
Did
way
you say
I
time is
define
physical?
I define physical as things that have that can influence things physically. So if it can influence something physically, I consider it to be physical.
I would agree with that.
Kosho, did you just say time is physical?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
SC.
that
Go
was
ahead,
that
man.
was off the reservation for I thought you came to save Bio. You just fucking now you're drowning.
Now he's worse. He's
No,
worse than
that's-
Bio. Yeah.
Yeah, you should have just.
That's slightly approaching philosophy to a certain extent, but that's just a baseline of when he uses the word physical to describe something, you understand what his baseline is. It's not that it's true
He's saying-
or not true.
You're saying that time is a physical.
But
It's
you
a fake
understand
kind of
for that
physical, not a
description.
real kind of physical.
What's a physical dimension?
We're kind of getting away from it. So even with this magnetic field, it has an influence on physical objects without making physical contact. That field, as far as we know, has no mass, yet it still influences physical objects in some way. So if we want to make some type of rule, I would say something that has mass and or interacts with mass is.
Yeah, I think you're breaking up a bit, bro.
You're lagging. Yeah, you're a little lagging.
But let me get back to before I forget. Kosho, time is physical.
Time, yeah.
I say so, yeah.
All right. And how
Jesus.
how would you like what? How did you come to that conclusion? I'm baffled here.
Same definition I just used.
What does an owl weigh?
Yeah, how much does an hour weigh?
How much does an hour weigh? How much does a light wave weigh? Not everything that's physical has weight. Things that have mass have weight, but not everything that is
No,
not everything that
I'm not,
everything that is
I'm not
physical
allowing
has
that
mass.
response. No, I'm not allowing that response. Answer his question, Kosho.
You're not
I
allowing that
just
response.
did.
Who the fuck are you, Travis? Honestly, who the fuck are you, Travis? I'm not gonna allow that response.
I'm a person.
Who the fuck
Okay,
are you?
shut the fuck up, bro. Okay, look, he didn't answer the question. He brought in a red herring to divert from the question that was asked of him.
No, I said exactly
He gave
what the
an
answer
example.
was.
No,
Yeah, I said
answer the question.
Not everything that is physical has mass.
No.
So
No,
not everything that's physical has weight.
Oh my fuck. Essie, ask your question again.
Kosho, is time physical?
So the question you asked is, what does time weigh? Is what you asked. But
What does that was the second one. Yeah, that was the second one. Well,
and I said not
how
that
much
everything
does an
that's
hour
physical,
weigh?
not
That
everything
doesn't
that's
answer the
physical.
question.
Not everything that's physical.
I'm
has
not gonna
mass
allow
or
that
weight.
question. I'm not gonna allow that question. You see how stupid that sounds, Travis?
No, I'm fine. Okay, look, Kosho, that doesn't answer the question. Your
Absolutely,
answer,
it does. The question is retarded, and you know it is.
Depends on your answer.
The answer is that not everything that has not everything that's physical has mass or weight.
That's
why
not.
it's a retarded question. Everyone knows that.
That's not okay. Then instead of answering it with a non-answer, say that's a retarded question. But don't answer.
Yeah, that is an answer. That the actual answer is
It's
that
not.
doesn't apply because not everything that has mass. I mean, everything that is physical has mass.
You're making a claim about something by saying it's physical. Okay.
Okay, in what way is it physical? Let's put it this way.
Well, I put the definitions of physical in there. It says relating to things perceived through the senses as opposed to the mind, and relating to the body as opposed to the mind. So, since this is related to things that are physical, or it's related to things that can be perceived through the senses, that I consider physical.
So
Okay,
how do you only in your mind?
What
In
sense
other words,
perceives time? Which sense perceives time?
Well, you can realize things with time. You can experience
What sense?
two
You
different
hear
rates
it,
of
you
time with
taste-
somebody else.
You
Listen,
hear
in
it,
order
you
for
touch it, you feel it. Which sense?
Why can't you not answer a question?
I just answered it.
No,
I just
you
said
didn't.
I just said you can experience two different rates of time than someone
No,
else.
that's not a fucking answer.
Yes, that's one way of experiencing it. That's how you can experience. Yeah.
Hey,
you can experience it.
he doesn't understand the answer, and he said it 3 different ways.
Hello. No, don't say that either. If you don't like his answer, that's one thing, but can't force him to say something. That's his answer.
Kosho, in order for something to be physical, it has to be matter or energy. It's got to have a chemical formula, structure, charge, matter, momentum, spin.
I've heard QE say this before, but it's not entirely true.
That is true. Well, if it's not that, if it doesn't have one of those properties, it can't be considered physical.
Well, that's not true. You're talking about matter.
I'm talking about physical.
Kosho,
Physical.
can you do physics without a physical object?
Say that one more time.
Can you do physics without a physical object?
Sure. I mean, I guess if you're studying, something to do with energy.
This is outrageous. This is like
wow.
This is like
Kosho,
children
really,
say the
bro?
darndest thing. You should
I
go
mean,
with
energy is studied in physics. I'm not sure if you guys read up on that, but they do study energy in physics.
No, that's ridiculous, nonsensical, bro.
So
and
are
you
you
know it.
trying to say time is
So
energy?
thermodynamics isn't physical?
Yeah, it's the physical nature of the wing and the air. Air is physical. The wing is physical. Aerodynamics. That's where that comes from, bro. The physical. Thermodynamics is the physical nature of a structure under a stress.
Well, actually, no. That's the study of energy transfers and stuff.
No, you can't. Oh my God! If I transferred a cup from me to you, right? Transfer is from here to there. Energy is not a thing that you can move. It's a concept.
You can move energy.
No, it's not a thing.
Thermodynamics also has to do with gas. So I mean, which thermodynamic? You just can't just make a blanket statement like that. Which part of it? Which one? Which law?
I mean, which one?
Which law? Yeah, which law?
All right, no, let's not talk about thermo. If you're gonna combine thermo to gas laws, you have no idea what you're talking about. But okay.
I'm not confining it to that. I'm saying it includes it.
in order to have heat or cold, you have to have the object that has the property of that in order to get that reading. You need a physical object to have
Yeah.
properties, right? And you're trying to assign properties to nothing.
Yep.
So, do you know what SI units are? Like, you know, the units that we
Are
use
those
to measure
sport,
things?
Sports Illustrated?
That's right, yeah. That's right. It's like the centimeter and all these things, you know, that describes the length. All these things are physical attributes, okay? So I'm going to take one of the other SI units on there. One of them is a second, okay? This defines the rate of time.
So that's physical? Are you saying it's physical?
I'm saying that there's a debate in science, and people will say that time is not physical.
A second is based on
I
movement.
personally say it is.
Kosho, a second is based on movement, though.
But it's based on change.
Yeah, which is movement. Something has to move, right, in order for there to be change. I mean,
debatable.
Yeah, of course. What do you mean? Okay,
Something could sit still and grow old. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be.
Well, that would be change, dude.
That's what I said. I said change. He said
It'd
movement.
be moving. It'd be
Yeah, it
moving.
sounds like I'm trying to help you.
You'd have
Yeah,
movement.
I said change.
If you
right,
just
so
sit there
you're
and grow
agreeing with me when
old,
you say that.
you have movement.
Yeah, it's the rate
Your skin's
of
moving, your body's moving.
Yeah, but it's not moving through space though. That would be space. It's moving through time. So it's the distance between moments.
Moving through time?
The distance between moments.
That's right. That's how I would define time.
Distance.
Distance?
Bro, this
Say
is
that
like
word again.
abuse of the language.
Distance.
That's right.
How
The difference
far?
between this is how it's defined.
These things down.
Hold on. How many?
These are how these things are defined, man. Yeah.
How many meters is it? Hold on. How many meters is it between moments?
9
It's
billion
not meters.
oscillations.
You said distance. What? Centimeters?
Yeah,
Millimeters?
it's not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not. Distances through events is not measured in space in spatial dimensions.
So not distance then. We're not talking about
distance through events. Distance between events.
No, time between events, not distance.
We can't define time by you putting time in the definition.
So
time is a man-made concept, Kosho.
How much distance is in a second?
You
9 billion oscillations of a Casmium atom.
1 second of distance is in 1 second. That's what you're going with.
Who's eating? Someone's eating.
Oh, sorry.
1 second is the distance between what he just said, however many oscillations that is, and the distance between one happening and then the 9 trillionth or whatever, however many he said happening.
Bro,
that's called 1 second.
No, you don't measure distance in time.
Oscillating?
You don't measure time. So I can try. Bro.
9 billion oscillations
It's
of
the
a
old
cesium
cesium atom in the belt trick, Batman.
You don't measure. I don't even know what to do with you, Kosho, anymore.
Look, time is based on movement. Okay? The concept of time of man is based on movement. The movement of the supposed spinning of the earth, and I stress supposed, the moon, so on and so forth. Everybody knows this, right? So then they put it into a mechanical device, gears, blah, blah, blah. Now we have the cesium atom. So what? That doesn't mean time is real. It's just a different way
time isn't real.
of us measuring what we think is time. Which
time
is
It's a measurement of change, of motion.
Exactly.
Measurement of motion. There's no motion.
Time is
so if there's no motion, there's no time.
I used to define it as the measurement of activity when I first started thinking about this.
Right. And the question is, if there's no activity, does time stop? This is the silliness of it.
It's
a man-made concept.
So
well, you can be doing nothing and experience.
So time isn't real. We're just stupid for thinking there's such a thing as time, right?
No, you're not stupid.
To think
Very
that it's
useful.
To think that it's a physical thing, though, is
I didn't say a physical thing.
You said time is
I consider it physical.
Control.
I consider it physical. That's true. I didn't say a physical thing.
In the same way that length, width, and height are physical, time is physical.
In order for something to be physical, it needs all that whole list. All right, mass, spin, that
And
whole list. You know what it is.
You can't
QE says this.
you
This is
can't
not
show
said
me
anywhere else.
you can't show me length.
what's the length of time?
Yeah, you can actually.
No,
you can show
no, you
someone
can't
length.
actually.
You
Give
can.
me a piece. Yeah, give me a piece of length, please.
No, you can show length, which is a property of something. It's a property of space.
You have to show me a thing. You have to show me a rock.
Length.
You have to show me a tree. You have to show me a ruler. You have to show me a shoe.
Same thing
I
as
can show
time.
you a space.
You can't show me length. You can't show me height. You can't show me width.
You can't just
It's
show
a property.
you can't just show someone empty space and be like, this is, you know.
Yeah, you can. People do it all the time when they sell, I don't know, land.
Yeah, but there's the land. The land is what you would measure.
Is land made up
Kosho,
of soil and grass?
Did somebody sell you nothing? Did you buy a whole plot of nothing?
People buy plots
Would
all
you
the
buy
time.
that swamp?
People buy empty plots all the time.
You bought that
Kosho,
swampland
were
in
you one
Florida?
of those guys that bought a pet rock?
Bro, when I bought land,
I'm
it had
just
like
joking.
trees and grass and all this stuff on it.
Had a babbling brook going through the middle. Yeah, all kinds of stuff.
Imagine you try to sell you and you're like, where's my land? He's like, there is none.
Yeah, in order to have a show distance, you'd have to show something. You can't just show nothing and be like, there's a cubic meter. Or you can just make anything up. Or you can just show someone nothing and be like, that's whatever I say it is.
You have to see how nonsensical this is, guys. I mean, come on, man.
How can their model be so well defined and they all disagree on almost everything?
Because it's nonsensical.
What do we disagree on?
Dude, y'all are just disagreeing. You and Peyton Shield, and every day, y'all just admitted y'all don't agree. Bio
I
just
said that time itself is not agreed upon whether it's physical or not. There's debate whether it's physical, but that's
why
in all
did you
physics.
ask me what y'all disagree on? There's many things, right?
That's one thing that all sciences
Right, but
disagree
there's
on,
there's many things that you and other people on the globe side disagree on. Correct?
I mean, depends on what it is, but I'm sure that everyone disagrees with everyone about something. So, that doesn't mean that the Earth, the globe Earth, is in disagreement or something. It means that maybe some people don't know. You know,
do you lose points in this? Do you lose points in this game if you agree with me about anything? Like, is this
I agree with you guys earlier about
Yep.
What was it?
It's like pulling teeth though to get you to agree on something that's obvious.
No, you're trying to make a point about us disagreeing about all this, but we disagreed about one thing that I prefaced by saying that it's not in agreement in science.
And then you said that no, you just name the things y'all disagree on like there wasn't many, and then agreed that there are many things that y'all.
No, I didn't say there are many. I said there's one in this conversation. I'm not sure what
Do you
else
think
you're
there's only one
with.
thing that y'all disagree on?
No, but I think in this conversation, the context in which we're discussing, I'm not sure which things other than the one thing we're talking about.
I want to smack you.
But why don't you go ahead and describe the other things we disagree on in this conversation?
No, thanks.
Okay, well then that's why I'm disagreeing with you.
I wasn't just talking about you.
Just so you're aware.
I wasn't just talking about you as you interrupt me, right? I was talking about the globe side in general have many disagreements. I don't care if you disagree with me or not. That's a fact. And I said, my statement was, isn't it amazing on how, that happens? I mean, how is the model? Yeah, so you took it to heart for some reason.
No, I took it as you were talking about the conversation we're currently having. So excuse me for not realizing you were talking about something totally different. I thought we were talking about the conversation we're having. So that's my fault, but regardless, I agree.
I thought I preferenced that it was the globe model, that I was talking about, not just this one subject.
Well, no, but I thought it was in context of this conversation. But regardless, yeah, I agree that there's tons of Globers don't agree on most things. It depends on depends on what it's related to. I mean, in the context of Earth science, probably they do on most things, but it really just depends.
You think all scientists agree on magnetism?
In what context? Like what aspect?
Any context.
Yeah, in some contexts they do, sure.
You think they agree on all aspects of magnetism?
No, you didn't say all aspects. You said any. I'm saying, yeah, there's some that they do, but I'm not sure. You have to be specific what we're talking about.
Jesus, bro. You'll never get married, bro. Promise you.
Okay.
You can't act like this.
I mean, I'm married already, but okay.
Yeah, it was just a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like a joke.
I mean, sure. I mean, how about this? Why don't you try to speak like you're like trying to communicate with me? Because you said that does scientists agree on electricity or electromagnetism?
Yeah, that's
will you let me speak? So you ready? Mr. Kosho, can you bring me a scoop of 2D Earth?
See, this is what I mean. You asked a question that is not meant to be answered, and
so you're
there's nothing you can do with that. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do with that. I told you, there's nothing you can do with a statement like that.
That's
you
like
could say no.
Right. That's
you
like
could say no.
Yeah, it's just like he asked you to bring him, he asked you to bring him Santa Claus.
Right.
Sure. Yeah.
Ask me the question, Kosho. Ask me.
Well, I'd rather ask you legitimate questions, right?
No,
That's
just
what I'm
ask
saying
me
about the
that question. Whether your opinion, if it's legitimate or not, you ask me the same question. Go ahead.
Hey, Rakia, can you bring me two-dimensional amount of Earth, please?
No, I cannot. I don't think it can be done. But if you would like to discuss it, I will. I think that would be a better way to communicate, right? I don't believe I can bring you that because this is how I feel. This is what I believe. This is what I've researched. But if you would like to discuss it, I'd be more than happy to discuss it with you.
Not every combination of words that form sentences deserve responses or energy.
Whatever. You're so much better, right? You can't have a conversation with someone who can't form the perfect question to your liking. I don't get it.
That's a bit dishonest, man. That's a bit dishonest. You're not incapable of doing it. You purposely ask a nonsensical question.
Bio, do you think Earth's surface is 2D or 3D?
Earth's surface is three-dimensional.
Okay, thank you. Kosho, do you think Earth's surface is 2D or 3D?
I think surfaces are two-dimensional. It's a two-dimensional property of a three-dimensional
That's
object.
not what he asked you. That's not what he asked
It's impossible. He must lose points, man.
If you ask me if something's 3D and I say it's 2D, take
No,
that
he
as
was
no.
specific.
Earth's surface.
Yeah, I said Earth's surface is a two-dimensional property of a three-dimensional object, meaning no, I don't think it's three-dimensional.
So y'all disagree on that?
To a certain extent, but watch this. The surface of any object is two-dimensional, but I say three-dimensional for Earth's surface because the context in which you're asking me places me on the surface, and I understand that there's three dimensions.
That's where the lawyering comes in.
If Kosho was,
You're good, Bio. You're good, bro.
Hold on, SC, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. If Kosho were talking about a two-dimensional surface of the Earth, I would know what he's talking about, and yes, I would agree with him. To place a person anywhere on the surface of Earth only requires two dimensions.
Right.
If we were to ask
when you just think about it,
what in reality is 2D?
The surface of things. With the way that you describe the surface of something.
When you think,
area.
When you describe it, think about it, draw it, yeah, it's 2D, right?
Yeah, if you use your brain, yes. Yeah, of course.
Right. Yeah, if you're just theoretically thinking about it, right? Just imagine.
Not theoretically, if you actually think about it.
If it's described using area as the
everything
the
you
way it's
see
defined,
is a surface.
If it's described using area in length and width and no third dimension, then it's two-dimensional.
That's a plane.
Yeah, by definition.
Wouldn't
Hey,
you guys
Bio,
agree that
can
in
you
order
please hand me a 2D hammer? I got a 2D nail
That's a
here.
retarded
I want to
question. Can you
drive
please
in.
let Jeremy finish?
Hold
No,
on.
Jeremy was finished.
No, hold on.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I didn't hear you.
You're good. In order for something to be two-dimensional, wouldn't you have to be able to place it on a 2D plane?
You have to be able to map it in two dimensions, but you can do that with transformations with spheres or any other kind of non-Euclidean geometry. You just have to make distortions or whatever.
So do you agree? This is yes or no. Do you agree that in order for something to be two-dimensional, you would have to be able to place it on a 2D plane?
And you can, so yeah. That's
Yeah,
that's
so
exactly
you
what it's
agree with
doing.
me. You agree with me.
Well, I'm not
Okay.
saying 2D
Glad we
plane though,
did.
but on a 2D we'll call it a manifold.
Why?
Okay, can I ask a question now?
Why?
Please?
Why? Go ahead.
Because a plane, just like you said, is just completely flat. So
That's what 2D is. A flat plane. Yeah.
not always. There's
Yeah,
2D manifolds.
Once something comes up off the 2D plane, then you have the third dimension. Duh. Go ahead, Essie.
Yeah, that's one way to use the words, but another
Don't
one is
interrupt, Bio. It's my turn now.
who am I interrupting? Who am I
Me.
interrupting? He said
It's my turn
go
now.
ahead, SC, but
I
I
was
responding to
waiting
Jeremy.
to ask a
Go ahead.
question.
Fuck
If you
it.
don't mind.
Fuck it. Whatever. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Good.
You're next, Bio. You're
What?
next.
Are you disputing that I was waiting to ask a question there, Bio? Are you
Go ahead, SC. Go ahead.
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, genius. I have a 2D nail. I want to drive it in. Can you please hand me a 2D hammer? Genius.
All of that to ask that fucking question.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean. Like,
Yeah, that's right.
Those kind of
All of that to
responses.
show how genius you are.
Essie, check this out. This is an actual statement. Okay, when you have an area versus a volume, an area is describing something in 2 dimensions. A volume is describing something in 3 dimensions. When you're describing the surface of something, you don't describe it in terms of volume. You describe it in terms of area, with using 2 dimensions. This is how you know that it's a 2-dimensional manifold.
Why was Ed using volume?
Yeah, 2-dimension is a concept. There is no such thing as 2D. We live in a 3D world. End of story.
Great job. What's the area of that sheet of paper? Oh, you can give me a quantified
You mean
amount?
the 3D
Okay.
paper? You mean
you
the
only
3D
require
paper?
2 dimensions, and you can give me a quantified amount? Perfect. Then we move on with our lives. It's that
to
simple,
measure
SC.
to measure the surface area. So you're
Yeah,
saying
you're right.
you're saying the surface area of Earth is a flat plane?
You could describe it as a flat plane in 2 dimensions. Yeah, sure. You'll have distortion as a flat plane, sure. But to give a location on the surface of a sphere only requires 2 dimensions. Doesn't require a third.
You can't describe Earth's surface as a flat plane.
Yes, you can. It'll be distorted when you do.
Right?
It'll be
No, yeah.
distorted as a flat plane, but you
Because
only
it's not
require
flat,
2.
right?
It doesn't matter whether it's a flat plane or not. The surface of a sphere, you can pinpoint a location.
Who said
using
anything about a sphere?
Using 2 dimensions. By
Why do you
definition,
need it to be
the
a
surface
2D
is 2 dimensions.
surface of a sphere so bad? We're just
Because
talking about how you would describe a surface.
Right, with 2 dimensions. There you go. Yeah, perfect.
Right,
So are you saying a paper is
but
2-dimensional?
you're only measuring the area of it. You're not describing the shape.
No, yeah, that's fine. Sure. If I just gave you,
So it's not Earth's surface then.
If I gave you a value, an X value and a Y value, you wouldn't be able to tell me what possible shape in 3 dimensions that it makes. You would require a third dimension to determine that, or help you determine that. But even then, it might be incomplete.
To determine what?
The shape, particular shape.
Shape of what?
Right, exactly. If I only gave you values in of each dimensions, if there were 2 dimensions, I don't think you'd be able to put your life on a particular shape.
You can't give me the shape of anything with only 3 dimensions.
Right.
You just told me that you could.
No, I said you couldn't. I said I don't think you'd be able to put your life on it with just 2 values. No, you wouldn't be able to determine the shape. But you can determine. But you can determine a particular location on that 2-dimensional thing.
Yeah, but okay, then I need you to repeat what you said about the significance of having X, Y, Z.
The significance? It's just you're just adding more descriptions to it.
Yeah, but you associated it with determining shape.
No, I didn't. Rakia brought that up, but I said no, you wouldn't be able to do that with just 2 dimensions.
Okay,
and it would be difficult with 3.
Right, listen very carefully. I'm going to try to not get frustrated.
I'm probably not going to respond, but go ahead.
Okay. I just said that I thought you talked about XYZ in relation to determining shape. Not 2 dimensions, 3. You said you can't determine shape with just 2 dimensions. And then you said something about 3 dimensions. So now I'm asking you simply to clarify, are you telling me that you could determine something shape with XYZ coordinates?
It would help. Yeah, you'd get real close.
Okay.
In a way that you would describe it. If I just gave you random a few random numbers or a few random coordinates, you wouldn't be able to definitively say what the shape is. But more
Okay.
information is better than less.
Okay. So if you so give me an example of
Oh no, I'm not going to go that far. If you don't understand that principle, then no, I'm not going to go into detail.
Okay, well, hold on. How is this any communication? If I can't understand something in a conversation that we're having, and I'm asking you an honest question to understand what you're saying, and you shut that down, why are you here?
Oh, because it's you particularly. But it's a basic
So
concept
this is a
in which
personal.
I don't feel like I need to go into detail about something that's I think should be easily understandable. That if you have more information and more coordinates in 3D space, that you could determine what the shape of something is.
Okay, more coordinates and more. Okay, look, I'm just talking about 3 only. I'm not talking about 6 or 9. Okay, I was just going to ask you, give me an example of a 3 references of, I'm sorry, an XYZ reference on the Earth.
What, you want longitude, latitude, elevation? Is that what you want?
Is that what you mean when you say that you can't determine the shape of something with only 2 coordinates, and then you say that you can determine something with 3
Holy
coordinates?
shit, man.
What? Is anybody else
do
frustrated?
you honestly not understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't, bro. I'm trying to understand you.
If you had an infinite amount of coordinates in 2 dimensions, and you had an infinite amount of set of coordinates, you would not be able to definitively know what shape that is producing. If you had an infinite amount of coordinates in a 3-dimensional coordinate system, you could. But if you only have one coordinate, if you only have one set of coordinates in a 3-dimensional space, you only have a point of a shape. You're not going to know the shape.
I understand that much. Okay, so now look. So if I were to just simply get out of my truck right now, open up my app, and it tells me my coordinates and my elevation, I wouldn't know what shape I was on.
Using just those 3 pieces of information, no, of course not.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to understand. So then when you said infinite amount, now you're taking it to more than just 3 coordinates.
Of course, and that's what I said from the beginning. Fuck, man.
No, you didn't.
Well, we agree to disagree. I don't care to continue this part, this specific conversation.
Man, what are you so uptight for?
No, it's just you. And you set me off from earlier of you won't allow an answer, or you won't allow something. You're fucking nobody, Travis. You have no position to make that determination of what other people do or say.
Okay. You feel better now?
No, yeah, no. I feel fine. It's just I think that you're a dishonest prick. So.
Oh, what makes me dishonest?
I think that right there, my example that I gave of you trying to determine how or what people can answer with, almost as if you're trying to dishonestly control people.
Dishonest. Again, you're not answering. How am I dishonest?
That you're not allowing people to be honest. You're trying to determine what they can say or how they say
Kosha was not being honest.
More personal.
I was being honest, brutally honest.
Okay.
From the heart of my from my heart and soul.
You were not answering Essie's question.
I answered explicitly.
He answered
no,
in 4 different ways.
Okay, no, you didn't.
He asked me how much does an hour weigh? That's what he asked me. What I told him is that that's not something that you can ask because not everything that is physical has mass or weight. So this is one of those instances where this thing does not have mass or weight.
Okay, Essie, are you still
explicitly?
Here?
I'm still here. Yep.
Okay, you remember this conversation now 20 minutes ago. Do you feel like Kosho answered your question?
Well, he did answer, but it was kind of like you know, sideways, like.
Okay, let me
Yeah.
rephrase it then. Let me rephrase it. Do you think he directly answered your question?
No.
Okay, so SE and I are on the same page.
Yeah, of course.
That's
You guys
good.
also
And
you guys also asked how much is an hour weigh.
Yeah,
So, I mean, so-
yeah. If you,
That's
if
after.
the,
Hold
if
on.
the
That's
problem
after
that
you
you
said
have,
time is
if the
physical,
problem
sir.
that you have is that
Hold
Kosho
on.
didn't answer a
Why are
retarded
you
question,
talking over me,
and you
man?
don't have a problem with the retarded question, it's your problem.
Okay, noted. Noted. That's after Kosho said that time is physical.
That's
And
right.
then somebody else actually asked it, and I just re-asked it. So it's not my thing. Somebody and was whoever it was, man, that was beautiful. How much
Yeah, you
does
didn't
an
use your
hour
brain
weigh?
to determine. You repeated something that was retarded. You didn't use your brain to say, "Is that a legitimate question someone should ask?" You said,
Man, I love it
"Haha,
when
that
you're
sounds
triggered,
funny.
bro.
I'm going
It's
to
such a
repeat it as if
pleasure.
it means something."
It's such a pleasure to
Yeah,
see
I
you
know.
get
I
triggered.
know. He's got some trigger
So
issues.
weird. That's
You,
a
you
weird
talk
pleasure.
about discernment, but you don't even discern the retarded shit.
The intellectual of intellectuals can form a sentence tonight. It's beautiful.
You just said a couple sentences, man. What are you
Incoherent,
talking about?
man.
What was
Incoherent.
Dude,
But
listen,
you,
listen.
Kosho, stole the show
You
tonight,
listen.
bro.
You're talking about somebody speaking incoherently, and you ask how much does an hour weigh? Okay, so why don't we just move back on
Yeah,
to the substance? Okay.
Kosho, it's on you. This is on you.
Yeah, this is all on you. Right. Okay, right. So why did he
I mean,
ask?
Einstein agrees with me. I mean, I don't
You
feel like
came
I'm
into
in
tag team,
bad
but
company.
bro, you are the
Co-
star of the show.
Kosho,
Oh, thank you.
Kosho, why did he ask you how much an hour weighs?
Because he disagrees with Einstein as well and doesn't believe that
No,
time is physical.
Don't
no,
bring Einstein in here.
no. Okay, don't make this. Don't obfuscate this. Just keep it
This is
simple,
exactly
bro.
what Badu was talking about.
Okay, listen.
I say an answer. No, not that answer. Yeah, he doesn't believe time is physical. That's why he asked that.
Okay, right. So physical, then, right? The issue is physical. It all goes back to terms.
See, when I answered this a set last time, you said no.
Something that is physical has certain properties to it, right?
According to QE, right? I don't get my science from QE.
Why are you bringing in somebody else who's not even here?
Because when Jeremy said the same thing you stated,
Why are
he
you
was
bringing
quoting
Jeremy?
QE.
Why are you bringing Jeremy? I'm having a conversation. Why is it?
Well, okay.
difficult
Well,
for you to know-
what properties then does something have to be physical?
Well, actually, why don't you give us an example of something?
No, I'm
that's
asking him a
physical that
question.
doesn't
I'm
have
asking him a
physical
question.
properties?
I'm asking him a question. Since you're not quoting Jeremy, you're not quoting QE. What is it about that? What properties does something need to have to be physical?
Something have to be physical. Okay, so I've never answered this question in recent times. So you have to give me a couple minutes to think about it. Okay, I'll come back to you.
That's fine. Excuse me for thinking that you were quoting QE, because the only person I've ever heard say that was QE until I heard Jeremy say it, which was in the same words QE's used. So possible. It's possible that there's some other thing, but I don't think that something has to have certain properties to be physical. I think that, in my opinion, it just has to.
Well, obviously,
It's almost like there's people out there that know the attributes that something would require for it to be considered physical. It's crazy.
But that's not. It's not stated anywhere, man.
Yeah.
It's not stated anywhere. Like I heard QE say it. If it came from somewhere else, you could show it to me. But this is not something that's stated somewhere. This isn't. It's not part of science.
So is it like a hunch you have?
No, I'm saying it's not stated anywhere. So if it is stated somewhere, I'm wrong. Then maybe you could present it to me. But I've not seen this stated somewhere.
That's why I was asking, like, for something physical that doesn't have physical attributes.
No, it can have physical attributes, but they're saying specific physical attributes. It has to have the specific physical attributes that Jeremy listed earlier, or maybe Travis is going to list some different ones.
Perhaps you can clarify my perception of it, in which I think that SE and Jeremy are using the word physical as a synonym with mass or matter. That's how I perceive
Absolutely
their
not.
definition.
Absolutely
Okay,
not.
you can correct
the
it.
way
That's
I
fine.
see it is something that you can actually experience in the real world. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Maybe.
like
Maybe
you might
might
not be
be
able
right.
to see wind. You can experience it. It's So yeah, it's physical.
Yeah, you can
I would
experience
agree.
energy. You can experience time.
Right.
Physical,
can-
something that occupies space, something that you can point to. Hey, look at that table there.
That's called tangible. That's tangible, sir.
Uh-huh. Exactly.
Yeah, tangible. You're conflating tangible and physical.
So a table is not physical?
No,
Of course
it
it is.
certainly is. Yeah.
Not what he said.
Well, there you go.
I think what's happening, SE, you have a hyper specific a hyper specific version of that word, and I think Kosho's version of that word is more encompassing. I think that's where the disconnect is.
Yeah, maybe we should bring up like 10 different definitions of physical. See where we
Yeah,
get.
or 20 or 30 and debate them. Yeah.
Yeah, it might not do good, but it might move it forward.
This is astonishing, man. To me, this is like truly astonishing. You guys are astonishing.
Yeah, I posted a link. Just the first one, of or relating to natural science. Magnets are part of natural science, and the field that it has falls under that category. Just for one, time itself is also part of natural science. It's a natural progression, I guess you could say.
So you believe it's physical as well?
I believe it's physical. I wouldn't call it mass or tangible, but I believe it's physical. Yeah.
You can't be this smart and not be this smart, bro. Can you?
What kind of response is that? Could you respond to what I said, and especially the definition I used? I'd use the second one too.
I'm speechless, bro.
having material.
I'm out of words. I'm out of words.
All right, then if that's your response, then that's fine. Sure.
All right, so
So,
Kosho, all right, so Kosho, I'm back. I thought about it and I thought, okay, the simplest way to say this is something that is physical is something that is tangible.
All right. Well, I would say that that's not correct. Something that's tangible is physical, sure, but it's a subset of things that are physical.
Okay, so how would you simply define physical?
Some things that have an interaction, or things that interact with other things in reality. So if it interacts with the natural world, I consider it physical.
Okay.
If there's consequences in the natural
great.
world.
Okay. I don't think I have a problem with that. So show me how time is interacting with me right now.
Well, you just spoke words. That took time. I mean, every moment that passes happens in time. So
The weight of time is like 1/24 of a day.
Is everything in reality physical, though? Because if everything in reality is physical, that's kind of a meaningless definition. It sounds like you guys are saying anything's physical if it interacts with anything else that's deemed physical.
things in reality, yeah, I call it natural. I call those natural things physical. Yeah.
See, look, I can show you wind interacting with a leaf. I can show you my car interacting with a curb. I can show you my dog interacting with a dog bone. Show me time interacting with my dog.
I can show you your dog when he was a puppy, and your dog throughout its entire life.
Okay, show me. Okay, you said something that interacts with. Okay, you can't show me time interacting like presently, like right now. You cannot show me time.
Well, you're exactly right, Travis. I cannot show you. I cannot show you moments of time in a single moment. That's true, because that is exactly what time is. It's the measurement between moments, between events. So, in a single moment, you're not going to be able to show somebody, time. You can probably show somebody differences in two different perspectives of time, like time dilation. But unless you're showing the change of time, you can't do that in a single moment.
So it's not physical. You can't show me. You can't see. That's the whole thing. It's like something that can be something that interacts with another thing can be, I think, manipulated, that is touched, stopped, moved, varied,
Tangible.
right?
You can run like a simulation and make the simulation go faster, like 1 second is a day or something like that.
If you wanted to, and you had the means, you could, travel around the Earth really fast, over and over and over again, and.
But that's traveling. But see, then I'm traveling. I'm walking. I'm riding. I'm driving. That's the physicality of my action. But I'm not. Okay, but look,
You don't have to do that.
Hold on, listen. I can't.
I get to finish, so.
What?
I didn't get to finish. I mean, I was going to change it so that you didn't have to keep interrupting, but I was going to say you don't have to be traveling fast. You could be near a large mass, and the same thing will happen.
Wait, what? Say that again. What?
You don't have to be traveling really fast. You could just be near a large mass and experience the same thing. Time slowing down.
No, you can't. You can't show me that.
I could show you where somebody else did that.
Okay. Yeah, right. You can't do that right now, right? You can't show me. Look, when you describe an action, that's a description. That's not the action, right? It's all of this is conceptual. I can't give you time. I can't show you time. I can't hand you a bucket of time.
We can't test the physicality of time.
Yes, you can.
Dude, you can. It's done pretty often in different ways.
Quite often. They do it. They don't just do it in airplanes or.
Does time cause anything?
The passage of time is what causes things to grow old and die.
No, that's not what causes things to grow old and die.
Well, take away the passage of time. Do things get old and decay, die? If you take away the passage of time, do these
Well, if you
things
take
occur?
away time, nothing happens.
Right, there you go. So it's required, right? It's required for the physical world to operate.
Negative.
No,
the
I
aging
would.
process. Aging is the aging process. You have so many heartbeats, then you're gone.
Right, but does that all happen in a moment, in a snapshot, or does that happen over the passage of time?
That time has nothing to do with it. You could have never heard the word time. As long as your heart beats, you're alive. When your heart stops, you die. End of story.
Right. But take away the passage of time. Everything now
There's no
happens
such
in a
thing
moment.
as time.
Right.
There's
That's what I'm
no
saying.
such thing as time.
That's what I'm saying. Take that away. Take away the passage of time, and
I already
everything now
have.
happens in a moment. Do these heartbeats occur, or is time required between each heartbeat?
Time is a concept.
It's a concept.
I mean, you could say that. That's fine, but it's still a physical thing that we can interact with, and
You can
there
say
are
that.
experiments that
Hold
change
on,
the rate
Travis.
of
Hold
this
on. What's
occurring.
time to a dog, BD?
Oh, here we go. Now, I tell you what. I'll take Travis's advice. It's a retarded question.
No, when I corner you, you run like a little girl.
Yeah.
What is time to a dog?
That's a retarded question.
Yeah, when we call you out on bullshit, it's not a retarded question.
Right, that's a retarded question because let's move forward with that question. Ready? Let me go ask my dog and see what he thinks about it. Do you think that's a legitimate answer?
Does he age without time?
Do you
him
think that's a legitimate answer, Essie? Because that does answer the question. Do you think that's legitimate? I'm going to go ask my dog about time.
No, you're cornered. You're triggered like a little girl, and you just can't handle it. I'm showing you that time is a man-made
I answered your
concept.
question, and it's a retarded answer because it's a retarded question.
Okay, my turn now. I just showed you. Sorry, I gotta take a call. Sorry, guys.
For anyone who thinks that was a legitimate question, what am I missing with that question?
Well, he was trying to imply that it's a concept that only humans can have. You know, it's not something that it's something we created.
Sure.
To understand.
So what does my dog
just
think
like maths,
about?
Just like maths is abstract, right? But if you take maths away, it doesn't mean reality doesn't exist, right?
What does my dog think about my phone? What
Okay,
does my dog think about? Hold on. What does my dog think about bills? What does my dog think about a job?
How many of these
These are
questions are you going to
retarded
ask?
questions. These are retarded questions.
Great. Okay, let me ask. Okay, look. There's no such thing as dog years.
That's okay. Was that the response? Like of all of that, that
Okay,
was
right?
the set of words
Okay,
that you
hold on,
chose to
hold
say?
on, hold on. Let me ask you this question. If I live 1 year, did my dog live 7?
No, lived 1 year.
Okay. There's no such thing as a dog year.
This is why it's, I don't want to use the word frustrating, but it's difficult. This is why these conversations become difficult, because there is an interesting question in which we can expand on, and then we're forced to go down to that level of, does my dog experience 7 years when I experience 1?
Here's
Come on,
my cue.
man.
I'm back.
We're fucking
I
adults here.
apologize. I apologize. It's a legitimate question because you're thick-headed. You weren't listening. So I had to drive that point in. Time is a man-made concept, bro. Put it through your thick skull. An animal has no idea of time, but yet they still age. Correct?
It doesn't matter whether you're aware of it or not. There was a point in time in which humans didn't have any concept of time. They didn't describe time. It was just they existed separate from that. But time still exists and goes on. There was a time in which magnets weren't found or discovered or interacted with, but they still existed regardless.
A magnet is a tangible object. Don't go there. Don't go
Things
there.
exist within reality, whether we're aware of it or not.
All right, so
that's part of science, is discovering it and explaining it.
Okay, but listen. Okay, so we can show you a pound. You can show me a kilogram. All of these things. A month does not exist. There's no such thing as a month.
Yes, there is.
Yes.
Of course there is. Of course there's a thing called a month. Do you have a calendar? Do you have a calendar in your house?
Wow.
Does your phone have a calendar? Could you say, starting right now, I can measure 1 month, and then in what I would call a month, could you say, now I end that time, a month has passed? Could you say that?
You can call it anything. It doesn't have to be called a month, right? It's just a concept. It's just a concept.
You think the Polynesians, if you went up to them and told them, "Hey, bro, I'll see you in a month," you think they would know what that means?
Yes.
Yes.
Quite possibly. Or I could say, when the sun sets and rises 30 times, I will be back.
Something
You would just say. You would just say.
something that you can show them. Look.
No, you would just say what everyone always said. Is that that's what months are based after. The next moon, based on moon cycles.
Or
That's what I'm trying to tell you guys, man.
When the moon
It's a concept.
It's not a concept.
When the moon is lit up this same way, next time I will be there. Sure.
Yeah,
whatever.
but see that's
okay, but that's not time.
That's something that's physical, right? Okay, look.
That's the moon doing its thing.
That's our measure.
Okay, but
we had to
listen,
find
guys,
cycles to measure time.
Hold on though. Look. If we talked that way with a native Aborigine, right? If we talked about months, or the next time the moon is a quarter full, whatever. Okay, he can understand that. If I showed him the month of July and said I'll be here in 31 days, that's not a month according to nature, right? Or if I said I'll be here on the 28th day of February, that's not technically a month, because a moon's cycle is longer than 28 days. So the calendar isn't real. The calendar's
not real.
It is real. This is just a combination of different people's calendars, because we have days that the Earth rotates. We have years where the Earth orbits, and we have months where the moon orbits. And you can count them all.
Agreed upon terminology to understand.
Just real quick.
It's an agreed unit. It's an agreed unit. We use inches in America for length, and then Europeans use meter for length. Sure, that's fine. We agree to those units, but those units are still applied. Call it a concept if you want, but we understand what that means. I'll meet you 50 miles from here.
Yeah,
I'll meet you in 50 days. It's the same descriptions. Or same type of description, sorry. Not same description, same type.
Yeah, it's an agreed upon language.
Yeah, sure.
the reason we use cycles, we use regular cycles to measure time. We even do it still to this day. We just use the cesium atom. But anything that has a regular cycle, we
That's an abuse of nature.
It's a useful way to measure time.
No, that's an abuse of nature.
So time is an agreed upon thing.
No.
Thank you.
The units,
proved my point.
the units we use to measure time are agreed upon, and we use them because they're regular cycles.
So somebody one day woke up and they said, "Hey, man, look, there's time. There it is. Look, I discovered it."
No, somebody woke up one day and had to communicate with somebody else when to meet them somewhere, and they used something that was consistently cyclical. So the days are 24 hours roughly. So they can say 3 days. They both know what it means.
What was physical?
What do you mean?
You said something was physical.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, you just
can you tell me? Because I'm not sure.
No, I don't remember exactly what you said. You were describing you were describing meeting someone somewhere, and then you referenced something physical.
No, I said this. So he said, "Meet me in 3 days," and they both understand what that means because it's cyclical. I think that's why I said cyclical. Maybe you thought I said physical. It's cyclical.
Right, it's consistent. Okay. If I said 3 miles from here, you understand what that means because we've agreed to what that term means. We agreed that 3 miles would be 3 times 5280 feet. We agreed what a foot is to know what that means. We've agreed to all these things, but they're still measurable. They're still physical in nature.
Yeah, that's because you have land to measure and walk across. You can't walk across time.
Yeah, yes, you can. You in a lack of a better word, you do travel through time. But on the surface of the earth, we all travel through time at the same rate. So that's why it's something that's consistent that we could give. If I gave you a location to meet me at, it would be worthless without time. If I gave you a time to meet me somewhere, it would be worthless without the location.
Convention. I didn't mean to pipe up and interrupt right there. It was just natural.
We're at a
for
brick wall anyway.
But
so you're fine.
yeah, even if it didn't make sense, that would just be you alluding to a convention upon which we agree.
That's right.
To make things easier for us to meet. But I remember the time where we didn't have cell phones, and yes, we agreed upon a place and a time, and that was simply it. I'll meet you at 7 at X location, and that.
But do you see locations aren't a made up construct though. The only thing that's the construct is the units we use for the location, and the same with time. So time isn't a made up construct.
Actually, space is just as much of a construct and concept and convention, just as much as time is. Yeah, time and space are both concepts.
So if me and you if you're standing next to a girl, she's 2 feet from you. The only way that she's 2 feet from you is if you conceptualize it, or is she actually 2 feet away from you? Like she's in a physical space that is, it can be defined in proximity to your space.
Yeah, but how fast away is she from you?
In 3D space?
So at night,
3D space.
At night, when you're like a kid, it's tell be home when the street lights turn on, or like when the cows come home. Are they using time, or are they just using an interaction with their perceived environment?
Exactly. Something that's cyclical can be used as time, or it's a useful thing to use as time.
What would be helpful for me to answer that question is, what do you consider space as? What is space for you?
The locations and on the locations from which things exist in.
So space is a location.
No. Space is all the locations. Space is describing all the locations. So that's what space is. Space is described as a construct that all positions exist in, all locations exist in.
Construct, you say?
No, I'm saying it's not a construct. Space itself is not a construct by us. The units we use to measure and communicate about it are constructed by us, but the space itself is something that exists with or without us.
The space is the concept.
Well, you're saying exists without us conceptualizing it. So, if it exists beyond the conceptualization, what does it exist as?
Well, the whole reason why we use science is because we can agree on the what do you call that? The objective reality. So the space
convention, you mean?
No, not the convention. Science is not there to solve conventions. It's there to solve the truth, to get as close to the truth of the objective reality. And the space that we agree on, we will always agree on. If I measure something a meter in front of me, and you're standing right next to me going the same speed, you're going to measure that same object to be the same distance.
Yeah, you just mentioned a convention, the meter. Isn't that a convention?
Yeah, that's what I said. The unit is the convention. The distance in the space is not a convention. It's an actual, it's an actuality realized by all of us.
In this space, if it's not the convention.
The unit is the meter. That's the unit. But the actual distance, the distance itself is not a convention. It actually exists.
What's the distance itself, if not the meter?
Well, you can call it whatever you'd like. You can call it feet. You can call it inches. You can call it, Coke cans. If you want to, you can measure.
Which one is real?
Coke cans. They're all real.
Not a convention. So conventions are real.
Conventions are what we use to communicate with each other. The distance is real, regardless.
Are they reality though, beyond their conventionality?
What, there's space between you and an object? Yes, that is real.
Space? What is space?
The way that I'm not going to get into philosophy. We understand that in reality there is space between you and an object, and we could describe that using a particular unit that we've agreed upon that's universal and consistent.
But in the same breath, you admitted it's philosophy.
No. What you're approaching philosophy. I'm not interested in that part of it.
No, me neither.
Perfect.
I'm trying to. In what sense are you trying to define space?
I'm not going to allow that bio.
Beautiful, Travis.
Look, dude, he asked you a direct question. What is space? You used the term. He asked you a question.
Who fucking cares what it is?
That's a good answer. I like that.
It's all about two things: mind and matter. And if I don't mind, it don't matter.
Not to derail too much. But the question earlier, or the claim earlier, that animals don't give a shit about time or whatever, I posted an experiment from 1929, the bee feeding experiment, in which they experimented with particular hive of bees. They fed them at a particular time consistently. Then they changed time zones, and the bees still expected to be fed at that same time from where they were, but a different time locally. So they are keeping track of time day to day. Just to make it clear that it's not just this man-made thing that we describe.
That would lead me to the same question. What is time?
Pattern. Great questions.
The bees know, right? How did they interact with like pheromones?
They have biological bodies just like we do. If you didn't have a watch, you would still get hungry around the same time.
Yeah, but they articulated it that they were hungry. But they buzz.
Time is a measurement between events.
It's like,
there can be a distance between events, and we call it time.
Okay, I'm sorry, Bio. I just have a question. Did they stay in the same location and just change the time of their feeding? I don't get it.
No.
Can you say that again?
Essentially, I'll use you as the bee. So if I were experimenting on you, let's say in England, let's just say at 5:00 p.m. I fed you every day for an X amount of time, for let's say 2 weeks. Every day at 5 p.m. I fed you. Now we're going to travel to America, let's say the West Coast, San Francisco. You're not going to get hungry at 5 p.m. in San Francisco. You're going to get hungry at a different time, but that time will match up 5 p.m. in England. So they don't care about, obviously they don't care about time zones, but they have a daily rhythm in which they are keeping track of time, where they say 24 hours ago, I felt a particular way. I feel that way now. I don't care what the local time is. They are keeping track of time.
Wait. Can I? Yeah, can I just stop you right there? You said they don't care about time, and then you referred to 24 hours where you use time.
Hey, man, come on, dude.
But
You
You're
be
contradicting
be
yourself.
specific. Be specific and listen to my words. Did I
I
say
did.
they don't care about time, or did I say they don't care about local time?
Right.
They
No,
don't
you
care.
said time.
Okay, you said time, but
How do you even know
let's
they
assume
know
you
about
said
time
local
or
time.
whether they're
Okay.
just hungry?
Yeah.
Right.
Listen, that's no different. Look, that's no different than me taking a flight out to Hawaii and not getting tired at the same time that I got tired on the East Coast. You know what I mean?
I think that's exactly his point, man.
The point is the animals have patterns of clocks or whatever.
Right. It's a type of circadian rhythm, and it's based on a 20 more or less a 24-hour cycle in which your body is accustomed to. How about that? So your body still interacts in the same way with time that has passed, regardless of what your local
That's
time that we give it.
This is all just
that's
routine.
still,
Yeah, I don't know.
wait,
Not
wait,
sure I
hold on,
agree.
hold on. Can I just answer that? That's still a concept.
That's fine. I think what Baldur's showing
it's
is that it's not a human construct. It's a
It
very
is.
real thing that everything experiences, including bees in his case.
Well, if
no,
we
that's
say, if we,
no,
okay, if again, it goes back to the definition because that's what I asked for, the definition of space or time. But if we're going to define time of just the passing of events, then sure, I agree with you.
Well, yeah, Baldur said that. I said the distance between events, which is basically the same thing, but it's usually measured in, chunks of, the different distances between events. So that's why you have seconds, hours, minutes.
Right. Those are the
Different
concepts.
time.
Distance
The
distance
time-
is defining space, not time.
Yeah, but there's measurable distance between events, and that's what you describe in this
No,
video show when you say
an
time.
event can take the same place with a different time.
Distance between events, not distance between locations.
How do you tell the distance
I
between
mean,
time? 2 events on time.
You use a stopwatch.
two events in the same place.
Did time pass?
Did distance pass? You said there's a difference in distance.
He's using the word
What if-
distance, but you would probably say pass. It's time passing, not just time.
Well, a progress of an event can be taken in the same place.
Yeah, but did
So
time
no
pass?
distance. Distance usually applies or implies an XYZ.
Yeah, he's using it as time passing. He's saying the distance between two events in time is like time passing.
But he's referencing a distance.
Well, that's him. He's using distance as referring to time passing.
But I'm defining this a distance between events, not distance between locations or points. So I'm being pretty explicit. I'm just saying this
Again,
distance.
He's treating time as another coordinate. He's treating time as though we're a
okay.
coordinate.
Now I appreciate it as you're explaining it, but in the simple
It's uncommon
stating of
use of it.
yeah,
He's treating it like a fourth dimension, if you will.
I might not will.
Well, why?
What's a
It's
fourth
definitely
dimension?
time, for one.
What is a dimension then?
I think Baldur said this before. When you want to meet someone somewhere, you got to give them your 3 spatial dimensions to meet you at, and then you give them the 1 temporal dimension. Otherwise, they're not going to know when to meet you there.
Which is not spatial?
No, it's not spatial.
It's temporal.
So why the conflation?
It's not being conflated. I was explicitly saying 3 spatial
Space-time.
dimensions, 1 temporal dimension, meaning it's not a spatial dimension.
But are we jumping to space time now?
We're using the same word and grouping it in a dimension that temporal with a spatial.
Again, you have to meet someone, you have to
that's
tell them-
the whole point and definition of conflation.
If you meet someone at a specific point, you have to tell them 3 space dimensions and 1 temporal dimension. Is that incorrect?
Well,
No, that's correct.
no.
But don't say
No, I don't
they're all dimensions of the same thing. Don't
but-
group them. Don't conflate
Almost
them.
you have to tell them
That's
to
all I'm
meet you,
asking.
right?
You,
Or at
you,
a
you
time.
can
I
request
appreciate.
whatever you'd like. You can request whatever
No,
you
no,
like. It'll still be
I
described the same way.
appreciate. Yeah, I appreciate that when you ask someone to meet you, you ask them to meet you at a place and a time. Now, what you're doing is conflating the space and the time as being dimensions, and that's what you're doing. It's a
Well, no,
conflation.
They're all
they're
necessary.
yeah. So it's information being used. The same thing if you have a smartwatch and you're just recording its the movement throughout a day in a given house or something. When the data you're going to receive is the XYZ coordinates that it moved and the time that it was in that position, and those are going to be the 4 coordinates that are being described to you in any given any given moment. Every moment is going to have a different XYZ location, and each 4 of those pieces of information are all useful coordinates.
Yeah, I'm not gonna dwell on it. I think we agree. It's fine.
Well, are there any more categories that could go into it? You have your spatial
You're right.
dimensions. You
That's
have
a good
your
question.
temporal one.
You know,
Are
when
there
you
any
do,
more?
yeah, when you do, there's, what's it called? Linear algebra and tensors. Like when you work with AI, you actually work with however many coordinates, however many different dimensions there might be. Sometimes there's hundreds, and yeah, so that's not obviously they're not going to be spatial dimensions. They're going to be different. They're
Coach,
going to be. Yeah.
who are you, bro?
I'm just trying to answer your question, man. If you don't want to answer, if you don't want to answer
God,
the question,
is
don't
he
answer,
like
man.
literal James fucking Bond and shit? Like, get the fuck out of here. Kosho, no, God bless. But what would some examples be? Like, I'm totally clueless to this. If you're familiar. Like,
Well, I mean,
give me some-
it depends on the context of what you're doing. Like if you have, for instance, like if you're doing like a number, if you're looking at pictures, let's say you're looking at pictures, right? And you're trying to get the AI to understand all the attributes. Some of the properties of the picture might be the position of the pixel. It might be the RGB color of it, right? You can have several more attributes, but each unique attribute that is going to be given a value is going to be different dimension. Yeah.
I feel you. But like, okay, but let's see if anybody cares to, like, just specifically in the scenario of meeting a person somewhere, could we give them? That's interesting. Like, you could have different, like, there could be lighting conditions that could have known patterns of a lighting condition that could be relevant, or what else could there be in real life?
Dress code.
Time. Dress. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is a cool thought.
Yeah, it's also known as it also in some cases can be known as the number of degrees of freedom.
Yeah.
Some sort of analysis. Yeah.
Yeah. What
and I'm
kind of
familiar
car are
with
you
those
gonna
when
be
it comes to
driving?
space, but I haven't thought about it in this abstract before.
That's a good point. That's actually a really good point. The degrees of freedom, because a lot of times when you're talking about dimensions and spatial dimensions, that's usually the context that's overlooked as the most important one.
Yeah. So in your image analysis analogy, if you're like blindly analyzing this image or something for like machine learning or whatever, then you start your starting point is however many degrees of freedom that correspond to those number of dimensional n dimensional parameter space that you're working in. You start with all of those degrees of freedom unconstrained, basically like free parameters that you don't. They could have they have a uniform distribution. They're equally likely to have any value, like the RGB color, the intensity on a given pixel, and things like this. You start with a very blind approach in machine learning, and you build up this network that learns. As your machine learning algorithm gets better at identifying whatever you're trying to identify, you can very tightly constrain many of these degrees of freedom. So
Again,
it makes it so it becomes more efficient at doing whatever the task that you want it to
yeah,
teach it to do is.
getting better at understanding a convention. Because what is degrees of freedom other than a convention? Really, what is it?
I'm not sure you've fully followed what we're discussing.
No, I did. I mean, is it more than a convention?
Okay, so
I mean,
in our
go ahead.
so in this particular type of analysis, this is just one example out of countless examples. These are some n number of parameters that are not tied down to be any specific given value. They're not constructs or anything. They're measurable parameters, like RGB color on a single pixel, or intensity,
That's convention.
pixel intensity. No,
That's
it's a direct measurement that you make. It's not a convention. It's a direct measurement you make. The RGB color on a given pixel, the intensity of light on a given pixel. So anyways, like I said, you train an algorithm like this, and the goal is to constrain as many degrees of freedom as possible so that your algorithm you can maximize the efficiency and train your algorithm. Yeah.
And move more consistently.
Yes, and quickly.
Do we disagree on the basic definition of a convention, or what is it?
I don't think we, unless you disagree with ours. But when he's talking about the intensity of the light and the RGB, these are things that are not conventions. These are things that are actual properties of those pixels. Like you can't. They would exist.
But
they would exist even if you weren't using
measure, right?
Yeah.
How do you measure these things, if not with a convention?
You can measure colors.
Yeah, it's just
With a convention.
No.
Yeah, I don't know what the convention beef is, or if maybe you want a more.
No, but
what do you mean by convention? What does it mean?
If there was no
I'm on your
humans,
side, Dom.
if there was no humans at all ever living, the red light would still be the same wavelength and frequency as a red light. So yeah, we have to understand that to measure it, but us measuring it doesn't make it it doesn't will it into reality. It would exist with it without us. So it's not a convention.
Yeah, it's slightly confusing to ask kind of about that when it's completely sort of not related whatsoever to. I think you're making philosophical arguments, like Bio was saying.
I would say, yeah, it might be a philosophical one, but
Do you ever meander do you ever explore anything outside of just questioning philosophy, or?
No, I'm really interested in philosophy. I mean,
I can
in a
tell,
sense,
certainly.
when we say RGB, I mean, what establishes RGB? Red, green, blue. Isn't that just a convention
not
we
a
agreed upon
convention.
as human beings?
No,
Well, if you can show me further,
like Kosho said, in the
rather than a statement.
in the absence of humans or
That's a
any
statement.
human convention, in the absence of that, a red light will still have a characteristic wavelength, regardless
Is
of
it
humans
called red?
measuring it. Who cares what it's called? It'll still have a measurable wavelength, regardless of humans existing or not.
Arose by any other name.
And
Yeah,
what would that measurement
You can call
be?
it a pickle if you want, sure.
Well, what would that measurement be? It's not about just calling
Roughly
it. It's about measuring it,
750
'cause that's
nanometers in wavelength.
nanometers. That's a convention again.
It's-
you keep
it's a-
referring to conventions.
Naps, I think Naps said it best, and I think it's the most basic analogy that I hope that you can understand. You have a particular name that is a convention that we have agreed upon, but you yourself still exist regardless of the conventions. So what we call you is the convention, but that has nothing to do with whether you are a convention or not. It's the same principles being applied here. We call what we perceive and agree to this particular color as the word red. We agree that it has a particular wavelength, and a wavelength is what we agreed upon as the measurement. But
His uniqueness.
that color within nature exists regardless, and it has consistent properties.
Yeah, your
So
uniqueness
we're not
will remain. Listen. Your uniqueness will remain regardless of the translation, right? No matter what you translate the name of you to, your unique properties are still the phenomenon that they are.
Deep.
I'd agree. Yeah, that's
deep, Don. Deep.
So we all agree there is a reality then.
I agree. It's more interesting to discuss topics that aren't just so heavily philosophical in nature.
Why not,
But
man? We can get philosophical.
I mean, I can tell you, like, obviously you love this discussion, but it kind of, in my opinion, doesn't really it doesn't advance
Get
the
anywhere?
conversation in any meaningful way. But
Yeah, we don't move forward. We don't move
that's
forward
just
in
my
that way.
opinion. Yeah, that's just my opinion.
I move forward personally, but
I guess.
sorry to
Word
interrupt.
games. Just
Go
word
ahead.
games.
Well,
Yeah,
let's say
that's not the
that
intention.
we did get deep with that, and then we come to a conclusion in which we agree, just for the sake of argument, we agree that these things are conventional. They're just concepts. All these things. In what way do we move forward, intellectually or based on knowledge? In what way
Just
do we
the
move
fact
forward?
that we agreed. I mean, we can move forward if we agree, I guess.
All right. For the sake of conversation, I agree to all of your premises. Now we can move forward, right?
Yes, I agree as well. To everything Flat Earth Egypt, all your premises about concepts, I agree. Therefore,
the Earth is flat.
Therefore, the
No,
moving
I'm just
forward
kidding,
shall
I'm kidding.
commence.
I'm kidding.
Let's commence the moving forward. But
Well,
yeah, there's
isn't what he's asking is that if we have all these really, basic understandings, each one of those are like logic gates. If you accept this premise, then everything down that logical path will get you to an inevitable ending conclusion. So instead of going down those, can we think of different, ways of agreeing on it that may lead us to different places?
I mean, if you subscribe to just purely like reductivism or some Socratic like way of thinking and only that way of thinking, then maybe, but there's many like different ways of thinking. in my
Yeah,
opinion.
well, I guess this is what I'm asking, right? Because it's in a sense down that line. Is our creation of conventions that makes reality, or is it reality from which we derive our whether it be Socratic?
The latter.
Yeah. I mean, if the color red wasn't agreed upon to be called red, it would be called a different color. Like I don't know. I don't get as much enjoyment about
That's
these
why I said.
types of
Yeah,
conversations that
that's
you
why I
do.
said that quote from Shakespeare. Maybe it's a rose by any other name still smells sweet, because names are conventions, but the properties of the rose are the properties of the rose, regardless.
I mean, yeah, that's evident by simply things like language, right? You have different languages which call the color red different names.
Yeah, but we share the same experiences with people.
Yeah,
So
we all could see different colors and we would never fucking know it. So anyway, Kosho.
we would.
Okay, we can talk about that a little later. That was trying to be a little fun. That was my funny one.
I got you.
Okay, you know how we got the spectrum, and you can look at the reflection of some fucking radio signal or something, and you can like know what its material composition is.
Sure.
Isn't that like, so? What about things like a car that has like that candy paint that like depending on which way you look at it, if you move to the left or the right, it'll be like purple or green. You know what I'm saying? Will that trick a device like that?
No. Okay. Because that device is not simply looking at something. It's dividing the light up into its actual spectrum. And those spectral lines aren't that. Back in the day, when you wanted to make different colors, you actually had to get different objects. Like that's why purple was so royal, because they barely could come across things that were purple. So just because the car's paint is doing these weird colors, when you are looking at the spectral lines, you're going to see what material is actually making that up.
All right, that's pretty cool. I mean, I figured it would have to. I just, I don't know how. I'm like, well, hey, it's throwing you two colors and the light's coming back different, maybe, but I don't know. Then there's, I was squinting my eye at a light last night, bro. I was like squinting my eye and barely letting it in. And you know how you can get like the flare and like the
Careful,
tracer
man.
light,
You're gonna end up like Jeremy, dude.
bro. These
Who's
tracer lights, it was
whose
amazing.
beast is that?
These strings of light, bro. Okay,
Pretty cool.
Whose dog is barking like that? That's a big dog.
I think that's somebody's stomach. It's carnivore's joke, by the way.
That sounds like a big dog to me.
The dog normally gets fed an hour earlier.
It's a Chihuahua on steroids.
No way, it's a Chihuahua. Not even on steroids.
That's just
That sounds like a.
convention. It could be a Chihuahua.
I'll be back in a little bit. I gotta build a fucking gazebo. I was in here the other night, or I was in Brandon's the other night, and I was telling Gio and a couple other people that I was paranoid. I thought someone was following me. I thought I was being followed, and thought I was really paranoid. But it turns out the same thing happened again. I confirmed that someone was following me, and then I found out it was my girlfriend. Dude. She actually paid these private detectives called She Spies Private Eye. So I'm doing reverse investigation on them right now.
So you thought you were being chased down, Kosho? Are you a grown man?
Little known fact: Kosho's actually dating Britney Spears.
It's a true story.
Hasn't she just been absolved of her? What do they call it? The conservatism. What's it called?
Yeah, I think I heard about that. Yeah, but that was like because her dad was in control of her estate, right? But now she's or is he now in control of it?
No, now he just lost control. Who's it? Like
to
he's
her?
had it for 13 years. Yeah, he had complete control of her estate, and everything.
Because she must have been in a psych ward then. Like she must have been.
Well, that's the funny thing. She hasn't. She's been working. She's been putting out albums. He's been earning from that. And
I know, but I'm saying in order for him to get the ownership, she must have been.
It's called a conservatorship.
Conservatorship. That's what it's called.
I think it stemmed from when she went bald and crazy way back
right.
when.
And when that happened,
it was before that.
Well, when people get institutionalized, then they need like a power of attorney and all that kind of stuff, and they can't legally make their own decisions. So she probably was forced to pick somebody like that to make those
Exactly.
decisions.
Actually, as a conservatee, you have the right to protest that legal case, and you have to be notified 5 days prior. And they got around that notification, and she didn't receive the notification for some legal reason, which I don't remember. I mean, there's a whole documentary out on Netflix, and yeah. I mean, but at the end of the day, she was absolved of it just a couple of days ago.
You know, it's funny. I'm basically being signed up to be my girlfriend's caregiver because she's got a thing with the VA where she has to have or she can request for a caregiver or something like that. But I get paid to take care of her or whatever. But I wonder if I can be power of attorney.
Kosho's dating a Vietnam War vet. How old is she?
She is a war vet. I mean, she was in Iraq during the surge.
Vietnam, bro.
She was in Iraq during the surge.
I'm just hoping that Britney Spears finally makes an OnlyFans now.
Wow.
Britney
Just
Spears.
follow her
was
Instagram.
2007 when
She's
she went
showing
nuts.
her ass on Instagram.
So before, I think this was 2018. Britney Spears got, or actually, it was around 2018 or 2019. She had a engagement in Las Vegas. They were going to pay her like $500,000 a show.
Yep.
You know, like
oh wow.
Yeah,
She turned it down, or what happened?
No,
Yeah,
because whoever
219. She
happened
turned it down. She was doing it.
Wow, that's actually that's like the that's the final goal of like any kind of artist at all, dude. Because that's you're getting paid for the rest of your life to do the biggest shows,
Well, she gave it up for her freedom, right? She wanted to contest the whole thing about the
yeah, because okay, so she couldn't make decisions, I guess, like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Because if she did that, then she'd basically be signing herself over to her dad some more or whatever.
Exactly. It's a sad story.
Yeah, I guess so. He was probably bummed out about that. He's like, dude, I would have gotten fucking so much money.
She's going to be bankrupt in a year.
I don't know, man. She'll be happy, I'm sure.
Or suicided.
Bankrupt.
Or something.
And suicided. Yeah, she'll overdose and be dead or bankrupt in a
OnlyFans
year.
first. OnlyFans first, and then she could die. That's fine.
I don't know.
I think she'll be fine. Dude, SC Montreal, have some creativity. Oh, look at those postings. Posting this scam picture. He showed me this a long time ago, dude. This is fucking.
Am I Biodual?
No, no, you're not. My bad, man. My bad, dude. It's like when people call me chemo, dude. Everyone calls me fucking chemo.
No one has ever called you chemo.
Really? No, really. I get called chemo fucking 3 times a day.
Not that
I've been.
Aaron calls me Geo.
I've been calling me Zant. I really want to smack him for that.
Jeremy legitimately is Kosho.
My name is Jeremy.
Jeremy's like the budget Kosho.
No, Kosho's the budget Jeremy.
Yeah, okay.
He's my alter ego, my evil twin.
Jeremy's
Bizarro Jeremy.
Joe Pesci's kid. That's why
You said Jeremy's Joe Pesci's kid?
Yeah, that's what I'm convinced of.
Is this true, Jeremy?
I can't think of when Jeremy talks. I can't not think of my cousin Vinny.
Yeah, our Home Alone's like, oh, stop it.
No. Think you better be thinking Casino or Goodfellas or something.
No, my cousin Vinny.
Yeah, my cousin Vinny.
Start out stupid, but then you end up smart. I like it.
My name's Jeremy. Actually, if you think about that movie, he doesn't end up smart. His girlfriend solves the case for him. But
and that chick was bad. You know what? I'll take my cousin Vinny. That chick was bad.
Yeah, of course, dude. Marissa Tomei.
Marissa Tomei, yeah.
Anybody watch Godfather of Harlem? Just got done watching that.
What is that?
It's Forrest Whitaker.
Is it new?
I don't think it's that new, but it's pretty interesting. It's set in, I think, 1950s, 60s.
Oh.
Black community.
He plays an Italian guy?
Well, yeah, it's Italian.
Oh, really?
Blacks.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, yeah.
Bokeem Woodbine is the budget Forrest Whitaker.
Wow. Forrest Whitaker's already a budget. Forrest Whitaker's the budget Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hey, who's that guy in the Green Mile? Who died?
That's what's his name?
What's his name?
Fuck.
Do you think who do you think's a better actor? That guy or Forrest Whitaker?
Listen,
I don't like Forrest Whitaker personally, so.
All right, Chronic, you're lazier than Forrest Whitaker's left eye. First of all, all right.
At least he has a left eye, dude.
Damn, I have my left.
Is that his selling point?
My left eye.
I'm messing with you, my man.
It's my right eye.
I'm just messing with you, but I think Forrest Whitaker is a better actor. What's his name though? It's
He was good in Ghost Dog.
Ghost Dog.
Hell yeah! You don't know about Ghost Dog? What are you, nuts? Ghost Dog. Forrest Whitaker. The RZA was in it. Fucking RZA was in that movie. It was dope.
Oh, Michael Clark Duncan.
Michael Clark Duncan checks in. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Forrest is a better actor.
Yeah, he's a better actor because he's not really a good actor, that Michael Clark Duncan, but he's entertaining at least.
What about that one Panic Room? I thought Forrest Whitaker was good in that one. With,
He's a,
Jodie
that's, what I'm
Foster.
saying, that's what I'm saying. He's a good actor. I'm not saying he's a bad. I just don't like him personally. I think he's to me, I see the same person every time I see him acting. I just see him act like the same. Like I don't see him acting really. I see him, I just see him.
Okay.
I don't like that dude. Will Smith used to be a lot like that dude, where everything Will Smith was in, it was just Will Smith just in a different role.
You know who I
Movie.
like? You know I like
Is that
Benicio
really
del
acting?
Benicio del Toro's good. He's a good actor for like a low key actor, you know.
He's okay. So I remember I like him in Fear and Loathing. He's funny in that movie.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, that was great.
He always plays a creep, dude. He never doesn't play a creep.
Well, he looks creepy as fuck, bro. Look at him.
That's true.
You know what? They had a movie about that prison in New York, or it was like a mini series. He was in it.
Doesn't he play a heartthrob in a movie with Alicia Silverstone?
I don't know.
Yeah.
That one where it was based on a real thing. Like there's a prison in New York, and these two guys escape. One of them
Sing
tried
Sing?
to. No, not a Sing Sing.
Oh, what do you call that?
It might have been in Vermont. It might have been in Vermont or something. I don't know. Never mind. Not important. It was on Netflix. It was pretty good. Me and my wife watched it.
After you watch the new My Little Pony?
I mess with the kids all the time. I'm like, what do you guys want for Christmas? Like some My Little Ponies or something?
Your son's gonna be a brony.
or the commercial come on. I'll be like, oh, this is your favorite commercial. It'll be like a My Little Pony commercial or something.
Wow, that little girl who's chilling with my girlfriend now, she's like 7-year-old. She didn't know what a brony was, so I was telling her what a brony was. She started telling me about My Little Pony.
About crocheting.
What was that?
Shall we discuss crochet?
What do you got, SC? What do you got? Get us back on track, SC.
I'm messing with you guys.
Get us back on
Hey, what
track.
do you-
No, I used to
Hey,
like
SC.
chemo.
All right. How about that void in space, man? You guys hear about that void in space? What the hell's
Yeah.
up with that, man?
It's called All of Space, dude. Hey, have you you know anything about a sextant and that the geographic or celestial navigation, whatever it's called? You ever heard about
Very
this?
little, to be honest with you, Kosho.
Well, there's fools, literally fools, who believe that this can't be used on a globe. There's an argument. I think that Mitchell guy, the Australian guy.
There's also fools that think it can only be used on a globe.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm one of those fools.
You got a point you want to argue? I'm for it. I
no,
have
it's
a
me.
limited understanding. I'm actually just starting to learn about it. Never
Depends on
picked up a sextant or anything, but
And the claims, like I said, there's claims against it, and there's people who say it can't be done because the surface of a sphere is round, and you're using a sextant that's using angles, blah blah blah. But they're not understanding.
So you want to get to the basics of it then?
No, it's just not. It's not using that. The sextant's not being used to measure that part of the triangle, obviously. So.
Oh yeah. So back to the basics. So what is a sextant measuring? Which angle is it?
Well, in this instance, it's measuring the angular elevation of the star you're going to use.
Elevation from
Your your zero. Like you're going to have a 90, you're going to have a 0.
Yeah, the
From
zero is what? The horizon?
It's going to be the horizontal made from your position. The horizon's going to be below your 0. It's going to be more than
Well,
90
because
degrees.
you have a dip correction, correct? Is
Well,
that what you're
yeah.
referring to?
Well, yeah. So I mean, I wouldn't even worry about the horizon at all. I just would ignore the horizon and just go straight with the 90 and
But
straight with the
ignore.
elevation.
I mean, as an instrument, my understanding, the eyepiece, you actually look at the eyepiece is split into two, right? It's a mirror in which you line up your celestial body with the horizon. Let's say if you pick the sun, you take the limb of the sun, either the upper limb or the lower limb, and by that I mean the edge of that celestial object. Let's say the bottom of the sun, and you line that up with the horizon, right? It has to touch it in the eyepiece.
Mhm.
You kind of calibrate it to do that, right? Correct?
Yeah, yeah, and then you can make the correction from what the almanac, whatever it says for about
From
your
the
height. But
almanac. Yeah, but
you don't have
in
to
essence,
do it that way though.
oh,
Like I said,
then what else
if
can
you
you
wanted
do?
to purely just measure level, like if you made sure that it was pointed level by using like a plumb bob or something, you could measure the angle that you're seeing in the sky, knowing that it's level and not having to make a correction.
Yeah, but I thought we were talking about the instrument itself and what it's purposed and how it's actually used rather than what you can do according to your
I'm just saying that
reasoning.
I'm saying that if you're
Like,
gonna say the
in
limitation,
actuality, how does an almanac work and a sextant? Like, how do
It'll make
people
corrections
actually?
based on your observer height. So your first angle or your first measurement that you take with the sextant will be horizon and that celestial body. Yes, that's your first one.
Yeah. So I shouldn't ignore that because I was just asked to ignore it. And
no, I'm not saying,
that won't
I'm
be
not
the
saying
final.
to ignore. I'm not saying to ignore it. I'm just saying if you're saying that you're going to get an error because of it's not pointing at the horizon, I'm saying you don't have to use that. Of course,
oh, I'm not saying you can get an
it's
error.
definitely there.
I'm just referring to my understanding because again, it's a very limited understanding. I've never used a sextant, but what I've been reading about and watching videos about is basically this is what you do when you pick up one, and
Sure.
the diagrams show that when you look through the eyepiece is matching like something like the limb of the sun to the horizon.
Okay.
Whether it be the lower or upper limb, to then calculate to the center of that celestial body, be it the sun.
Right, and then you can use that whatever your elevation is to figure out all the rest of your elevations. I mean, the elevations of the objects of the
Dip
sky.
correction would be the second step, correct? The dip correction, how high above
Yes.
the surface you are.
That's what I meant by
pretty
elevate.
much it.
Yeah.
And you do that using the almanac, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a chart in there or a table that has those corrections. Whatever the corrections, it'll tell you, what corrections to add to the rest of the measurements. Because like me personally, if I didn't want to do all that, like I said, I would just determine. I would. Am I pressing the push to talk? Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Okay. Oh, my bad. Okay, I thought that was Egypt still. Where was I? Oh yeah, right, yeah. I mean, me personally, just because, like I said, I've never used a sextant either. And if I didn't want to go through all that and I didn't want to make it complicated, I would just determine it would be level a different way, like the plumb bob or something, or it's like a water level or something, or not water level, bubble level, and just or just use the zenith and measure from the zenith. But I mean, either way, you get the angle, and you can use those angles, but you don't need all the angles. You just need the angular elevation of whatever you're using. But you don't need the angles, like all three angles to the triangle. Actually, I was looking at Almanac the other day because I was trying to find the best one, but I'm not. I'm not familiar with Almanac. It's kind of daunting. Yeah.
So you know about this stuff? You know about the sextant? You think you'd be able to navigate?
Yeah, I mean, I can navigate. I could build my own sextant, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, I can make a device like with a protractor and a straw that can determine the angular elevation of an object in the sky.
So if I was to blindfold you, take you out into the ocean, like a couple of 100 miles out, and like, you know, unblindfold you and give you a sextant, you'd be able to find your way back home?
You give me a watch and a boat, yeah.
Yeah, of course. A boat, a watch, and a sextant. What else you need? You need the magic book?
No, I'm good. I don't need the almanac.
Yes, we need the magic book.
I wouldn't use the almanac to find my exact location. I would use the sun just to find my roundabout location.
Yeah,
Just navigate
sorry
that way.
guys. I got disconnected. And
I thought I did.
Yeah, sorry about that.
So you feel confident enough that we'll put you in mid-ocean, hundreds of miles out, that you'd be able to navigate back to where you started from?
I mean, roundabout. Like I said, because I'm not familiar with the almanac or sextant, but I am familiar with the sun, and I could use what I know about that to, and if I had a watch as well, to determine roundabout where I was.
Okay, so you wouldn't use the sextant. Okay.
I mean, I would use the sextant, but in the way that I was describing. Like I said, like, you know, rudimentary, just to, you know, I would make sure it was level, and then make sure that I was getting the actual elevation. But if I was doing it from the sun, I could use shadows even. You know what I mean?
You know
I
that
think
a
it's,
sextant just measures an angle, right?
And
Yeah, it's a known
just
bodies in the
so-
sky. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like in relation to the horizon. I mean,
Yep.
that's
Yeah.
what it does.
Right, and then you need the almanac to become precise in your navigation. If you gave me a week and you said a week from now this will happen, I'd be pretty confident in being able to learn precisely how a sextant works, and then precisely how to use the almanac, and then I would give 100% confidence that I would be able to reach my original destination.
Are you serious? Really?
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah,
man.
I have no problem with the
I second
confidence
that.
of. I have no problem placing confidence in the confidence of experts that have been using it for hundreds of years. I have no problem with that. Yeah.
What
Well, I
about
have
the
no
people who
problem with
use it
them, but I'm not
assuming it's
sure
flat Earth?
I could do it, to be honest with you.
It doesn't seem that complicated. The most complicated part seems to be translating using the almanac, and then having a reference of or knowing how to apply that to a map. That seems like the hardest part.
I could do that. I've never really like you know, been over an almanac, so I don't know how it's you know, describing these things or whatever. But if I knew how to read it, then I could using the information it's given.
Let me
I just
ask
need to
you
know
this.
how to get the ground position.
I mean, you
right,
guys kind of attacked the flat Earth position and mentioned what's his face, the Australian guy, for
Mitchell?
assuming that Mitchell, yeah. You kind of attacked him in a way that I would understand. You know how it works. You don't need a week or anything. You can do it right now. But
Yeah,
then, in the same breath, now you're saying you need a week to understand.
I mean, I didn't say I needed a week. I said I would just do it using the sun. But if I was familiar with the way the almanac is given the information, I know what to do with the information. I know what to do with the GP of a certain star, and you know, obviously the elevation of it. I know how to get my distance from that, and I know what to do with those distances.
Yeah, I've
What's
never
what's an
attacked Mitchell.
LOP? What's an LOP?
LOP?
A GP?
No, LOP.
Line of position.
Is that like the
line of position, which would
is that
in
your
other words be the circle of equal altitude called the LOP.
Right. That's the GIF. I made that GIF in the chat where this person is basically doing that to find his location. He uses the almanac to get the GPs, and uses the GP to make those, you know, those radius and those circles from those radius. You need 3 of them.
So,
Kosho, do you know what a LHA is? Oh, sorry if I overspoke.
Guys, can I get a mic check?
Mic
check, mic
Hey,
check.
Matrix, what's up?
Hey man, what's going on, everyone?
We're talking sextant over here, Matrix.
Talk about sextant, baby.
One question for Kosho, and then I'll back off.
If you're asking me about an abbreviation or an acronym or something, I probably don't know what it is.
Okay, so you haven't read the magic book then a little bit.
No, but I'm not even sure what the magic book is. You want
That's
like an
the
almanac?
almanac. That's
Yeah,
the
he's
almanac.
referring to the almanac. Yeah.
Okay, there's no need. I mean, okay, fine.
Sorry, I got moved for a second.
Well,
Oh, but yeah,
well,
I'm not really familiar with the way the
rather than reading it, I mean, just understanding, because you kind of displayed an understanding of the basic.
I understand what to
method
do with the
behind.
yeah. Like I said, I understand
Yeah.
what to do with the information. I'm not sure how the almanac actually lays it out. Like if you were to give me
Yeah,
the
I'm,
almanac,
I'm,
I'd
I'm
have to
just
get
dealing
familiar
with the information itself and how you're obtaining it, because that's, to me, is a big deal, because that's where the base is. I mean, what you're observing with the instrument itself is what determines what you're measuring. Correct.
Right. Right.
So, yeah. So back to the angle and what you're actually figuring out from that angle.
The
You're
elevation
measuring
angle?
an angle. Yeah, the elevation angle
Yeah,
of
that tells
of
you
your body
it tells you your distance from the GP.
from the GP.
Yeah.
And what
So
is the GP to you?
the spot that star is at its zenith.
On the surface of the Earth?
That's right.
Not inside the Earth. On the surface.
Yeah, that'd be weird if it was inside the Earth. I mean, I'm not sure
Well,
that would say.
actually, if you had to make it work for a globe, it has to be inside the Earth.
It
Because
doesn't.
the
He-
circle of
doesn't
equal
matter.
altitude, the LOP, which I refer to, would then be a transecting circle.
Why?
of
Why?
it.
If it's at the if it's at the zenith of below the Earth, wouldn't it also be at the zenith on the surface of the Earth, which is actually the relevant position?
Yep.
Yeah, but you're measuring a zenith, which is a 90-degree angle from the GP, correct? To your observing position from the
No,
LOP?
it's just 90 degrees from the GP. That's
How are
it.
you
It's not-
establishing the GP?
by getting you the
That's
elevation
what the
angle.
almanac's for.
Yeah, the elevation angle from you, and the almanac's going to tell you
Elevation
what that
angle
is.
from you. You just said it. From me.
Yeah,
So
but-
from my
but not-
position.
Not the zenith.
But from my
We can get the
position,
GP from the
how-
almanac. It's easy, right?
Yeah. How do you think how do you think the GP is establishing the zenith from the GP when your plug-in is your position, or the LOP rather?
No, we're just getting the GP of the star, right?
According to what?
That's all we need, and then we just
Yeah,
measure
yeah,
the elevation to
agreed.
it, and then it's 20. That's 69 miles per
60.
degree. Sorry.
So in essence, when you're using the sextant, because that one reading doesn't do much, does it? You want to
Tells you your line,
triangulate
circle.
your
Well, you want three of
position.
those. Yeah, you want three of those.
Correct. So you're going to use several circles of altitude, or LOPs, to determine your position, where they intersect, right?
The second circle will give you two positions, and the third one will give you a final position.
So you agree that on a globe, like I said, these circles have to be intersecting the globe in such a way where the GOP actually lies inside the Earth?
No.
No,
To
GP's
make
on
a
the surface.
triangle? Well,
What
how can you make a triangle? What Well,
I made a GIF. I made a
that's
GIF. I made a GIF. It's in the chat. This guy does it. The purple head is making
Well-
three circles. It's on a sphere.
Maybe I'm going too fast, so let's slow down. So LOP, or circle of equal altitude, we get that from your position and the angle to the celestial body and the GP, correct?
We know the distance to the GP by measuring the angle.
Is that distance the distance following the surface of the Earth, or intersecting the Earth?
Along the surface.
Okay, so it's curved.
Yes.
Okay. So your angle from the GP to the star is not straight. I mean, the distance from you to the GP is not straight. Therefore, you your angle from you to the GP to the star is not
Here's
that
the
of
other
98
line.
degrees.
There it is.
What? No, what? You cut out a bit there.
No,
Sorry, someone spoke.
that's where the
Yeah,
crux.
go
That's
ahead.
where the crux of the misunderstanding is. Straight line on a sphere.
I agree, it's the crux of it. That's what I'm trying to get at. So when, again, I look out to the horizon and compare that to the celestial body, what am I measuring?
The altitude of the star from horizontal. Actually, you make adjustments for the horizon and refraction.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
How
And if
am I
you're
then using it using that to determine an LOP or a circle
so
of equal altitude?
let's say you measure the angle to the star at 70 degrees. That means you are 20 times 60 nautical miles from the GP of that star. That's your circle.
Is the LOP a transecting plane of the sphere?
It's a circle. It's not a plane. It's a circle.
Well, you're actually you initially just measured an angle to a horizon. I don't know why you're ignoring that, but
No, I said you adjust for the horizon because it's dipped below horizontal.
well, all you're adjusting for is your altitude above that horizon.
Right.
That's all you're doing because you're on a boat, for example, which the deck would be not sitting on the horizon or the surface. You're,
Yeah,
let's say,
yeah.
on
just
an
adjust.
aircraft carrier would be what 250.
Yeah, whatever it is, we make an adjustment for it so that we're actually measuring the altitude relative to horizontal.
Yeah, that adjustment is just the altitude above the horizon, but what you're looking at is the horizon.
Yeah,
correct. That's your first
we
step,
want it.
and then you adjust using the dip angle, and then now you have a new angle that you've accounted for that dip. So now you have a horizontal. You have an angle relative to horizontal. So after you take that first measurement to the horizon, you make the adjustment due to the dip. Now you have a new angle, and that's what you move forward with.
Is that dip exclusive to a spherical Earth?
I think so. Yes.
I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah.
How so? Yeah, go ahead and explain that, please.
Because the horizon should rise to eye level or should approach eye level on a
regardless. But if I'm on a flat plane, but I'm on a let's say boat that's 300 meters above sea level. I'm above sea level, correct? Why would you expect the horizon to be at the same level as my eye?
It approaches eye level. It approaches eye level.
Why?
Because there's no reason for it to deviate from that. Because it's an infinite. It would be quote unquote an infinite plane. We can't see forever. The atmosphere will get in the way, but there is always land. There is always land for your eyeballs to be able to see. The reason why there's a dip angle on a sphere is because that land is now dipping down, and at some point that land is going to dip down in such a way that line of sight to your eyeballs goes through part of the Earth. That's why there's a dip angle on a sphere.
My
not on a flat
argument
Earth.
is there is no infinite in reality.
You want a mathematical proof? Do you want a mathematical proof of why it rises to eye level or approaches eye level? Because I sent one to Brandon like 6 months ago. Let me find it.
Mathematical proof.
Yes, that the horizon should approach eye level.
Does it include infinity? Because that's what I'm.
It
I mean,
does,
that was the
yes.
rebuttal. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Have
my
you
rebuttal
heard, Brandon?
to infinity is it doesn't exist in reality.
Yeah, I know.
Mathematically,
it's called limits.
or metaphysically,
Do you understand
or
calculus?
Hey guys, I
understand
don't want
calculus?
to interrupt, man, but I don't think Brandon agreed with that in the end. Did you hear his thing on how the horizon isn't at eye level?
We know it isn't, but we know it should on a flat Earth.
No, he doesn't agree. He gave a well, because if you take the two parallels of your eye level and an infinite plane, they're never going to meet.
right? But what will the angle approach?
So what's the dip angle correction formula?
I forget what it is. Does it matter?
I just
It
heard
doesn't
about
matter. Doesn't matter. That's your whole argument.
I can derive it for you if you like, but do we really need
Go
to do
ahead.
that right now? No, do
Well,
we
that's
really
your
need to
whole
do that right
argument.
now?
That's based that you're making an argument based on that. So if I guess making it right now would be kind of relevant. If
To a certain extent, we're only explaining how you use a sextant and how it's used within navigation. This is hardly a
well, we both agree that
this is
we have
hardly
a
an
dip
argument
angle.
of sphere versus flat Earth. It's simply explaining how you use an instrument within navigation. There are connotations and implications that that you are accounting for the spherical nature of the Earth, but it's
That's
simply
where the
what's happening right
argument
now
lies.
is not an argument. It's
No.
explaining
Yeah, it's
how a
just trying to
sextant
get us
works
to do
within
some work.
navigation.
Yeah, you're just trying to get us
I'm
to do some work,
honestly,
right?
Right, I get
no.
that.
I'm honestly, I already said from the beginning, I've never held a sextant. I'm actually
Yeah,
not
neither have I.
arguing with you guys.
Oh,
I'm
fine,
actually
there you go.
trying to figure it out. I'm trying to understand it. I'm not arguing. I mean, I could be wrong about everything I said since I started speaking. I'm fine with that, and I'll admit to that. I am wrong if that's what you want to hear. I'm just trying to understand how something like a dip angle or a dip correction works and what is it
Yeah, I
actually
will.
measuring, because my simple understanding of it is that it uses an almanac, and in the almanac all you look for is an elevation.
Here we
right?
go. I found the derivation in the almanac. Here we go. Give me a sec. Give me a second.
Yeah, I would have taken the bait if I were at home, but I'm driving, so it's all you, Ruhith.
Yeah,
It's
it's all
not
good.
bait, man. I'm
But you're getting us
honestly
to do
having a
your work,
discussion.
right?
Maybe
All right, so
maybe I
those.
am. I'm being a little lazy, but
All right, so I've
This is
maybe you
posted.
could call that.
I've posted three things in the chat, right? The first one is the mathematical proof for why the horizon should approach eye level. The second two is from Nathaniel Bowditch's almanac. This is the dip angle. So the cosine of the angle is the radius divided by the radius plus height. The formula. And the diagram for it is the third.
just a prediction. I think that formula will do nothing for the conversation. Just my prediction.
I agree. Yes. It's not relevant. We're talking about the actual.
So we plug
you
that
make an
formula
adjustment.
in. Sorry, Ruhif. So we plug that
Yeah.
formula in, and we now get the radius. That's the formula.
No, that gives you your
Holy
dip
shit,
angle.
man!
That's
going to be your dip angle that you subtract. So your first measurement's going to be horizon to that celestial body. Let's just say it's 70 degrees. Based on your observer height, if you're in the crow's nest, if you're on a aircraft carrier, you're at a particular height above sea level. So then based on that angle, because of the dip of the Earth, you're going to subtract from your original measurement. That is the angle that you move forward with when you want to start navigating. You don't use that first horizon to celestial body, then you navigate. You get that first measurement, you subtract this dip angle, then you move
Correct.
forward navigating.
Now, my only contention is, because you guys said it, is that you only need to correct for that if we're on a globe, not on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
When
and if
all
we
it's
don't
doing
correct
is
for it,
it's taking into account elevation, whether it
right?
be
But if we
on a flat
don't correct
plane.
for it, we get the wrong angle and we get the wrong navigation, right? If we don't correct for the fact
If
that
we
there's a
don't, we
globe,
already
we get it
agree on that.
wrong.
Yeah, but you're saying I only need to correct for it if I'm on a globe. If I'm on a flat Earth,
Oh yeah,
you already said
yes.
it, that I don't need to correct for it.
Yeah, if you're on a flat Earth,
And
the
that's the
horizon should approach
contention.
eye level. Yeah, and the horizon does not approach eye level. There is a hard line below eye level, and a predictably below eye level. And the angle gets bigger as you get higher. None of those should happen on a flat Earth.
What are you, a fucking
flat
flat
Earth.
Earth? What are you, a flat Earthologist?
Well, on a flat Earth, the horizon should just fade off into
How do
the
you know?
distance.
How do you know?
Because that's what would happen. If
Fade
you've got
How do you know?
land, if you've got land or water at least 5,000 miles away, how about you do the trick for it, Jeremy?
Okay, and the lights, and are we making straight lines to objects we see?
No, we're
No,
refracting.
no. The logic of the
So we're
argument
not
is
making
just
straight
saying
lines.
the logic of the argument is just saying it can't happen on a flat Earth. But I mean, if you just pass, or if you proceed by that logic, you can say if the Earth is a globe, and then you make the Black Swan argument, it's the same logic and it's the same validity then. So I think we can't proceed that way if we want to agree on a certain point. You know, I mean, then they will claim refraction. Why can't I now just claim refraction and say the horizon won't be eye level because of refraction? It's so dumb.
Yeah, that's a valid point. Correct. And that was going to be my next point. And thank you, Flark, for that. That was very valid.
Do you have an explanation or a diagram or any mathematical reason as to why on a flat plane at sea, assuming your arguments are correct, that sea level is horizontal, flat, level, all these things, is there any reason in which we would have a hard horizon,
Blind spot.
give or take
He
3, 4,
just
5 miles away?
stated. He just said it. He said refraction. But you asked for something which I'm perplexed upon. A mathematical reason? What's that?
I
Can you
gave
define that?
I would accept a number of explanations in particular formats, and that was just one of them.
Yeah, what's a mathematical reason?
Like Ruhif posted, a mathematical proof providing numbers using trigonometry of particular distances and observer heights, and then we can get particular angles to what we would call a horizon, or possibly showing a non-horizon because of these mathematical facts. Just one example of a few ways that you could explain it, but throwing the word refraction out does nothing for
So
me.
could explain it rather than facts, right? It's not a
Well,
fact.
we
It's
have
just
to have
a way
a.
that you can. Can I just finish my sentence? It's
Yeah, go
not
ahead,
a
man.
fact. It's just simply a way of portraying a description that makes sense mathematically. Is that what you're asking for?
It doesn't have to just be mathematically, but what I'm actually getting at is that we have to have a possible explanation before we have an actual explanation. It has to be possibly true, and then we can test it. And then if it stands up to scrutiny, then we can have an actual explanation.
I think the simple answer is perspective. Curve of your eyeball doesn't let you see forever. So Ruhif asserting that you should see a 5,000 mile away horizon is ridiculous.
He's not saying that. What he's saying is that it would fade. We wouldn't have a hard line horizon. If you especially the
I don't
argument
think
becomes
from
the argument
the
for you becomes
observations I've
worse.
seen,
Hold on, man.
I rarely see a hard line horizon.
Fantastic.
It's never.
So if you want to use just perspective, your argument weakens because there is literally no reason that you would have a hard line horizon based on perspective. You would have to introduce atmospheric conditions, and even then,
Of
it's
course
not
we have
enough.
atmospheric conditions. It's in the
All right,
atmosphere.
never mind.
And you keep asserting this hard line horizon, and that's not what we observe.
Yes, of
Who would
course.
like me to go outside and take a photo of the hard horizon today?
If you're so inclined, sure, but I don't set bait, so you don't have to on my accord.
Have you used the sextant before, Ruhif?
No. I
You've
just know
never
it's the
used the
same.
sextant.
Thank
No, I
you,
just know it's
SE,
the
for
same
rolling it
argument
back.
as it's the
That
same
was
argument
the
as
original
Polaris that you guys
argument.
fail with.
Yeah, we're going back because I forgot what the argument is really about.
Sextant versus globe and flat. That was the original.
Yeah, but the sextant argument is exactly the same argument as Polaris. 69 miles per degree. All it is.
That's not an argument. 69
It is.
What's the argument?
69 miles per degree implies a sphere. It does not work on a flat Earth. That linear ratio doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Okay, so we
exactly like it
observe
doesn't work with
Polaris.
Polaris.
Axiomatically,
We
actually.
guys want? Can I have 2 minutes with Ruhif, or are you guys not done yet?
You go.
Well, it works when you make
Go ahead.
assumptions.
All right, we'll see how far I can get. I don't think you guys can control yourselves. We'll see. Ruhif, the Polaris is dropping at 1 degree for every 69 miles, right? In a linear function.
Yes.
Okay, so when we're on Earth, how many degrees per 69 miles do things drop? Buildings, mountains, lighthouses?
No, not. That's different. They're not infinitely or effectively infinitely far away.
Polaris isn't infinitely far away.
For the size of the Earth, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
For any size, it's not infinitely far away.
I didn't say. I said effectively infinite. Effectively.
No one of you knows how far it is away, man. Don't shittery, man.
And now we're going to go. Oh, prove to me that it's 400 light years away, right? This is what you guys do. Our model is that
No,
it's a
I was
long way
gonna-
away, and that's how it works.
So
Can you
we have
answer
things dropping. We have things dropping at a linear rate in the sky, but then objects on Earth don't drop at a linear rate, right?
Yeah, think
Correct.
about what he said, Jeremy.
Correct.
Think about
Yeah,
the
that doesn't
distance.
match.
Think about the distances.
Yeah, I know you guys can help it. Hold on, Chronic.
But you didn't consider what he said.
Can we just
You're
have
actually making my
Jeremy
argument,
and
Jeremy.
Ruhif?
You're making my argument for me.
No, the argument is that the math doesn't match the globe. If you have things dropping at a linear rate in degrees, then that's how things should drop.
No, listen.
Yes.
Your building example, right? Let's say we're on flat Earth, and your building does not drop away at 69 miles per degree. Right now, instead of a building, just imagine Polaris 5,000 kilometers up on a flat Earth.
Okay,
that
so
does not
depending on the
change by
height,
69 miles per degree.
so depending on the height of an object will
Hang on. Do you understand my analogy? If I
He's trying to
transpose
put
your
his words
analogy,
out. Hold on,
if I
Ruhif.
transpose my analogy,
You asked your question. Let him answer.
no, I don't think he understands that.
Was there a question there? I didn't think there was a question.
Yeah. So your analogy was the building, right? And you step away from the building, and it is not a linear 69 miles per degree or whatever, right? If you then just replace that building and say stick Polaris up there, it's also not 69 miles per degree. Do you know what does work? 69 miles per degree. It doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Okay. So let's pretend we're at the North Pole.
Yep.
So you're saying the height of objects above the Earth's surface depends on how many, if it drops at a linear function or a squared function?
No. For something that is effectively infinitely far away, like the stars.
Yeah, you're saying the height matters. If it's low, it'll drop at a squared rate, and if it's high, it'll drop at a linear rate. Is that what you're saying?
If it's low relative to the size of the Earth and not effectively infinite, then you don't get a linear function, right? You don't get a linear function.
Effectively infinite. Can you define that?
Hold on a second, bro.
Sorry, Jeremy.
But effectively infinite, such that lines of sight, so that the line of sight from the GP
See, now
to
he's
the
going
star.
again. Now he's rambling on again. You see what happens?
I got asked a question. What do I mean
it
by
was my
effectively
turn.
infinite?
It was my turn.
Sorry,
It's
Jeremy.
okay. It was my turn to say something, Ruhif.
Jeremy? Go. Yep.
So when things are up high, they're dropping at a linear rate, and when things are down low to the ground, they're dropping at a squared rate. So there must be a point where that stops becoming a squared rate and becomes a linear rate. What's that? What's
When
that
you're
height?
effectively, right. Well, it's when you consider that the line from the GP to the star is parallel to your line of sight of the star.
Okay, what's the height at which it stops becoming a squared function and becomes a linear function?
What's your tolerance in the parallel nature of those two lines?
What's my tolerance in the there's a rate at which things are dropping. Up high it's linear,
Right.
down low it's squared. What is the height
Right,
at
okay.
which it stops
I'll say it
becoming
again.
squared and becomes linear?
I'll say it again, right? So the line from your observer position to the star and the line from the GP to the star, right? If you say those are parallel, then it's effectively infinite. Right? Then as it gets closer, those lines very
Okay, how
slowly.
How close?
It's a
When does
matter
it
of
stop?
tolerance, Jeremy. It's a matter of tolerance.
somewhere
when
around the
does it-
moon. Somewhere around the moon,
when-
because that has
Sure.
parallax, but it gets close to the point where you can kind of do it. The moon. Is,
Whenever you consider those lines not to be parallel, those two lines of sight not to be parallel. If
So there
Polaris is
must be
bigger
a
than
height.
the Earth, then they are
Is it
parallel.
100,000
It's a
feet?
malformed
Oh, for fuck's
10
sake, Jeremy.
miles?
I was
Is it
gonna-
100 miles? How far
It's
up
a
do you got to go
malformed-
to
Then
where
do,
it stops?
do the trig.
Who is
Do the
talking?
trig,
Why are you
right?
guys talking all over me?
Because it's a
Because you've
malformed
asked the same question and I've answered it.
It's not a malformed question. There is a height at which it stops becoming a squared function, and becomes a linear function.
Not in the way that you're saying. It's a relationship between the parallel lines or perceivably parallel lines that are coming in.
Whenever you determine that they're not parallel within your
pretend
tolerance,
Hold on, Rohit. Pretend we have a building. It's 10 miles high. Is it going to drop at a squared rate or a linear rate?
are you on a flat Earth?
We're on whatever Earth you're on measuring this shit.
Yeah, it's on a flat Earth. It'll drop it because it's small in
No,
relation
just
to the Earth.
in reality.
Yeah,
How
because
much
it's
does it drop?
small. Because it's small in the relative to the Earth, it will drop at the non-linear rate. It'll be a trigonometric rate.
Okay, I got one now. A building that's 100 miles high. Is it still dropping at a squared rate?
Trigonometric until you decide those lines are parallel or basically effectively
1,000
parallel.
miles. If we got a
Oh,
1,000 mile high
do
building,
the trig, Jeremy. I've
we
answered
got
your
a 1,000
question.
mile high
This
building.
is-
I want
this
to know
is the
which
childish
mile.
shit that you provide, Jeremy.
I
It's
want to know
childish.
which. I want to know which mile. Shut up with your rhetoric, Bio. I want to
It's not
know at
rhetoric,
which
it is
mile. I want to
childish,
know.
man.
Stop funny muting me. I want to know at which
Why are
mile.
you white knighting for
It's not white
Yeah,
knighting.
bro.
It's malformed question in which
Dude,
It's
the
not
childish
malformed.
argument of what about
It's not
1,001
malformed.
miles?
Stop
What about
with your rhetoric
1,002
nonsense,
miles?
bro.
Ruhit
Stop with
is
your
given a
funny
clear.
muting.
Ruhit,
Stop funny muting me, bro.
Go ahead,
I've
Jeremy.
answered your question. Whenever you decide that those lines are no longer parallel,
I don't decide when they're not parallel. When does it happen?
what's
It
your
must happen.
tolerance? What is your tolerance then for how close they are to parallel where you just consider that they are parallel?
Hey, Ruhif, we're measuring the
close.
drop. Ruhif, we're measuring the drop, right? Things are dropping at a
No,
square.
we're measuring the line of sight to a star.
Okay, and it's dropping at a linear function. How low does it have to go to become a squared function? There must be a
When the
very
height.
specific. There must be a very
No, there
specific.
does not. You're not understanding, Jeremy. You're not understanding.
You can't just have bro. There's going to become a height where something stops dropping at a squared rate and starts dropping at a linear rate.
And that point is when you no longer consider those lines to be parallel.
Not when I consider them to be parallel.
Yes, that is the
No.
answer, Jeremy. That is the answer.
Well,
So
that's
I
the
don't
question,
consider the
actually.
lines of Polaris to be parallel, so it's dropping at a squared rate.
Well, I consider them parallel because
Well,
it's
that-
a very, very long
So
way
this is
away.
opinion. This is opinion based then.
Well, our model says the stars are
I
far
can just
away.
decide whatever
right?
whenever I want lines
Okay.
to be.
Does your opinion match reality, Jeremy?
No,
Sorry,
that
can
was
we
his
stop?
question.
Can we stop at this point
That
really
was
quick?
hold on, Phil. That was his question. When do you consider them to drop at a?
When do you
squared
consider
function?
them?
And my response, my response is, what is your tolerance?
No,
The
your
same tolerance we're- hold
he
on, the
asked
same
you the
tolerance-
question.
Let Jeremy
Same
continue.
tolerance we're using. The same tolerance we're using to measure
okay.
Polaris.
Whatever
and build-
the
I'm telling you right
whatever
now.
the tolerance is
same-
in my instrument. Whatever the tolerance is my instrument. If my
fine.
instrument is down to 1 arc second, then I'll work out
Whatever
how far
instrument
that
you
is.
got, bro. Whatever instrument you're already using to make these observations.
Yeah,
The
and whatever
Autolite,
my
whatever.
instrument, right? If my instrument is accurate to 1
so what's
arc
the height?
second, I will then go and do the triangle for that.
Okay, so what's the height at which your
Oh,
instrument?
fuck, whatever. Doesn't matter what it is. 50,000 miles.
It doesn't
Whatever.
matter. So at
It doesn't
50,000
matter.
miles.
yeah.
Okay, so at 50,000 miles, stuff's dropping at a squared rate, and then 50,000 miles and 1 millimeter, it's dropping at a linear rate.
Jeremy,
No, see, I
don't
knew
be
you were
so
gonna do
fucking
this.
disingenuous, Jeremy. Seriously.
I'm not being
I told you.
disingenuous.
I've
I
given
want
you
to
an
know.
answer.
I'm not being
I've given you an
disingenuous.
answer.
I want to know what the
It's a
height
gradient.
is.
It's a gradient.
It depends on your tolerance.
Come
It's not a
on,
gradient,
guys.
idiot. Hold on.
Let's
It's not a
stop. Let's
gradient.
stop at this point real quick, okay? Let me please try to summarize the positions
Why are
to
we
stay
stopping?
in a constructive frame for the discussion, okay? Because it goes in a circle now, I think. So
Okay, so
the main
go ahead.
point, the fundamental point is to make angles work, you know? And for the consideration of the globe model, the light rays are considered as coming in parallel, whereas the surface is considered curved to make the angles work. So as flat earthers, we have a problem because we can't make these angles work without having like their assumptions, you know. But the problem is when we can like prove, or when we can see that we can make these angles work with not parallel light rays, we can agree on that it's not a proof for neither model. Because as Ruhif correctly said, his model says the light rays is coming in parallel. So the surface of the Earth, to make the angles work, has to be spherical. That's all.
I can't believe you stopped the whole conversation for that. Thank you for your input.
Jer-
That was
Jeremy,
invaluable.
to be
So
fair, you made
that's
your
a
point
valid.
really well, and that guy summed it up good. So
Yeah, that was very valid. I mean, unless
All right.
Rulif can disagree to that. Rulif, you got a rebuttal to that?
I think he's got it right. The Lydia formula only works on a globe.
That's
With
not what he
stars far
said.
away.
That's not what he said.
Did he just say the angles don't work on a flat Earth?
He's essentially
That's
saying
not
that
what he
there's
said.
two things.
with
There's two
parallel
things to
light rays.
consider. Yes, there's two things to consider to make this work. That one, light is coming in parallel from a distant object, and two, that the Earth is spherical. Using these two parameters, the way that we are taking these measurements, 69
Not
degrees
parameters.
or 1 degree for every 69 miles, that works. What a flat Earth has to do is either show that, I guess they have to show that light is not
You're roboting. You're roboting.
coming in.
You're roboting.
Bring it back. Bring it
That's
back.
all.
Bad
That's
robot.
all. Flat Earth
And
has
in
to
that way,
robot.
it
show.
would
By
it
deal,
would
you're
it would
roboting.
it would hurt.
Bring it back. You're roboting.
I know. I don't think it would be
We
better.
get your point though, Bio.
You're
You
good
know,
now, but no, let him put it through. Go ahead, Bio.
No, I don't think it's going to be good for a few minutes. But you got it. Yeah.
Listen, there is a point. Pretend we had a building 400 light years tall at the North Pole. And the bottom's on the ground and the top's touching Polaris. Okay? Now,
The answer's the
now
same.
there's going to be a point in the building where the bottom part of the building is dropping at a squared function and the top's dropping at a linear function. You're out there with your theodolite or whatever you use. What height does it switch from being a squared function to a linear function?
As soon as you consider those lines not to be parallel, the answer is the
No,
same.
when
here.
do
I've
you
answered
consider?
it.
When do you consider? Whenever you
Oh, it
consider.
does, no,
It's not a hard
no.
cutoff though. It's just the farther it is, I guess the more accurate it would be. That's it. You know, it's just if it's farther, it's more accurate. And Polaris is really far away, so that's super accurate. You know, it's just it's not a hard cutoff.
It's the top of the Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, the more valid question was whether the light is coming in parallel or not. Rather, I mean, there are two variables, whether it be the line that's curving or that the light is curving. Correct?
But the fact that the linear
And that was
function
the
works.
argument presented.
Yeah, but the
It
fact
can
that the
work
linear
either way
function
with either
Well, show
assumption. You
us
have to
how on a
assume
flat
something.
Earth. Show us how on a
Well,
flat Earth
just
that
as
it
much
works.
just as much as you're assuming the Earth to curve, you can assume the light is curving. That's how it works.
Sorry, is your
You got a
answer
problem with that?
refraction? Is your answer refraction?
I mean, it's also your answer for most of the questions, but
No,
let's just assume that refraction.
refraction. Okay, so you reckon refraction can bend light by like 15 degrees from where it
Yep.
should be?
Yep.
You do. Okay, you're wrong because we have empirical refraction. We know how it works.
Empirical refraction.
Yes, we know how much light bends in the atmosphere.
The light from Polaris, you'd have to know the medium in between. So
Tell us more about the empirical refraction. How do you establish that?
no, if you're talking about the light from Polaris, you need to know the medium that it's going through. Right? Right, Rohif? Hello? Did I get disconnected?
The medium of the light's going through, that'd be, if they account for linear attenuation.
Well, I'm just saying, if you want to know if he said it can't happen at 15 degrees, you'd have to know the medium that it's going through, because we can most certainly make light bend more than 15 degrees in controlled environments.
But I mean, it goes through the absence of a medium, does it?
Well, if that's what you think the medium is up there,
The space vacuum.
well, I mean, that's the claim. They can't prove it. It's not empirical. That's what it is.
We get several problems by that, yeah.
It's good light bending right now, like 30, 40 degrees. That's what you're considering light bending. I post the picture all the time. They're using standard refraction and saying it can't based on a sphere on a radius model. Well, that's not what we're talking about.
You post pictures of boats close to an ocean.
Is that too much refraction, according to the globe?
We're talking about a star overhead.
Was that infinite over R refraction, Ruhif? What were they saying for the black swan? Infinite over R refraction for that one, right?
Dude, you don't use over R when you're that's a way of getting close to standard refraction. You just multiply that number by R, but when you're talking about the refraction for black swan, you're not going to try to make a radius of the Earth. You know what I mean? That's what you guys keep saying, that Earth would have to be like this big for that to happen. But that's not. That doesn't really make sense.
But please don't say you guys, because it's not our claim.
All you guys who argue about the black swan.
Yeah, but your rebuttal is the refraction, not ours.
Yeah, as I was saying,
It's not a rebuttal.
we know how refraction works. Empirically know how it works. So it's not going to bend 15 degrees.
The sky, you know how the sky works, outer space.
I know how
Too much refraction. Too much
We
refraction.
also empirically know that the Earth isn't
Excuse
moving.
me, the black swan is not a refraction, so the oil rigs are actually going up and down and squeezing and not squeezing, and that boom actually looks like spaghetti one day and is straight the next.
Okay, Ruhif, have you ever made any?
When it's straight?
Hold on a second.
It's
Ruhif, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna rebut the argument of the spaghetti.
You're gonna rebut that? Go ahead. All right.
Yeah, it's still a black swan. It's still beyond 6 miles.
Yeah, but I mean, some days it's straight, and some days it's not, and other days it's up,
It's
and some days it's down.
It's still a black swan. It's still beyond.
What is a black
So
swan?
it's not refraction, but the
well,
rig is
black
actually
swan.
changing.
You want me to summarize the argument? Because
Oh, I know
yes,
the damn
please.
argument. You say it's not refraction, so it must be physically. The rig must physically go up and down, move closer and farther, and the
I would love to hear the argument.
Yeah.
Sorry, Penis.
So, if P, therefore Q. If not P, therefore not Q.
So the rig actually moves then.
No, keep going. Keep going with the argument. What is P and what is Q?
Okay. If the Earth has a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance can be no more than 1.222 miles from times the observer height.
Wrong. False. Ignores refraction. Argument done. Thank you.
So if you want to know how good Ruhif is with refraction, me and him started a numpty clip, didn't we, Ruhif?
Did we?
But why don't we do this,
Yeah, we
Ruhif?
did.
Because Ruhif's got a good point. That's not correct, but I have because I know where that claim comes from. It comes from a single person, but is there any? I would like to challenge you guys to come up with some other source of that claim that the horizon
doesn't
can be no
matter.
further than this distance.
Yeah, it ignores refraction. That's an unrefracted number.
Yeah. The claim is
false.
not.
The premise is false.
All right, I was going to ask about this. So
Yeah, premise is false. The argument fails. Done.
Okay, so you claim you know how refraction works. Have you ever made any real life? Have you ever made any real life measurements all throughout the optical corridor above and below, and then went and recreated that in a lab? and
No,
seeing
I
how the
have
light
all
is
the
acting.
lab. It's already been done in a lab. I don't need to recreate it.
We want to
You ever had
recreate
sex
what
with
we.
a midget?
You want to recreate what we see in a
the
real
fuck?
life scenario in the lab, right?
I know what the refractive index is of air under all sorts of conditions, right? And
So
then
you have
I know what the atmosphere looks like because we can measure the atmosphere.
Okay, cool. So let's see one of these measurements where you measured the optical corridor above and below, and all through the optical
they
corridor,
send up.
and we'll take a look at it.
How
Let's
come
see it.
Send up
Travis
weather
does not do
balloons.
that when?
Ruhif,
Why
you
do-
got that?
That's also a good point.
Ruhif, you got
What
the
I
optical
have,
corridor
what I
measured?
have,
Temperature,
what
pressure,
I
and
have.
humidity?
I'm starting a sentence, right? So what I have is the knowledge of the formula to derive the refractive index of air under various conditions, and then I have weather data that I can then apply those formula to derive how much light will curve through an atmosphere. And then what I do is I know that very close to the surface, the temperature and the humidity can be quite variable. But I also know that getting above the surface, it's not. It approaches a standard. It approaches a mean. So what I
So let's
say
see.
to everyone is get above the surface and take observations from there.
Every observation is done above the surface. No one does an
No,
observation below the
substantially,
surface. We don't do it below the
substantially
surface.
above.
Okay, let me just
Substantially
respond
above
to
the
that.
surface.
So in order to have this measurement of the weather that you claim, you're going to need it in the optical corridor because it doesn't really matter what's going on anywhere else other than the optical corridor and above and below it.
Yep.
Why
In
don't
order to
you
measure
require Travis
refraction.
to do this, Jeremy?
So do you have anything like that, Ruhif?
I have weather balloon data for the observations that I.
Okay, do you have
weather
anything
balloon
in
data for the area?
Yeah, because the
I
area is
could,
not good enough. Do you have anything in the optical corridor? The light is traveling
Yeah,
through gas. It's
there's
refracting.
weather balloon
So
data.
you're going to
There's
need to
weather balloon
measure.
data. Listen, there's
So,
weather
no,
balloon
I
data for
wasn't. What do you
Edwards
mean?
Air
Listen, I
Force
wasn't done with
Base.
my sentence.
Yeah, but you're asking. I know what you're asking. So, all right, go.
And you're going to come with the same bullshit that you don't. So you don't have it. You admit you don't have it.
There is weather balloon data for Edwards Air Force Base. My line of sight ran through that area. Right. The temperature gradient is pretty steady, and it turns out to equate to around 7/6R. And guess what? All my calculations matched the reality of 7/6R.
Okay. In order to do this, you would need to make a straight line to the object, then measure above, below, and through the optical corridor. You don't have any
Weather
of that
balloons
at
do.
all.
That's
No,
what
they
weather
don't do
balloons
that.
do. Yeah, they
They
do.
don't do
They
that.
take measurements
Let's
on the
see it.
way up.
Okay, let's see it. Let's see one
take
time you measured
measurements.
it. Let me see one time where
Oh,
you measured through your optical corridor.
I'm on
Let's
my
see it.
phone. I'm on my
You don't have
phone.
any
I've
of
got
that
a phone.
shit. I already know you don't have it.
I made a fucking graph from the weather balloon data showing the average and the variance there is for that location. I posted it a million times.
If you need the measurements through the optical corridor where you're actually
Yeah,
looking,
and
not above it, on the side of it,
I've got weather
below it,
balloon
in the
data
average area.
every day. Every day they send up weather balloons, and you can infer the normal typical conditions from that.
No, you need it. Ruhif. Go ahead, Coach.
Why isn't that
Okay.
satisfactory? Why is it? Why I don't understand why that's not satisfactory. It seems like that should be satisfying the thing you're asking for.
No, you're looking through it. You're looking through an optical corridor, right?
Right.
Do you agree? You're looking through an optical corridor. Okay.
Yes.
So in order to know where the light's bending through the optical corridor, you need to measure it in the optical corridor, not around it, above it, on the side of it, right?
Oh, yeah, fuck it. If I measure the air 500 meters to the left of my line of sight and it's consistent every day, are you going to say the air 500 meters to the right is now somehow totally different? You're being
You need to
retarded.
do it. You need to do it through the optical corridor. You're
I've
not
measured
doing
the
that
air
at
in
all.
the area. The weather balloon
that's
data
not-
is. Oh, for fuck's sake! You're being just a prick now, Jeremy. Seriously.
You can't get a refraction measurement by measuring having just one measurement in the area. That's fucking nonsense.
No, I have fucking years of weather balloon data.
All
Years
you
of
need
it.
is one. All you need is one in the optical corridor.
You're being a
Riff,
prick.
I
know,
haven't seen
Riff.
that video. I haven't seen that video, but it sounds interesting, and I was just curious, real quick, about the balloon data. Is this data like it's not a single bit of data? It's like if it goes up, is it taking data all the way up?
Yes,
Like at
every
different
second or
altitudes.
two. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, every
Well,
second
there
or
you
two,
go. I
so
mean,
it gets the gradient. It gives you the gradient, and you can plot that gradient and see how tightly it matches and at what altitude it matches gets close to a mean and what variance there is very close to the surface. That's why we assume 7/6R. You've just got to get above the surface. You know you're asking for too much. Disingenuous.
No, I'm not. You guys are making a claim that this thing's happening, and
Yeah.
that, and you don't have
Yes.
any measurement. Stop, Ruhib.
I
Stop.
just
Let
told
me
you we have
finish my
weather balloon
sentence.
data. I just told you we have
So
weather
you're not
balloon
gonna
data
let me
that gives
finish.
us the gradient.
So you're claiming this thing's happening, and you don't have the measurements that would be
As soon as
necessary.
you say I
Stop,
don't have the
Ruhib.
measurements, I'm going to say I have weather balloon data.
Okay,
That's
and
when I'm going to cut you off.
that is not the measurements that you need to know
Yes,
where
it
the
is.
light's heading through your optic.
Yes, it is.
Stop,
Ruhif,
yo.
this is your official
Jeremy.
warning. You're clipping him on purpose. Stop it.
Yeah, because he keeps saying I don't have measurements, and I
So-
do. Right.
So you
when he
just
says
agreed
that,
you were
I'm going
doing
to
it on
say,
purpose? You just
fine,
agreed
you
you were
can boot
doing it
me
on
out.
purpose?
Ruhib,
Kick
just
me out
stop,
if you like,
bro.
okay?
Just, Ruhib,
No,
stop.
I'll just give you a timeout. Hang on.
Well,
Ruhib,
Jeremy,
just
why
do
don't you just, instead of saying it's not good, why don't you explain,
I'm
how
trying
that
to.
measurement?
I'm trying to explain, because if you have something, know what's going on the side of you or in your general fucking vicinity, that doesn't tell you how the light's bending through your optical corridor. You need those measurements through the optical corridor so you know how the light's bending as it's coming to you. You can't just have the temperature, pressure, and humidity to the left of you or the right of you or up high or one spot in the middle. That's not going to do it. Not even close.
Yeah, but I think he's saying that it's the same measurements though.
It's not. It's not a weather balloon. You could have 10 weather balloons if they're not.
But I thought he said that they're consistent for both those, for where it's reading and where he's measuring.
Yeah, that's fine. He has a consistent average temperature, pressure, and humidity in the area he's doing it in. That doesn't tell you what the light's doing through the optical corridor at all. There's no way you can get any kind of refractive measurements off of that.
From the conditions?
From the general conditions in the area, you cannot get a refraction measurement off that. Go ask the rumpus. Go ask somebody that knows what's going on.
Kosho.
Why do you say that though?
Because
Kosho. Let me ask him one question, Jeremy. Kosho, what happens if you're looking at the laser in the sugar water fish tank from the side view where the laser's pointing at? If you're looking at the laser pointing straight at your eyes, but it's bending down to the bottom of the fish tank, what do you see from the side view?
Maybe the source. I'm not sure.
You're not sure, huh? You know so much. You're not sure about that, though.
Well, I'm thinking about what I'm saying to Jeremy. So I'm like trying to.
But this is the whole new point. That's the whole point right there. You have a denser thing under.
It's not the only point.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right.
What he's saying is the atmosphere that he's checking the conditions to are the same as ones he's looking through. And Jeremy's argument is not even that that's not the case. His argument is that data is not enough to tell you what the refraction's doing. I think it is though. If you have the conditions of the atmosphere, then you will be able to know what refraction's doing if you know enough about refraction, right?
Kosho, go ask your boy Rumpus or somebody that knows what's going on with refraction in order to measure it.
What did Rumpus say whenever in an incident like this?
He when I first brought this to Rumpus, he debunked the main surveyor's plumb lines not being parallel thing, because Rumpus agreed with me that yes, you need measurements through your optical corridor, and the main surveyor did it better than Ruhif is even claiming. At least the main surveyor did it at the start point and the end point. Ruhif
What was
doesn't even have.
Rumpus's criticism? What did Rumpus say?
He said you need to measure through your optical corridor to know how the light's bending through the optical corridor.
Yeah, but that's what Ruhif is saying. That is that he's not talking about the space right in front of him. He's talking about the space that's on the path to where his observation was. His optical corridor.
Yes, your optical corridor, yeah, the path that the light's traveling through. You can't know how the light's bending unless you have a measurement of the space where the light's bending through.
Yeah, but that's where he's talking about.
Who?
Ruhif.
Ruhif is a fucking weather balloon for his general area.
No, it's for the space in front of where he is.
at one spot.
For that area, yeah.
Me and Ruhif could have continued this if he would he would have let me finish my fucking sentences.
It's probably better you finish it with him because I don't even know. So.
Listen, nobody.
You're my man, Jeremy. You're my man, dude. You're my buddy. You're the biggest bullshitter in this game, dude.
No, you guys are the biggest bullshitters. You guys claim you know how the light's bending and what we should see depending on how it's bending, and it's bullshit.
No, but you measure victories. You measure victories in gotchas and that kind of thing.
I don't count this as a
wordplay. But I'm telling you, man.
Why are they saying
If
light's
you think
bending
about
when
what's
it's bending in parallel rays?
Think about what's being argued.
I'm pretty
here,
sure.
Jeremy.
I'm pretty sure.
I'll
make this
The
point.
rebuttal to the black swan is a refraction. So if anyone has figures and claims according to refraction, is the globe side.
Is that necessary?
Well,
I mean, is it not
he's
obvious that
claiming-
there's refraction?
You guys are claiming we're coming up with a refraction, when in fact it's you.
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, is it not obvious that there's refraction happening in that picture or in any
What kind of refraction?
image?
What
Yeah,
kind of
there's
refraction?
obviously
Are you
the-
mathematically
If the claim-
calculating that refraction?
There's
That's
obviously
the claim
what
is
we're
that.
getting at.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead, Jeremy. I'm trying to get it.
there's obviously refraction happening. The oil platform isn't physically moving.
Yeah, the platform is not moving. What's happening is refraction is occurring, as you just agreed, and the claim that's made in the Black Swan argument is invalid because, in fact, the horizon can be further than that if refraction is present. All you need is refraction being present, and that claim being invalid for the Black Swan to be invalid.
Well,
So
All you
that's
have
not
to
an
show is
impossible
how.
observation.
Yeah, show how. Mathematically. Go ahead.
What did you say?
Show how the horizon can change its position
It doesn't
using
change
math.
its position.
Math.
Oh, yeah, the horizon.
Mathematically.
The horizon is. Yeah, the horizon is strictly. What do they say? They say it's where the sky meets the ground. That's one way to say it. They say it's the extent to as far as you can see. So as far as once you can't see along the surface anymore, then there's the sky, obviously. So that's the horizon. But that fact alone tells you that if that's the farthest point you can see along the ground, and then the ground behind it is being refracted up, and you're able to see it now, that right there has simply changed the distance to your horizon. I mean, it's not
I'm
magic or anything.
asking mathematically, how do you account for that? Go ahead.
I mean, did that not do it for you? I mean, if the horizon's further than what?
No,
if you can see further than you could before, then the horizon's
What's
further.
the formula?
What do you mean? What's the formula?
As simple as what I'm saying.
The horizon. The horizon is now. There was
what
land beyond the
is the
horizon
formula?
that wasn't seen. Yeah, you don't need a formula, man. There was land behind the horizon that wasn't seen.
So you
now
don't
it's
have a
being
mathematical accounting for. You're just stating the fact that
Do you need? Do you only
refraction
understand it in
happens.
mathematical?
No,
only
because
understand
I
it in
asked you.
mathematical language?
And initially I asked you what kind of refraction. You couldn't answer that.
Yeah, I said it's
so
looming.
I said looming.
Yeah, looming will do that.
Can you define looming?
It's when the light would have ordinarily gone up above your head. You would have been obstructed by something that's now coming down, and the fact that it's
Can you
coming down
show-
is going to make
can you show me an
it
example?
appear. You can look at the Black Swan image, and that could be the example that I'm showing to you. But I think you understand what looming is. So ask me for an example in the middle of me explaining
I actually don't, because I think according to your understanding of looming and what I actually observe of these examples that Globers say are looming, I simply see it as a different description and definition, because I see something completely different happening, which I can way differently explain is taking place.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Completely different.
Hey, why did Ruhif get muted?
You don't know how
I
to
think
have a
someone said
conversation.
he had a timeout or something.
Yeah, we put him in the corner.
Bro, Jeremy, like in your argument with him, you weren't explaining yourself, so he kept like asking you why, and you just kept saying the same thing.
I was trying to explain myself. He wasn't letting me.
Dude, but you weren't. I was listening.
Did
roll
you
that
listen to
tape.
him
Roll
not
that.
let me explain it?
Roll that tape back, man. You were just repeating yourself over and over again.
And when he
And then
left,
he
I
just got
explained it
tired of
very.
it.
And when he left, I explained it very calmly to Kosho because Kosho let me finish my sentence.
Well, that's fine. Can we get to the definition of looming? Can someone who made the claim from the Glober side define looming again, please?
And for the record, I didn't do it. I don't mod the conversations I'm in.
Yeah, I know. It
so
just
you know.
seems like a waste of effort because Ruhiv is pretty tame. Just kind of
He
a
wasn't-
pointless moderation.
He wasn't tame just now. I think it was justified.
You have a question about the moderation? He openly admitted he was clipping on purpose. So if you're going to do that, I'm going to mute YouTube. Just be aware. It's not allowed here.
You're good. That was a good, Rock. Yeah. I don't mod my own conversations. That's all, because I'm biased if I'm actually in it. So
I would have 100% unmuted him very quickly just to make a point that he can't clip on purpose. He admitted to me. I was giving him a warning, and as I was giving him the warning, he clipped me several times and then admitted that he was doing that on purpose. Come on, man.
yeah, come on, Ruhif.
Yeah, it's just not allowed here.
So he's back. Welcome back, Ruhif. Now listen. In order to know where the light's bending through your optical corridor, you're going to need to measure the temperature, pressure, and humidity above, below, and through your optical corridor. That's the only way to know is to measure it. You can't have a measurement of the general area or the vicinity or to the left or right of you or just in one spot in the middle of you. One spot's not going to do it. I told you, Rumpus debunked the main surveyor, and the main surveyor at least did 2 locations at his point and the observed point. That's your boy Rumpus.
Oh, I'm back. I'm unmuted.
Go ahead, Ruhif.
Yeah, if you don't think that the weather balloon data is any good, if you think it can't be applied generally, then I don't know what to say to you.
I mean, if you think the weather balloon data is good enough, you don't know shit about how to measure refraction. Like I said, you better check with Rumpus or somebody that knows what they're talking about, because clearly you don't.
I understand Rumpus to be checking only a few feet above the canal. Is that correct?
I don't know shit about what he's doing at a canal. I know that me and Rumpus agree on how to measure refraction.
I'm sure Rumpus and I agree as well.
No, well, not if you don't think you need to measure through your optical corridor. You don't agree with him.
Again, what is the problem with applying weather data from the area generally?
Through the optical corridor.
Right. But
It's
again,
clear
is
as day.
the atmosphere 500 meters to the left going to be vastly different when you're above
I'll tell
the
you
surface?
right now, the temperature, pressure, and humidity is definitely going to be different between you and the object you're looking at.
Yeah.
And without those measurements, you're not going to know.
Again, weather balloon data can be applied generally, and once you get above the surface, the gradient will be quite predictable.
Yeah, you going on some science fiction predictions? I know how you guys get down.
Hey, have you fellas, Jeremy and Ruhif, have you guys ever used Walter Bislin's his simulation thing for refraction? Like he's got those cool little observations, like the ones we always talk about. But yeah, you've seen. I know you've seen them, right? You've seen that, Jeremy. Have you used those?
No, I did see the gas one though. I don't know if it was him or Mick West, the gas one where you don't have a top on a container and all the gas eventually ends up escaping. Remember that one?
Okay. Yeah. That's interesting.
Was that Mick West?
But what's more relevant? I mean, honestly, it was probably Walter Bislin. But it doesn't matter. What's relevant is Walter Bislin has this refraction simulation thing, and I've played with it. You know what I mean? I'm sure Ruhiv's played with it. And when you look at the different properties that you're able to change and adjust, you get different refraction conditions. And the type of things that you can change and adjust, it seems to me it's the same sort of information you're getting from the hot air balloon like that, right? Like you get like the temperature, the refractive index. You change I mean, there's a lot of different properties on there. I'm sure Ruhiv knows more about it than I do. Mick West has one too. It's probably just as good. It's just I like the setup that Walter Bislin has.
Isn't
thing.
the
about the one-
refractive index dependent on the temperature?
Yes.
Humidity.
There's a lot of attributes. But like Ruhiv knows more, so go ahead.
Well, that's not the way you presented it. You said
No, I named a couple of
they
them,
were
but
two
I
different
can't name all of them.
factors when
There's tons of
they affect
attributes.
Yeah, the ones that in the formula that I use is temperature, pressure, humidity, and CO2 content and wavelength.
So you're gonna need to know the temperature, pressure, and humidity changes.
Yep.
In between you and what you're observing.
Yeah.
Not just in the general area. No, not
just the general area.
Jesus Christ, Ruif.
Yes, the general area.
So, Jeremy, I think both sides have made their point on that. So, no reason to.
Not really. I mean, with reference to the Black Swan, how did Ruhif use his variables to?
Yeah, I always say to get above the surface, get as high above the surface as you possibly can to make your observations. So making an observation from one mountain to another mountain is a good one, because above the surface, that's where the gradient is stable. Close to the surface, you've got all this heat exchange and all that sort of shit going on, and you can't really measure that accurately.
So your conclusion?
You can't measure it
the
accurately.
Black Swan, it can't be measured accurately. Not that it's.
You just got done telling me how this weather balloon, Ruhif.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
He wasn't talking about the Black Swan, dude. And all the curve calculators say that also explicitly on them. They have Walter Bislin's and the Mick West. They say this is this not to be used. It's not accurate. When it's close to the water, low to the ground.
Because the temperature gradient is too difficult to measure.
When so no calculations when it's close to the surface or the water or the ground.
Yes, that's why I specifically took observations from a mountain to a mountain. And I was like, between 100 and 150 meters above the surface for the vast majority of that line of sight. And guess what they matched? 7/6R.
I have a question for you guys concerning the Black Swan observation. You guys claim it's refraction, right?
Yep.
Can you please name me?
He said 7/6R.
Yeah. Can you guys please name me which one of the effects of refraction causes the horizon to go back 10 miles, please?
Looming.
Looming causes the horizon to go back.
Yeah, if the light ray is curving as much as the Earth is curving, then your horizon is effectively infinite.
Define looming.
The apparent raising of an object's position due to light bending downwards.
But we're not talking about raising here. We're talking about
apparent
movement,
raising.
linear movement in the forward direction.
Let's see the formula? Do you have it offhand, or the formula,
Formula
you use
for
to
what?
calculate the formula you use to calculate refraction in the atmosphere?
If you Google the author of the paper is Sidor, Ciddor. So Sidor 1996 refraction, and that's got the formulas in it. And then there's a dude that's translated the formulas into Python, I think.
And that formula shows how the horizon moves back 10 miles.
It shows you the refractive index for air under any conditions.
No. What do you
That's
mean
not what I
formulas?
asked you.
Hold on. What do you mean formulas? Why is there more than one?
Oh, it's a formula, sure, one formula.
So it's one. It's one. All right. My bad. Go ahead, Essie.
No, I was just curious, Jeremy, which one of the formulas and functions describes how the horizon goes back as related to looming? Because I never heard of that. I think there's 5 effects that happen. Yeah.
I can't
why
find
is
it.
that not
Rufus.
looming?
Let me just know when you get the formula, because I can't find it. My bad. Answer.
Yeah, I'll wait for that too, Ruhif. Whenever you get it, let me know.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got the code on my machine.
Paste it in. Are you at your machine?
I'm on my
Code
phone, but I
on the
can get it.
machine.
No rush.
What
No
on
rush.
a machine?
You just want the
Whatever.
code for the formula.
I just want the formula.
Code
I
on
want
what
the,
machine?
I want the
Oh,
formula.
Yansky. Hang on. Shit.
Like I heard of
4506.
looming, stooping, stretching, right? But I haven't
What's the
heard of
code?
Yeah, there's a
cooling backer, horizon backer, or whatever you want to call it.
If the ground behind the horizon is moved up, doesn't that mean that becomes the horizon?
Is that the code? T506.
Hang on.
506.
It's in the chat.
The formula for refraction. You put it in the chat.
I'm trying to open it in some text thing.
So you invented a new formula for this effect? What did you call it?
Yeah, hang on, I found it.
Surely it's not
Found
looming,
it.
right?
Livestream.
For which
Livestream
effect?
1 text.
What would,
Did
the
you post it?
effect of the horizon moving 10 miles back. It should be at 1.2 miles to 2 miles. Yet it's way past the last oil platform,
Look.
which is at 9.5. So what would you call that effect?
Looming. All right, who wants the text of the there we go.
No, just
Oh, your
post
message
the
is too long.
Where do we
form.
go?
Just post the formula, bro. I don't need a whole bunch of text and stuff. Just the formula.
Yeah, but it's 4,000 characters.
No, I know. Just the formula. The formula is
where is
4,000
it?
I'll post a
No,
picture.
I don't want the
of
code.
first.
I don't want the code. Just the
Encoded.
formula.
Yeah, it's code. It's like 3 pages of code.
Well, where is it?
Why is it not just a form? You don't have a formula?
It is a formula. It's a complex formula in about 3 pages of code.
Where is it?
Well, I can take screenshots if you want.
Is there an R in it anywhere?
Not this one,
Bet
no.
your ass.
No,
No R in it?
actually, no.
Okay.
No
is
R?
there,
Come on.
is there a?
No R in this one.
I don't believe you that there's no R in it, but you must have a.
Post it. 1 sec.
Because I've been getting told that they're using what's the guy's name? Snell. I've been getting told that you guys are using Snell's law for the formula. So you're not using Snell's law.
But you need the refractive index to do that, right?
Yep.
So
Snell's
not
law.
Snell's. Definitely not. You're definitely not using Snell's law, then, right?
No, you need.
I'm wondering why Globers are telling me they're.
They
What's that?
have to use Snell's law.
I'm wondering why. Go ahead.
Hang on. I'm going to post 3 pictures. 1 sec.
I'm just wondering why Globers are telling me they're using Snell's law to calculate refraction in the atmosphere.
Yeah,
It's weird,
you
huh?
can. No,
Oh, you
just
can?
hang on. You can. Listen, hang on. To calculate this formula that I've just posted in the chat is to calculate the refractive index. You then take that refractive index and you can either use something like Fermat's theorem or Snell's law. Snell's law is not as accurate to work out how light's going to bend in an atmosphere. But what I've posted is the formula for refractive index.
Crazy.
What's the letter K stand? What's the letter K stand for?
Why are you asking that?
What's it stand for, Ruif?
in general scientific papers.
In this
The ratio.
in this formula, what is K?
I didn't write this formula.
So you don't know what it is?
No, I don't
He's
need to.
asking you
What the fuck?
No,
Wow.
Why do I need to know what it is?
Wow, Ruhiv. Wow.
you need to explain it. Explain your position, because that's what you're holding.
This
and
is not my
posting it.
formula.
So we should.
Good job,
disregard
Jeremy.
it?
Why is that a good job? This is not my formula. This is the guy.
So we
So
should
why'd you bring it
disregard
up, bro? Why'd
Because
you
you
bring it
asked
up?
what the formula is. You asked what the
Non-sequitur?
formula is.
So you're supporting something you have no clue what it is, bro. Come on.
Just throw away the empirical lab experiments, SE. Just throw it away.
You can't even support it yourself. So yeah, I think we would throw it
Jeez,
away.
you guys are fucking disingenuous. Jesus.
Us or you? You're the one
These-
supporting it.
Yeah,
this is a
that was
formula.
your evidence.
Hang on. Let me step in here. Keep that at a minimum, please. That's like the third or fourth time you've said that. So no need. You're smart enough
Or
to
is that
argue.
Is that to me? What was the
Yeah,
criticism?
that's to you. Don't call them disingenuous for believing what they believe. I mean, you might have your opinion, you know what I'm saying, but no reason to get personal.
Okay.
Argument's good enough.
Rakia,
Okay.
let me tell you
You guys-
something.
you guys-
Here's what just happened. Someone made some measurements, and then these guys just said, "Nah, I'm not gonna believe them." That's the same as someone dismissing a picture or measurement that you claim to have taken. What do you think of that?
No,
Yeah.
we asked for someone's evidence for a claim, and they presented one, and we asked them a question about it, and they said they don't know when it's their
But
evidence.
do you doubt that these formulas were
Don't doubt
derived from
anything.
lab experiments?
We're not doubting anything. We're just asking you for your evidence that you
Yeah,
presented.
and I've given you the formula.
Yeah, someone asked you what does K mean in the
Yeah, and I don't know. It's not my formula.
So you don't know what you're
It's
presenting.
got R in it. The K is
It
the
doesn't
K
have
has
R in it.
the K has. Well, you don't know what it is. Now you're telling me it doesn't have R in it. You don't know what it is, Ruhif. How can you tell me what it's not?
This formula does not have R in it. It just gives you a refractive index when you input the humidity, temperature, pressure, and CO2 and wavelength.
The K has R in it. You don't know what the K is.
This
So you're in
formula,
no position to tell me that the R is not in
I
it.
think it's
this formula does not have R in it. Does not have a radius value. This has nothing to do with the Earth at all.
Can you tell us where it has R, you think?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I'm looking through it. I don't see it.
It doesn't have it.
It might have the letter R, but that doesn't represent radius of the Earth in any way.
From what I can
This
tell, the
formula
K is
just gives you a refractive index. Does not require R at all. You give it temperature, pressure, humidity, and CO2.
So this refraction index, are you saying, is responsible for pushing the horizon 10 miles back?
A steep density gradient close to the surface is responsible for that.
Surely you can't believe that.
I'll just dismiss it then, SA. That wouldn't surprise me.
We're seeing 10 times further than your mystical ball predicts, bro. That's a problem.
Right? Do you know what it takes to push the horizon infinitely far?
Not infinitely.
Oh,
10
my bad.
miles.
K.
Well, effectively infinite, right? If it's at eye level, it's effectively infinite.
K might not be R. My bad.
It's not R.
You
There's
still
no
don't know what
radius
it is. You don't know what it is. It could be the radius.
Right. But it's not R. It's not radius.
You don't know that.
I do know that. This has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Nothing to do with it.
The capital K is Kelvin. That's for sure. I was looking through it, and it's definitely Kelvin.
The R they have there is part of the ideal gas law. It's the universal gas constant. It's not radius of the Earth. Do you guys think that anytime R is used, it's talking about radius of the Earth? Anytime R is used in any equation?
I didn't say anything about
No
R.
straw man. Nobody said that.
This has nothing to do with the radius. This just gives you the refractive index. That's all it does.
Yeah, Jeremy, you said R was in here.
No, here we go.
You
I
did
didn't-
say that.
Okay,
No, he didn't.
a value of K equals 7/6 corresponds to standard refraction, 0.143. K
I don't
is
think you're looking at the same thing we are.
K has the R value in it.
I think you're looking at something else. We're
Show
talking
me.
about
Show
what
me.
Ruhif posted.
Okay, show me where the K, what the K stands for in his formula.
Yeah,
What K are
nothing
you
to do
talking
with the
about?
Earth, Jeremy.
Show me
Nothing
what
to
the
do with
K
the Earth.
stands
That's
for.
not what he's
Ruhif,
asking.
you don't
He's
even
asking,
know.
what does K mean?
Yeah, I don't know. It's not my formula. This formula has
But you're
nothing to
saying
do with
what
the shape
what
of the
it's
Earth.
not.
You don't know.
You're
I know
saying
that
you
it,
don't know what it is, but you know
K
what
is
it's
7
not.
over 6. K is 7 over 6R. That's
Where
what
do you
K
get that,
is.
Jeremy?
And then
Where do you get
find
that?
7
That's what
over
K.
6R in here
Show me.
somewhere.
Okay, show me what K
No,
stands
you
for.
can't just
Nobody.
repeat what you said. Where
Listen,
did you get that?
nobody here knows what K stands for except for me. So you guys come with something else,
Wait,
then
where
we
did
You
might
don't
have
know what
where'd
it
you
something to work
find
stands
with.
that? Where'd you
for.
find that? Which page was it?
Are you talking about K0 equals 238 point something? Which K are you talking about in this formula?
There's K's all over it. Pick one.
K0, K1, K2, K3. What units are they in? Where it says, micrometers, 1 over micrometers squared.
Bro, what does K stand for? Do you know all of a sudden? Did you figure it out or not?
No, but it's not even in. It's not
Okay,
even in
then
the
when you
right
figure
units.
when you figure it out, let me know.
It's Jeremy.
Kelvin?
238. What does that have to do with 7 over 6R? This formula, you input 5 things, and it gives you a refractive index. Nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
It's basically
doesn't say 7 over 6R anywhere.
computer code language for a program.
If it has nothing to do with the shape of Earth, then how did you know that the light was curving in the first place and it wasn't going in a straight line?
Right? Because I can then apply these refractive indexes that I get from this formula to the atmosphere. That's when I take it outside.
The part of the atmosphere you didn't measure through the optical corridor, that
I
part.
measured it with weather balloons.
How does the refraction provide a perfect image?
They just have to have a uniform density gradient. It's when you get things like a non-uniform, like when your density gradient changes, you get things like stooping and towering and stuff, and that's what's in the black swan. That's all over the place.
And it's
Yeah, you still haven't explained that magical, the other one that causes the horizon to move back 10 miles.
Yeah,
That must be a new one, right?
All over the place. All over the place. What do you mean by that?
Normally,
What should we name that one, guys?
Looming.
I posted it.
We'll just leave it at with the name it already has.
Hold on,
That
I posted it in the chat. Usually when they have K, it's 7 over 6R.
Oh, K is
Or
Kelvin.
0.143.
Oh, did data just circle the capital R? Jesus.
All over the place. When you
Yeah,
say
but
that,
what does it
that mean?
signify? Why does it have to mean radius or fucking K value?
No, I'm talking about the one you refer to is all over the place.
But do you know that if I go into that code and just call it Z, the code still does the same thing? Do you understand that?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm
Right,
just
so let's just call it Z.
said,
Yeah, the code's
Yeah.
still going to have R in it no matter what you label the letter.
Or
Yeah.
show me. Yeah, okay, so I'll label it Z. Show me where R is.
Dude, K. It's K. Well, right now it's labeled K.
Right? But it's got a value of 238, right? K0. What about K1? 5.79 million.
What's K stand for, Rubif?
It's just a variable.
Which
This
one?
is not my formula. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
You don't even know what it is. How can you say that? You
Yeah,
have
it's
no
not
idea
my
what
formula.
K. Because you don't know what it is. So how can you tell me it has nothing to do with anything?
Because the formula has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
I feel embarrassed for you right now, Rubif.
Yeah,
I feel embarrassed for you, Jeremy. Go and read the paper. Go and read the paper and show me where it mentions the shape of the Earth in there anywhere.
You said you don't know what
He's
K
killing you
stands
from
for.
an imbecile peanut gallery point of view. I don't know nothing, but it sounds like he's killing you. Just to be honest, Jeremy is killing.
Who's
you.
this?
I'm just saying.
I disagree.
Like, answer his question. What is the variable representing? Like
a fucking number. It's a number in a formula that gives you the refractive index.
Well,
he's
fuck,
trying to say
settles
it's
it
formula.
then. Or whatever. Like Jeremy, you sound like you're winning. I'm just being honest. I don't know what it's worth, but
You sound like a flat earther that's just on a flat earther's team.
He's not a flat earther.
No, Ruif.
Uh-huh.
Ruif. You're saying you don't know what it
Sorry,
is?
I was
But you know
Yeah,
what
I
it's
did
not.
not write this formula. I just know what it
But
gives you.
yeah, you said you know what it's not. You're saying it's
Yeah, it's
not
nothing to do with the
star.
shape of the Earth.
Why not?
Because that's not what the experiments were about. These are lab experiments to determine the refractive index of air under certain conditions. It has
You wouldn't,
nothing to do with the shape
We're
of the
talking
Earth.
about the formula, not the
Ruhif, you wouldn't know if
experiment.
that you wouldn't know if the K in that formula stood for fucking invisible unicorns. You don't know what it is.
I don't know what it stands for.
I
It's
know
a
you
number.
don't know. We know you don't
Right.
know. We know.
But you're claiming it's something to do with the shape of the Earth, and I'm telling you it's got nothing to do with it. Go and read the paper.
You don't know that.
No,
But you don't
you
know
go
Go
that.
and read the paper.
because
These
you don't
formulas,
know.
what
You're
they
like,
did,
it probably doesn't have anything to do with it.
it doesn't have anything to do with it.
Probably doesn't.
No, it
Maybe.
does not have
Yeah,
anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
it's a possibility.
No,
You
it's
don't
not.
know.
No, it's not. It has
Not
nothing to do with the
sure.
shape of the Earth. These are lab experiments, and they derive these formulas
Well,
from
I
the
mean,
results of those experiments.
Neither one will neither one will give way. It's like, it's so funny.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Except I don't
Find a
know
radius
exactly
value
what
in
it has
there.
anything to do with, though. But
It's not my
absolutely, it has
formula.
nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, 12
except I'm not
hours
sure what
ago,
it
the
is
flat
at all.
earthers are getting attacked for using something that they don't know every exact thing about. Now when
Yeah,
they're
what?
on the other
Every
foot.
5 minutes. Yeah.
Jeremy, you're just throwing it back at him, huh? I feel you, bro, but I don't know what it's worth. Y'all should be able to reconcile.
He already doesn't. Listen. He already doesn't have the measurements of the optical corridor for starters, right? He's got a weather balloon data and the average temperature, pressure, and humidity in his average area, right? So he's doesn't even have the required measurements to even use this formula, probably.
Incorrect.
Okay, what was the temperature, pressure, and humidity in the middle of your observation, and then at the end point and at the start point?
It'd be very close to what it
Don't
was
even
500
know.
meters away.
Close,
It would be
but
very
no
close to
cigar.
what it was 500 meters away.
Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, bro.
So how is he incorrect again?
It's embarrassing, Roy. Maybe regroup with Rumpus. Rumpus knows this shit about refraction, kinda.
Yeah, we agree on refraction.
You don't, because Rumpus agrees with me that you need to
Hello.
measure through the optical corridor.
Yeah, go and ask Rumpus whether if I'm taking observations well above the surface, whether I can use weather balloon data from the area.
I want to talk about vacuous corridors.
That wouldn't
I
be the
don't know what that
question
is.
we'd ask him.
Sorry.
The burden is on you, Jeremy, to find radius or K of 0.14 in here. I know you won't.
No, you guys. No, the burden is on you guys. Are claiming you know how refraction works. The burden's on you.
Yep.
I don't feel burdened.
No, you're claiming that it's in there. You're claiming that it's in there. I'm telling you it's not. The paper has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Ruhif, you're claiming to know how refraction works, right? I'm not claiming.
Yes.
I'm not claiming that it works in any certain specific way. You are. So the burden's on you.
And I've met my burden. This paper has
You
nothing to
haven't.
do with the shape of the Earth.
You haven't
Go
measured
read
your
the paper.
optical corridor. Rumpus agrees with me.
I
You need
have
to
weather
measure the
balloon data.
You need. That's not in the optical corridor. How many weather
It's
balloons were
close
there?
enough.
How many
It's
weather balloons
close
were
enough.
there?
They send up 2 a day, I think.
Okay, and were they through your optical corridor?
Close enough to it, yes.
No, so not through the optical corridor.
Close enough to it, yes.
But so not through it.
Close
We need
enough to
close
it,
enough.
yes.
Yes.
See, the
Yes.
word
Either
would be
through it or
no
it's
that you
not.
ultimately want to keep using, not yes. The word you keep you really want to be using is no. That's the word that goes in
No.
there for that answer. Like,
It is
no, not
good enough
in the.
for what I need
So
it
no,
for.
no. If he asks, the question he's asking you is if it is in the optical corridor, and if it is
And I'm
not, then
saying
the
it's good
answer would
enough.
be no. But you're saying it's
Good
outside
enough,
of it,
yes.
then yes. That's a
Hang on.
snake-winded way to talk out of the side of your neck because no
Hang
is
on.
the real answer.
Hang on. I'm going to make a phone call. I'll be back in 5 minutes. 2.
Yeah.
Go walk the
All right.
dog and
You made him
get a cup
regroup.
of coffee at the same time.
Rumpus is calling.
Rumpus is calling. Oh god. Jeremy, congratulations. That was well done.
Thank you, Ruhif. Ruhif's. He's not one of the top Globers, but he's up there. That was a big W.
Yeah.
That was quantum rhetorics, a lot of yes/no duality.
Exactly. I felt like he was a superpositioned electron. Couldn't get a grip on where he was.
He came in to talk about sextants, and he had no clue about them whatsoever.
He left a virgin.
And he got scaled, shall we say.
Scaled. That's a good way to say it. Raked him. Cheers, Jeremy. That's a big tub for you.
What was the question again?
If you were flying down a hill at 90 miles an hour and your wings fell off, how many apples would you have left?
Banana.
Where's my lunch?
So, Ruhif, is time physical?
I don't know an answer to that question.
That's a cool one.
Is it made of matter? Probably not.
I mean, we all know since the invention of refrigerators, time travel is possible. And then since the invention, or backwards, slow down. And since the invention of the rockets and stuff and acceleration, you can speed up the outside world around you. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. Time travel, guys. Just think about it. All they're going to have to do is spin you so fast so that you don't age, but the whole world ages around you. And then you come out, boom, and then you're in the future. So easy. You know?
Well done, simple.
You want to see your great grandkids.
Sounds legit.
I'm always legit, you know? We're going to have fun with it.
Remember that movie Contact? They just spun the shit around and around, you know, this gyro situation. It didn't go anywhere. It just spun around really fast. And in the center, shit
Wasn't that for
changed.
artificial gravity, though?
I think it was actually for some sort of teleportative, like, consciousness thing where they were just really, it was like zapping an instant bridge across the
they wormholder
universe. Yeah.
That's where Einsteinian fantasy leads you.
Mm-hmm. It's
I
pretty.
mean, I'm cool. I mean, but see, thing is like, we know refrigerators are real, you know what I'm saying? But
Therefore, time travel must be real.
Right, like, you know what I mean? But we understand what it really means, you know, on the comparison
Well, I
level,
thought you need.
reference frame to reference frame perspective level. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I thought you needed a DeLorean for time travel, not a refrigerator.
Not me. I've been time traveling for 46 years. Slowly into the future. Just moving it, getting it done. No equipment, no serious equipment really necessary.
We're talking about this before. That's like the aging process, but I wanted to hear Ruhif's opinion because his
Oh, have
boy
you seen me? I still look, yeah, I still look 25. So
good
something's
on you,
happening.
bro.
I must, because I drive a vehicle. I drive really fast, I think. So that many years has gone by, but not for me. It's for y'all. Okay. All jokes aside, though, continue.
I was just trying to make messing with Kosho. Is Kosho still here?
It'd be weird if he was, since he hadn't been talking for a while, because that's unusual.
Yeah, yeah. Well said.
There's no way Kosho's here.
Right. It's
Not
yeah,
possible.
people are getting along and shit.
Oh yeah, him and Zanuck are here just hanging out.
Quietly.
Quietly hanging
Psych.
out.
Psych.
That's what I do. I just be hanging out, man.
I feel like I'm being rude if I do that for too long. Like, especially if there's only like 5, 6, 4, 5 people in the room. I want to say, well, just so you know, I'm here. So, oh, look, we got a pretty good bunch of rascals in the room today. Not many hardcore blue pillars.
So Ruhif, is time physical?
I don't know. I would suggest not.
That's a right path. I like that, but at least it feels intuitively correct.
I don't think it's made of matter, if that's what your definition of physical is.
Well, I would say so, right?
Well, would it have physical attributes?
Maybe. I mean, is light physical? I don't know. Probably.
Yeah.
Not really. Is it
Absolutely
matter
physical.
though?
Well, they say it is. A massless photon that has inertial mass. Isn't that not confusing? It's solid. It makes perfect sense. Here's a particle. I mean, the word part really comes from the meaning and etymology of something material.
Maybe we don't have the language to describe it.
Or we could have invented other language that, I don't know. It just seems really misleading. It's kind of hard to get a grasp on what's really being said when those word, inertial mass, but no actual mass. So that doesn't really make a lot of sense, just at all. I mean, to me. I mean, and maybe if somebody told it to me enough times and I got rewarded for clicking the right box on the answer, it would make more sense to me.
No, I'm with you on that. But
Yeah,
then you
or if
think of
that,
coherent light, right? Laser. You can get them powerful to do
yeah,
damage, right? So
exactly. Well,
light
when you
is a
start getting
weird
into
thing, man.
plasma,
Sorry, go ahead.
I think those kind of lasers, they get into actually ionizing the gas in that columnized region of light, which causes a plasma, which then interacts with other matter in particular ways, which could cause burning and different chemical reactions like that.
Yeah, it's crazy because what they do is they isolate one of the wavelengths, right? One of the colors. They bounce it back and forth, and it gets more and more energy, right? Now that's just one wavelength.
It's crazy. It is. Light is so crazy. Well, it's, electromagnetism. It might just be looking at all this shit wrong, not entirely wrongly, but just a little bit. fundamental
But the
power.
question was time. I mean, light, is something that you can see and,
To
play
me,
around
time would
with,
just
if
be,
you will.
a measurement, like a way to say something colloquially without using units of measurement between chemical reactions or between ticks or any arbitrary measurements we want to make, but it would be nothing more than just that, a measurement of things happening in a linear space, a direction.
As related to these creatures called
But not
humans
something
on
that
a
you can
single
say time
planet.
does a thing to something. No, that's being lazy because there's something else doing the thing to something. Time is just a measurement,
But to who?
Just measurement of clicks, ticks between moments.
I hear you,
conceptually.
bro. But to who? Who
To
is
who
this
what?
relevant to?
Just me and you, and people who don't agree with the, time having physical attributes, space time, two different things that have literally no physical attributes, but in mathematical equations are given physical attributes as if they're a quantum plasma, or as if they're a ether or of something that does a particular amount of the thing that decays the atom is not the time, it's something else over time. It's got nothing to do with time having any physical attributes. Some other physical mechanism happens under a duration of clicks that we call time, which is a concept and has no physical attributes. But in their math, they
couldn't have
keep
said it
giving
better
it physical
myself.
attributes. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. Sorry, bro.
I was.
I was just gonna say I couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah. It's a concept.
Thanks. Yeah.
Anybody's welcome to challenge us, for crying out loud.
Or agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Since I'm feeling rather lazy.
Yeah, when you say that you could measure time, you're not really measuring anything. You're just counting, clicks on a clock. It's weird.
Yeah, and if you think about it, it's only relevant to one species on this planet.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like animals have no concept of time. That's fucking wacky.
Well,
man.
I don't know if that's true.
Or money. Go ahead, man.
I
Go
don't
ahead, tell me.
I think animals, we gave them less credit and it not just animals, but just like even plants and shit, right? As a cannabis farmer, plants do have a sense of time. They need a particular amount of time to do a particular job. They need a particular amount of darkness and then a particular amount of light, and in order to send out, if they receive too much light over a particular amount of time, they'll start, going back into veg. I mean, they'll start
no
budding,
buds and yeah.
or back
I
into
agree
veg.
with you
Yeah,
on that.
and if they don't get enough darkness, they won't go into bud, right, overnight. So that's somehow they have a ticker. They know what's up.
I don't know if it has to do with the time or if it has to do with the sun, because you said it yourself. You need 12 hours of light and 12 hours of day. That's not in
But
the
see,
bud
they
stage.
need dark.
That's in
They
the
need
veg stage, right?
Yeah, but see, the thing is they need more darkness in order to do, and that's like lack of sun in order to produce a different type of hormone that produces, the buds.
Okay,
It's weird.
I'm with you on that, bro, and you're the right guy to ask this. You're gonna relate to this. Can you trick them by keeping the light
Yeah,
on and keeping them in
absolutely.
veg state?
Yeah, I can take a plant that's gone into bud already, just for a small amount of time, clip all the top buds off of it, and then put it back into light for 24 hours, and then it'll go back into veg again and not bud. Normally, see, they're not like annuals; they normally die. You can also keep a plant going and bud it and keep it going if you crop it just particularly correct right way. But that's
Yeah,
a
yeah,
tricky
but
thing to
bro,
do.
bro, you're going off.
Yeah,
I
you
hear
can do
you,
that.
and it's a fascinating topic. Like, trust me, I can talk about it all day, all night, like trimming and burping and all that. But I'm talking about the light and the time thing, right? It's not really the time; it's the light that tricks the plant. No?
No, it's the lack of light that tricks the plant.
Yeah,
That
or
I
lack
thought the same
thereof.
thing.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
it was the
yeah.
lack of light that tricked the plant. It needed more. Once it got enough relaxation, then something would, trigger those hormones.
So it's not the time; it's the light.
Well, I mean, no, it's not the time. See, it's the light over a particular amount of time. The time doesn't do anything except for us to be able to count and measure how much non-light or light we're getting. So it's only the
Right.
light or
Okay.
the non-light. Yeah, but it's never the time. The time is just a measurement like we use arbitrarily. Yeah. It's got no physical attribute. It doesn't do anything. Like that's what I was saying about, some of these cosmological theories too that are invoking time to have physical attributes, and it's just magical bullshit. It's not real to me. It can't
I
be
agree. Yeah.
put anywhere. So
That's why I was freaking out. Well, I was not freaking out. I was laughing when Kosha was saying, "Yeah, time is physical."
yeah, they've been pushing that for quite a while.
Money too, right? They'll say
War is
like
peace. Prison is freedom. These guys are time is physical. They're just backwards.
like we talk like animals and plants, they have no concept of time and no concept of money. And then a lot of the jokes is that time is money. People constantly chasing things that don't exist to add some sort of meaning to their life where there isn't.
You ever? I've heard of a fun fact that squirrels find about, I think, 4% of the nuts that they bury during the winter, which means they're just out there planting little trees everywhere. Good ass squirrels. Fun fact. I wonder how much time it takes for a squirrel to bury 400 seeds. It's definitely not the time it's burying the seeds.
Here's a funny story. In Australia, they've had to suspend drone delivery because ravens keep attacking the drones.
Who thinks that's a cover story? I think Aborigines have cast nets that are just capturing the drones. And I've heard stories of them using cast nets to capture birds and trees and shit. Can't really figure out how that could work, but whatever. who was it I was talking to earlier about gas escape, atmospheric gas escape, non-thermal, uh, escape mechanisms like charge exchange, dissociative plasma recombination, stuff like that. They were like, citation, that's some bullshit. Then I threw out the citations and stuff, and there was just silence, and I was wondering who that was.
Do you mean gas particle acceleration to escape velocity due to
Yeah,
electrostatic? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, and yeah, sort of, yeah. Instead of heat thermal processes for all of that, but through actual ionic interactions with non-ionic material, and um, that's basically the dissociative plasma recombination right there. I got some cool papers on it, but I think it was because it was from Harvard and shit that the dude was like got real quiet and didn't. But I was just wondering why don't they ever do that? They ever go, oh, it looks like you knew what you were talking about. Damn, I stand corrected. It just it reminds me of that meme where Homer Simpson just kind of backs into the bushes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
To be honest with you, I never heard of this particular
Here,
I
I'll
call it
grab
theory
the.
or yeah.
I probably have the link open somewhere. Yeah.
Because all I've heard is George and Blue try to tell me, well, they travel at 5,000 miles an hour. So I'd ask them, okay, George, Blue, how do they reach escape velocity? Well, when they reach a certain height, the sun heats them up and boom, 25,000. I go, oh, wow, that's okay. This one I never heard before.
Here, let me look for it because that wasn't it.
Boom.
All right, sorry about that, SE. My wife came in for a minute. Where you at? I got that link for him somewhere. I'll grab it real quick. I don't see you in here. Ooh, that sucks. Sorry about that. I'll give it to you guys anyway. You can get a hold of it. Wait a minute. I could just DM it to him. What am I thinking?
Harry, what's going on? It's very quiet in here.
Good. I'm just doing very dull missions in Elite Dangerous so I can save up money to get a cool spaceship.
How much is a cool spaceship?
The coolest one, arguably the coolest one, is 150 million space bucks.
Does it come with any weapons or bitches
Yeah.
on there? Or what?
Comes with weapons and ship deployed fighters. So you can have your friend join you and you're flying the big ship and he pops off on a tiny little fighter craft and like a little swarm.
Hmm.
A little bit like, what was it, Battlestar Galactica? Anybody watch that? That was a really good show.
I've heard of it, but I wasn't really into those space shows.
Wasn't either, and because I'd watched a bit of Star Trek and I was like, this is just silly. And my girlfriend's like, I think you really like Battlestar Galactica, and goodness, she was right. And now I even don't mind. Now that I sort of got past the campness of Star Trek, I can enjoy Star Trek episodes.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to turn off your brain about all of the physics. There's just none of the physics makes any sense.
Is that speaking from a place of like now you know how they not know, but now you have a better idea of how they work because of this game that you've been playing?
No, I always thought that. Like, all of them except the Expanse. The Expanse is really good when it comes to physics, but like Star Wars, Star Trek, and Battlestar Galactica that all have star in their name, I just realized, only really like they all of them jump faster than light, and that's just physically impossible. And like in Battlestar Galactica, they've got this giant open bay that you land the ships in, and something happens between out in the blackness of space and landing in the bay that means that there is full 100% Earth-like gravity, and the air's still all in there. Like, so they're just breathing ordinary air in the bay, and it's sort of they just never really talk about it, I think, is their main way of dealing with it. And like Star Trek also gets a bit janky with that, where like the ship will turn or do massive changes in vector or speed, and people don't move at all. But if it bumps into something or gets hit by something, everybody in the bridge gets jostled about, and it's always like, well, how does this anti-gravity or this sort of false gravity stuff work in your ships? It just doesn't make sense. But
Right.
you just got to get okay with going, fine, I'm just going to suspend my disbelief really deliberately on those bits. Whereas
Sounds
the
like
Expanse, the Expanse is like, gets the physics really right. Doesn't get the filming of it right, though. Like, the filming of it, like, regularly is just a bit silly.
It's interesting you use the words suspend disbelief. That's I think that's what we have to do in order to believe that things like rocks can float and floating metal. And I know the thing about orbits, but that's just my point of view.
Yeah, I think there's sort of lots of things that just seem ridiculous to us. Like, it's like whatever worldview we're in. It's funny because I hear the same sort of like derision might be the wrong word, or like incredulity is probably a good word for it. Of like, that is ridiculous when people are saying why there is clearly a God, and it's like, it's funny. I look at the existence of there being this all-powerful creator in somewhat the same way. And it's just, I guess once we're in our worldview and we're firmly enough within it, other things start to seem ridiculous. Like, I somewhat try to I struggle with it. I'm not very good at it, but I try to be able to go, what would it be like to believe that thing that other person believes? Like to believe something just for a moment. Put on their shoes.
Well, you said did you say that you used to be a Christian, or that you were just raised in a Christian home?
I think I would describe myself as, I used to be a Christian. Like, when I was up until like 16 or something, I believed in God and thought about going to hell and what was going to make. Oh, hang on a second. Sorry, I got a call. Back in a second. Okay, I'm back. Oh, sorry for running off on you, Jerry.
No, that's fine.
So
So how
when
long?
would you? I'm very interested by your journey, which is why I keep pestering you to have a chat for a live stream or something. When, like, how recently would you say you were a glober?
I was never a glober. Like I just,
Okay.
you know, if you want to say someone like, who's a good glob arguer? Well, whoever you could think of. I wasn't like them. I just thought, yeah, of course it's a globe. Just look at the pictures, and then that, you know,
Yeah.
that was it.
So yeah, how, like, when would that have been for you?
Probably like 2 years ago,
2 years ago. Okay.
and then I started kind of, maybe, but I wouldn't say I really started looking into it until maybe like a year ago.
Right. Fascinating, that sort of evolution or change in belief on things. And where's your partner with it?
She says whatever you say. Like she couldn't care less.
There's so many partners people I've talked to who are like that about globe or whatever. They're like, look, whatever.
Yeah, she's like, who cares?
Whatever. Yeah, it's a little bit like the Behind the Curve documentary where they talk to Mark Sargent's, is it his wife or his mum? And they're like, what do you think about it? She goes, well, you know, she just clearly just like, I don't want to have the discussion. I don't give enough of a shit. Oh, I think this will like that. What were you saying? Sorry, Crit, I didn't mean to step on you.
Oh, does she want a spaceship too?
Does who want a spaceship? My missus?
Yeah.
No, she find of all the games I play, some of them she gets into them. This one, just cannot fathom it. Just is like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Whereas like when I play Hitman and stuff, she seems to enjoy that. I think partly also because this I've got to be in my computer, so I'm in my computer room. Whereas when I play Hitman, I'm doing it on Xbox, so I'm on the couch. And she can join in, and like the storylines are more interesting, you know, all that business. But no, when I say that I've got to strip down all of the fun parts off my ship and then go and do a couple of hours of boring passenger missions, I'm doing like my 6th run out to show some tourists a water-like planet. This is intensely dull. And she's like, why would you do that? And I'm like, because then I can afford an anaconda.
Yeah, that's exactly what GTA 5 is like when you're like GTA 5 like online. And,
yeah.
You know, you're grinding for all this money. It's like, for what? It's like, so I can get this really cool car.
It was so funny, especially because when it first came out, I remember there was like it was like such a grind. It was some really short delivery mission that had a medium good payout, and the payout, if I remember rightly, isn't divided amongst it. So if you're doing it as a gang of 5 guys, the everybody gets the full amount of the payout. So if the payout is, you know, 50 grand or 500 grand, whatever it is, everybody gets that. And I would just do it again and again, just lap it. We were in the fastest cars we could, and it's only like 4 blocks travel. Go pick it up, drop it off, pick it up, drop it off, pick it up, drop, and it'd be like a whole afternoon.
Yeah. And there's the bank heist. There was a glitch to where you could do it over and over again. and you just made
Oh yeah.
like millions of dollars over and over and over again. And there was another.
And
There
now
was
you only do each bank robbery once or something.
right, and it like blocks you from doing it. But there was another glitch that came out in like 2018, I think, or maybe 17, where you went to a certain spot in an airport and you hit this like combination of buttons or something, and you could literally just stand there and the money would just accumulate. And I made like billions of dollars, and this thing grew because of Reddit. Because someone said, "Hey,
Yeah.
I found something out," and it was so awesome. And I told my wife about it. I was like, "Look, this is so awesome." She's like, "What? What are you talking? Who cares?"
Yeah, it's like, don't you play it to play the game? Like, why would you grind for? Yeah, like part of what this currently makes this game so this thing I'm doing right now so difficult is I got to show you this. I'll show you my screen. So I'm dropping down here to Sirius Atmospherics, which is like a tourist beacon, and I've got all these tourists on board. This is the dullest way to make money too. And when I stop, I'll show you. And I'm saving up. I'm going to have to do this like 20 times in total. I probably got like 5-10 times left to go to do this, to get that slightly big ship. But what you can also get is like your own space station where other people can land their ship and refuel or refit out their ship or sell you their, oh God, I'm coming in too hot. But let me just show you the map. These things, all of these things are, every one of these is a player's something transport carrier, or what's it called again? Oh, I forget. Like, but that is a ship that costs you 100 billion. I'm like, oh, it's going to cost me a lot to get something that's 150 million. These are 150 billion. So the reason there's so many players have parked their super expensive ships here is because they bought these ships by just doing this same passenger run I'm doing, like literally thousands of times. It's like, what's the point of playing a game if you're going to spend months of your real life?
That's insane, man.
It
150
is.
billion.
Yeah, it's, I forget how much fleet transport is it?
There's a board game I play that's like that called Firefly, and
Oh,
another
yeah.
one called I can't remember what it's something Saturn Trader or something like that. And you've got all your ships, and you have to upgrade your ships, and some ships are used for passengers, but you can also smuggle, and stuff like that.
That's quite cool. After watching you the other day play what's that bird one again? Wingspan.
Yeah.
I went and got it, and we played it card game. It's pretty good. It's a really fun. Like, it seems super complex, and after a while, like, actually, it's quite a simple, nice game. It's also nice that you can play it with somebody else, and although you're competing against them, you're not screwing up their moves, if you get what I mean. Like, to go well, you're not required to make the other person go poorly.
Yeah, that's what it sucks about some worker placement games. It's like your best move might be you just gotta block someone else.
Yeah.
And it's really sort of anticlimactic, like especially this one called Lords of Waterdeep. You've got your agents, and they have to go through the city and kind of gather resources and like protect your turf. But sometimes you won't even you might just play the harbor because someone might at the harbor, someone can play I call the intrigue card. So these intrigue cards kind of like for a short time change some rule in the game. But you don't know what they got. So you're just gonna drop someone on the harbor, not even play an intrigue card, just so they can't.
Well, at least I've got you guys to entertain me while this is happening.
What's something you learned from a flat earther that really made you kind of something that forced you to think, well, yeah, I can't believe that anymore. You get what I'm saying?
Where we see the horizon, it actually is. That whole, it's optical, not physical. I was totally unaware of that stuff. Like, I think most ordinary people are. I think that's sort of.
Is that it?
I think there's probably been some other things. It's just the first one that jumps to mind. Let me have a think. Certainly, like from the discussions I've learned, like never knew what an auto level was, or theodolite, or any of that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, about sort of historical figures like Eratosthenes or something like that.
It seems like the party is in chat right now. Crit, Billy,
I
New
know.
Black Death, Biodual, Flipper Nerfer. They're all.
What are they
Biodual's
going
trying
about?
to derail. He's trying to derail it.
How so?
Well, he
I'm
keeps
not
just
reading it at the
like
moment.
in the middle of like these dudes shit talking me. Like they can't read anything. Everything I said is not even English, but yet they keep asking questions about it. And then I'm like, well, how can you not read it and also ask a question about it?
Where did my...
Yeah, Crit is saying stuff, and they're asking him what he's saying, and then he's telling them, and then they're asking again, and then he's telling them it just back and forth, but he's not actually saying anything, and he's trolling the shit out of them, and they think that they're trolling him.
Like here's one. Like I'm using some sort of weird code words from like kid sites or something like that, and I'm like, well, yeah, if that's what you need to understand it, that's right up your alley because that's what he does. Reads children's websites. Okay, the New Black Death. You do you, dude. I mean, you were sus already, you know.
What?
What, Lou? Where? When you address the root underlying issue, you address all symptoms associated with it, and what you're left with is the aftermath: scar tissue. You're left with nerve, any type of, you know.
Somebody hot micing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that was.
Well,
Is that dialogue?
I don't have a crystal ball. I'm just saying, like, from what my understanding.
Ether madness, bro.
Yeah.
Well, you address the root underlying issue.
I know, Jerry, can you read him? He's talking about medical stuff, like personal stuff.
What was that?
Well, any
Dialogue,
virus you get, always a
He's-
lifelong disease. A
Yeah,
virus is
Ether Madness Dialo.
something
He's
body that
talking
never goes
on the
away,
phone
only
with someone.
gets
He
remission,
can't hear us, and he's hot micing.
besides in other ways. So, like when you get chickenpox, right? It goes into remission and then pops back up later as scabies, or when you shingles, or when you get
What's good about Wingspan? It comes with like a bot that you can, like a card, like a deck of cards that simulate you're playing with another person, but you don't take any moves. It'll just be like, you just modify the board state each round. Kind of, yeah, it's interesting. It's there's a few other games that have it too. It's something about automodic or something like that. They got like a funny word for it. What they've done is like they took a picture of like board states after how many moves. What does the board look this way with how many different players? And then the card, it does pretty good. It's kind of tough, but normally you can beat it quite easily because it's not going for set bonuses and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I think the board game has a similar thing. Liz was playing just the other day. The versus the automata or something. I think she said it was called.
Yeah, because then you can set the difficulty where it scores extra points at the end of the round, at the end each round. So then that makes it hard to beat because you're not only you're just trying to beat it. Because I played it on easy just to see how it would go, and it was like I was like, I don't know, 80 to 50 or something like that. Like it didn't even score that many points. Oh, there's cards that you only can do a certain number of things so many times too. So like if you're on easy, like it's like bigger point scoring cards get removed from its deck after it gets played.
Who's my good girl? Who's my good girl? Huh? Who's my good girl? Is Cherry the good girl? Hmm? Is Cherry the good girl? Hmm? Is that you?
All right, I will see you all in a bit.
All right, take care.
Hey, Lori, are they still talking about that the big bad wolf and gems?
They were talking about bats and how supposedly bats do not have illnesses, or they didn't, and then because they now do, that's a conspiracy by the humans. That's David's idea.
Oh, David's funny.
Yeah, can agree. I tried suggesting that also horses, they didn't require sustenance. They didn't have to eat at some point in history, and now they do because humans are evil.
Did you hear Huey versus Megan?
No, I don't think I did. I've been quite busy with my studies. I'm minoring in Japanese, and it's a hell of a lot of work, and I'm behind on a lot of studies too. So I'm mostly here in like wee hours when I really don't have any studies to do, or maybe when I'm doing something mundane like practicing hiragana, which doesn't require at the moment too much concentration, just repetitive.
なんで日本語勉強するの？何のため？
Uh-oh.
I cannot answer to that yet. I've just started. Like, this is my third or fourth week of studying, but I know that na is a question.
Yeah, okay. I asked you, for what reason are you studying Japanese?
Well, it's a simple and a bit embarrassing reason, maybe. I'm studying English and translation, and although you can, well, that's not the embarrassing part. Although you can kind of get by in Finnish, you will have enough work even if you have just English and Finnish as a language pair. More languages or something that you can also do other than that most people don't, or many people don't. Having a second language pair would be helpful. But I didn't have, like I used to study French, so my plan was to minor in French. But my French skill wasn't at the level where I could actually, I realized that, okay, I probably would fail the entrance exam. But in Japanese, because it's not taught formally in Finland, like in most places, so the starting level is lower with Japanese. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
And I've actually been really interested in Chinese.
Okay.
So my plan is now to sort of angle towards Asia in terms of other languages than English.
Okay, and what are you hoping to do in the future with all this?
Well, I'll be an English translator. Whether I can study Japanese to a point where that could be a second language, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's realistic or not, but I'm still taking Japanese as a minor.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you've got to learn hiragana, kanji, and romoji. Romoji is the alphabet spelling of the Japanese words. Then hiragana is the basic level of communication, which all elementary school and junior high school students learn, and even high school students. And then kanji, that also begins at elementary school. So there's three structures you've got to learn. That's why it's taken a long time. That will take up a lot of the time for sure.
Yeah, we've just learned hiragana, although I still have to practice it because I haven't fully grasped it.
Can you say any of it? Can you say any of what you've learned? Let me hear what you've said. What you've learned. Sorry.
I can say hajimemashite. Watashi no namae wa Lauri desu.
Yoku dekimashita. Okay, so you just introduced yourself, and I said you did that very well. Well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So that's very good, very good, very good.
Yeah, I'm trying to
go on.
trying to practice because I kind of fell behind on my studies. I lazied my ass off last weekend, so now I'm
Yeah, that's
sort of
all right.
behind on every single course currently. So I'm trying to do my best and catch up. But
Yes.
I actually
Well,
had a
you're
nice
catching up
chat
here
because
on the Awakening. You're not going to be catching up whilst you're here, though.
I actually had a very nice chat because there was an sort of an entry level 1 week course for Japanese, sort of an introductory course, and based on an exam from that, that kind of determined whether you can get into or have Japanese as a minor. Which I passed, but before the exam, I actually had a nice chat with Shibu, and we had a chat with him in Japanese, or I just said a few phrases that I have learned, and then he sort of corrected and gave me pointers. So I actually found that kind of thing helpful. So maybe we
Yes.
and you and I could do the same thing sometime.
Yeah. I don't mind helping you along where you're stuck on that. I was just going to ask you, do you know the Japanese alphabet? Starting with R, E, U, E, O, then
Yeah.
the next one.
Yeah,
Okay, go
yeah,
ahead.
that's basic stuff. So yeah, we have gone through that, and then hiragana, katakana
Okay,
will be next. We're using
can you speak
genki.
it? Can you actually recite the alphabet for me, if you can? Go.
Well,
You got A, E, U, E, O.
yeah, I actually
Mami, Mume,
don't
Mo.
think I can, and that would be helpful to actually learn it as a
Well, that's what you need to do. That you've got it. That's like the foundation. You need to learn that because that helps you to understand the pronunciation better and your listening skills. Okay, so you've got A, I, U, E, O, Tachi, Tutseto, Mami, Mumemo, Kaki, Kukeko, Nani, Nuneno, Ya, Yu, Yo, Wa, O, Sasi, Suseso, Ha, Hi, Hu, He, Ho, Rarirurero. Oh, and that's finished. That's it.
Yep. Yeah, we've gone through that, and if I have time, I will learn it as a list like that. We did that with Chinese and learning.
Yeah, well,
and
with Chinese it's even more.
Yeah, rote repeating like that is actually very useful because you
all what
Jen's
we've
been
said
in
in
here
the last
monologuing
hour-
to the audience saying, I'm telling you.
Start again, Jen.
Gio,
All right, well,
Gio,
yeah.
Gio, this.
All right, we're live
Gio,
now.
we've been
Yep.
we've been
Poor
holding
man,
them to
Gio.
task
You should have
anyway.
just not told him.
Yeah, I was holding.
Yeah,
I was
well,
holding
Jen's
them
been
to
monologuing
task.
for hours.
it seems like sometimes the live stream account, you see the one at the top that says Livestream 1, it drops out after a certain amount of time. So I need to figure out if Discord, if it's a certain time limit or how that works, because if it pops out, then the audio will go off the live stream. So
Right.
Yeah, and I haven't
Is
been
there something we
monologuing.
should look for?
no, it's something only I can do. I mean, if you see the account not in here, then it won't be going to YouTube. Or sometimes the moderators might deafen it, which means, if you do that, then it will not carry the audio through. But yeah, it should be in here all the time. I just need to figure out how to make sure I can maintain it in here so it doesn't drop out.
They've accused me of monologuing. I haven't been monologuing. All I've done is
dear,
held
he
them
has.
to task, stood my ground, asked for evidence, and they're offering up stupid pictures of mountains supposedly obscured by the Earth curve. And I've said, where is the curvature? They can't prove it. And that's all I've been doing, standing the ground. We don't make predictions, I've said to them.
You're monologuing about not monologuing, Jim.
I'm not. Don't accuse me of monologuing because I've got to speak. And I'm speaking. And now I yield the floor.
He's three levels
I yield the floor
deep
to
in the
right
monologue
dishonorable
inception.
gentleman. I yield the floor to the right dishonorable gentleman. Go ahead.
Is that bio or who is it?
Oh, I mean, I'm not trying to take over. I'd really like to get into what Ruhif was trying to explain earlier before Jin's shotgun subject changed.
I never
The expectations.
No, even sooner than that. The Kenegu, your little red line.
Oh,
I was
yeah,
interested
the
in,
from
articulation.
the from Kenegu photo.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, hang on, I got to bring it up now. Where is it?
There it is.
Thank
There it
you.
is.
Yep.
Not credible
Boom.
shot.
Yep. All right.
Disingenuous.
So, flat earthers have been telling us for years about perspective, haven't they, Jen? For 6 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, if I know the angular size, if I know the actual size of a mountain and its distance, then I know its angular size. Right? And what I've done here is actually calculate the angular size and place it on the photo. So the bottom of that red line is the base, is 0 meters above sea level at that mountain, Grand Ferrand. And you have to look through ocean to see it. It's obscured bottom up by the ocean.
Like I said, the good thing about we flat earthers, we like to test and repeat things. So, like I said, in order for this picture to be credible, I would have to go there and take the exact same shot you've taken, and then let's see what I've got. That's what I'm going to do.
Here's
then
the
I
thing,
can say,
Mike.
yeah, this is a genuine place, a real location, and indeed there's curvature there, for example.
Jin, you hand waved away this observation before saying that you'd have to go there in order to verify it. There's some hypocrisy there.
No, I didn't I knew there was something. The reason why, yeah, I would have to admit I did that because I'm using like I said earlier, I'm using my experience, 59 years, and in the last 6 years in particular of looking at these kind of photographs and shots. And there's something about it that's fishy. That's why I would have to go there. That's why I said it's not credible.